Hi, this is an AI narrating a fanfic, so you might hear a random number every 15 minutes. Just don't worry about it. I am so sorry for that. This fanfic is about Naruto being neglected by his parents and running away to Kumo, or the village hidden in the clouds, and he turns out to be a prodigy. Will Naruto get regenve? Will he forgive them? Watch this video to find out. This is one of my favorite fanfics I have read. BTW, I read fanfics before uploading them. I only upload fanfics that I read in. Get this video to 5 likes and 3 comments and I will release the next part. It was October 10th, the day when the giant 9-tailed fox was put under a genjutsu and was forced to attack the village hidden in the leaves too. It was also the day when 3 children were born. The oldest kid had black hair with blue eyes. His name was Naruto. The other 2 kids had blue eyes and red hair with they were Menma and Kara. The third Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the 9 tails inside Menma and Kara. He also gave Kushina some of the chakras so she could live 3 days later. Minato was on the top of the Hokage tower talking to the people of the village. I, Minato, the 4th Hokage, is here to introduce you to our children Menma, Kara and Naruto. Menma and Kara have the chakra of the 9 tails and Naruto has the soul, he said as he continued. So I request you to treat Menma and Kara as the hero of the village. Minato and Kushina didn't like Naruto since he was captured by the masked man, so they decided to lie to the villagers that Naruto has the soul of the 9 tails so that they can focus their hate on Naruto instead of Menma and Kara. 4 years later, the civilians cornered Naruto inside an alleyway, whips clubs in their hand. Nowhere to run now, a demon, the man in the lead, said. Naruto kept on saying, "Plz, stop hurting me." Why the boy curled up and got beaten into a bloody pulp. Then an Anbu with raven hair and red eyes picked up Naruto and took him to the hospital. Once Naruto woke up, then he said, "Where am I?" A voice then spoke, "You were in the hospital." Naruto looked in the direction of the voice. He saw the same Anbu that he saw before he passed out. "All your injuries are healed. I suggest you go to your home." Naruto nodded and started walking towards his home. When he reached home, he was met with a slap. "Where the hell was you?" Naruto stayed silent because if he told the truth he would be beaten up again. "Answer me, you brat." Naruto then spoke. "Why do you care? You dare to talk to me like that? Go to your room and no dinner for you." Naruto ran to his room, crying. Why me?" he kept asking himself. In the distance, Menma and Kara were watching the whole scene with a smirk on their faces. One day later, Naruto packed his stuff and was ready for the village. It was 2 at night, so no one could see him. He applied chakra to his feet and started running at a fast pace until he was out of the village. He looked back one last time at the place that he called home. "Goodbye," he said. He started walking. He did fishing for food and drank the water from the river. He did this for few days. One day 2 muscular men appeared in front of him. Who are you?" he asked. "What are you doing here, kid, all alone?" The man known as the Raikage asked. "I left my village," Naruto said. "Why?" I asked, a little shocked. Naruto went on to tell them his story and why he left. Killer B spoke. "Yo bro, the Hokage was lying. This kid has no 9 tails soul." "I see," said I. I turned and looked at Naruto and asked, "Hey Naruto, do you want to become the ninja of Kumo? Will they treat me the same as Konoha?" "No," said I. "They will treat you like a normal human." Naruto's eyes lit up. Yes, said Naruto. Both B and I smile, seeing how happy the boy was. "Let's go then," I said. He put Naruto on his shoulder and started to walk towards the Kumo. 5 days later at Konoha, both Minato and Kushina walked towards Naruto's room. They didn't saw him for 5 days. They thought that he was somewhere in the village and didn't pay him any mind, but today they Went to check whether he was back or not. When they opened the door they saw nothing but a note on the floor. Minato picked up the note and started reading it with Kushina. Dear Mom and Dad, I have left the village. The beatings by the villagers, getting neglected and beaten up by my own family. I couldn't take it anymore, so I left. PLZ, don't send anyone to look for me once I want to live a happy life. And PLZ, say to Kiyomi that I am sorry. Naruto 3. Both Minato and Kushina were shocked their son left the village, and they even didn't notice for 5 days. Kushina started to cry all the time. He said that the villagers beat him. She thought he was lying. What have I done to my baby? She said and started to cry. Minato felt guilty for treating Naruto like trash. He hugged his wife and said, don't worry, I will bring him back. I will send my Anbu to find him immediately. Minato told the news to Menma and Kara. He was surprised when Menma smirked and Kara was sad and felt guilty about the way she treated Naruto. It had been 8 years since Naruto left the village. Minato had sent many Anbu to look for Naruto, but they all couldn't find him. He also told the news Kiyomi, the sister of Itachi and Sasuke, about the news. Let's say she didn't take it in a good way. Kara and Kushina got depressed when the topic of Naruto was brought. The villagers were happy and even had parties after receiving the news that the demon left. Both Menma had Kara were genin. Also their team consists of Menma, Kara, Sasuke, Kiyomi and Sakura. Their Jonin sensei were Kakashi and Kushina. They even went on a mission Crank, and it actually became an A-rank mission where they encountered Zabuza and Haku. After that mission, Minato had decided to enroll the rookies of this year into the Chunin exam in Kumo. After the day Naruto was brought in the village by the raikage, he was also adopted by the raikage and also met a woman now who he called Mom. Her name was Yua. Naruto was called the biggest prodigy of the cloud. He had created 2S rank lighting jutsu. Naruto had also obtained the legendary Phoenix contract. The only reason the Phoenix accepted Naruto because his heart has pure and he was the destined child to save this world, and with that contract Naruto's fire jutsu was very strong. Even most Jonin couldn't compete with Naruto when it came to fire jutsu. Present time. You called us Dad, said Naruto. He had spiky black hair, blue eyes, fair skin. He wore blue t-shirt and Anbu pants. Yes, Naruto, Yugito and Amoi will be taking part in this year's Chunin exam, which is being held in Konoha. Your team sensei will be Killer B. I see, said Naruto. Yugito looked at Naruto with a worried look on her face. She knew Naruto's past and how Konoha treated him over this years. She has gotten really close that Naruto calls her Yugito ni. She also saw him as a little brother, unlike other girls who liked Naruto because he was the son of Raikage and was a genius. She liked him as a person. You will be heading to Konoha tomorrow morning, is that clear? They all nodded and left. Except Naruto. Why, Dad? Naruto said. Naruto, I know that you don't want to go to that village, but you were the one who said to me that you don't hate Konoha. Besides, you are the best genin in the Cloud Village. You going to the exam will show Konoha their mistakes. Naruto understood, but still he didn't want to go to Konoha. But if it is for his dad, he will do it. Fine, Dad, I will do it only because you said so. I smiled and said, thanks, son. Now go get prepared for your trip to Konoha. Naruto nodded and disappeared in a burst of flames. Then Yua entered the room and said, do you think he will be fine? I similed and said, he needs to get over his fears and I believe in him that he will be fine. Yua smiled and said, let's hope so. I will go to help him pack. I nodded and went back to his paperwork. 5 At Naruto's home. Hey Naruto, where are you? Mom, Naruto said and hugged Yua. You know I will be going to Konoha. I thought it would be bad, but when I thought about it, I will have a good chance to display my skills. and show Konoha that the Cloud Village is the strongest. Yua smiled at her son's thinking. You are correct, you are the Cloud Village's hope. Naruto, don't you worry mom, I will beat everyone and become a Chunin. Well, the confidence is good, but don't underestimate your opponents, that may lead to your defeat. Yes mom, I will do my best and make you proud. Yua smiled. I am sure you will. Now let's go, I will help you pack. Naruto nodded. One in Konoha. This year's Chunin exam are gonna be the one to remember, said Minato. Indeed they will, said Jiraiya. I've heard the son of the Raikage is extremely skilled. If any one of our genin want to beat him, they will have to train hard. Yes, that is why I wanted you to train Menma and Kara. Kiyomi and Sasuke will be trained by Kakashi. I see. You are prepared, aren't you? Said Jiraiya. I have to be. This Chunin exams can boost Konoha reputation since the Cloud is also taking part in it. Indeed it will. I will take my leave now. I have to train those two brats of yours, said Jiraiya. Minato nodded. Next day, we are ready to go, said Naruto. Goodbye mom, dad, I will see you in the finals of the Chunin exams. Yua and I smiled, and Killer Bee smirked. Let's get going, said Yugito. Everyone nodded and left towards the Leaf Village. 3 days later. We are finally here, said Amoi. Yes we are, said Yugito. Naruto's attitude completely changed from happy to dead serious. Yugito knew Naruto. His mood always changes when they go on some high-rank mission. She knew her brother knows when to be serious and cold and when to too happy and kind. They entered the village and head straight towards the Hokage's tower. B spoke. We are here for a meeting with the Hokage. Yo. The secretary nodded and took them to the office. They knowed on the door and heard, come in. They entered the room and saw Minato doing his paperwork. Lord Hokage, we are here to discuss about the Chunin exams, a dark cold voice said. Minato looked up to see who spoke. One he saw his eyes widened. Enna Naruto. Minato said. Naruto didn't react. B knew the situation could go out of hand, so he interfered. Yo, I am Killer B, these are my genins. Minato quickly took his eyes off Naruto and listened to B and nodded. Would you mind introducing them to me? B nodded. This white hair is Amoi. The blonde is Yugito and the black hair is the son of Raikage. Naruto. Minato eyes widened when he heard the Naruto was the son of the Raikage. He looked at Naruto and could tell that didn't hate him, but he also didn't care about him. It was like Naruto was looking at a stranger. Minato simply accepted their form and told them to leave. Well, that went well. I thought you would get angry, said Amoi. There is no need to be angry. I don't see him as anything more than a Hokage. Yugito looked at Naruto with a worried look on her face. B spoke. Naruto is right, holding grudges will only give you goosebumps. Night. Yay. Naruto smiled as he remembered someone. You guys can, I will meet you at the hotel. Okay, just don't be late, Yugito said. Don't worry Yugito ni, I will come before night. With that he disappeared in purple flames. Show off, said Yugito. Naruto ran towards the Uchiha compound to meet the girl who was the only friend he had back then. He knowed on the door. The door was opened by a boy with raven hair and black eyes. Hey, Itachi, said Naruto with a small smile on his face. And Naruto, Itachi said shocked, is Kiyomi here? He said, no, she is training with Kakashi. Why don't you come inside? Itachi said with a smile. Naruto nodded and came inside and told Itachi everything except any of his abilities. So you are the famous son as the Raikage everyone has been talking about. Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, man, I didn't knew that I was that popular. Trust me, you are said to be the biggest challenge in the Chunin exams this year. I guess well, I will take my leave. It was nice to meet you again, Itachi. Same here, Naruto. Goodbye, he said and disappeared in purple flames. Itachi smiled. Kiyomi will probably freak out after I tell her this, he thought. One Naruto went back to hotel and stepped back. One he saw the look on Yugito's face. Hey sis, what's wrong? Yugito looked at him with fire in her eyes. You were the one who stole my book, she said with fire in her eyes. Sry Oni-sen, I will never do it again, Naruto said scared. Ah, I can't stay mad at my little brother, can I? She said with a smile. But if you do this again there will be punishment, ha ha, said Naruto. Good, now whom did you visit? Oh, Itachi Uchiha, he is the one I told you about who used to guard me from the villagers. I see. Sue, did you met her? Yugito said with a grin. Naruto blushed and said, no, with a sad look on his face. Well, the Hokage and a red-hair woman came here to talk to you. Naruto sighed. Well, I am glad I wasn't in the hotel when that happened. Yugito nodded. But you will have to talk to them eventually, you know. I know, but not for few days at least, Yugito nodded. They went to sleep. Hey Naruto, wake up. Wake up Naruto, wake up, said Yugito. I am up. Yugito ni. Well, get ready, the Hokage wants to meet you in 2 hours. Man, seriously, that guy will not give up, Naruto said. Yugito chuckled. It's not funny. I know, to go get ready. Yeah, said Naruto. After 1 hour Naruto was walking around the village and surprisingly the villagers were greeting him with smiles instead of hateful glares. Naruto was walking around until he saw someone familiar. He smiled and approached the person. Hey Kiyomi, it has been a long time, hasn't it? Kiyomi looked from where the voice when she saw who it was. Her eyes widened. Nar Naruto, she said. Hey, he said with a smile. How are you here? She said with tears in her eyes. Ouch, I thought you would say hi or greet me in some sort of way. Kiyomi ran towards Naruto and gave him a huge hug. Naruto smiled and they both disappeared in purple flames. Kiyomi was still hugging Naruto and said, I missed you so much. Naruto smiled. Ooh, and I thought you wouldn't remember me. Kiyomi broke the hug and said, of course I would remember you, how can I ever forget you? Naruto smiled. I guess you are right. Naruto and Kiyomi talked about their lives in the past 8 years. So you are the famous son of the Raikage, Kiyomi said with a smile. Man, seriously, am I really that popular? You are our sensei told us that you are extremely strong. Naruto nodded. Well, I guess this is it, I have to go to meet with the Hokage. Kiyomi looked at him. Naruto with a worried look on her face and said, are you fine? I am fine, don't worry about me. Well, bye. Then he disappeared in purple flames. Show off, said Kiyomi. 3 at the Hokage's tower. Come in, said Minato. Naruto entered the room where he saw his biological family. Ah, Naruto, come to take your sit. I would prefer to stand, Lord Hokage, if that is fine with you, Naruto said coldly. Naruto, Kushina said. Why have I been summoned, Lord Hokage? Naruto said, completely ignoring Kushina. Hey, don't ignore us, Menma said with anger. Well, Naruto, I have called you here because we wanted to. Minato was cut off. There is no need to apologize, Lord Hokage. I have already forgiven your family. What do you mean by your family? This is your family as well, said Menma. No, it's not. My family is at Cloud Village. What do you mean by Cloud Village? Said Menma, still angry that Naruto was ignoring him. I am the adopted son of the Raikage. My adopted mother name is Yua, my sister name is Yugito, and I am a ninja of the Cloud Village. Kushina, Minato and Kara felt their heart break when Naruto said about his family, I have forgiven your family. That still doesn't mean I care about your family. To me you are a complete stranger. Naruto said, ha ha ha, the Cloud Village has fallen if you are the infamous son of the Raikage that I been warned about. A fireblade went past Menma's cheek and burnt it a little. Speak what you say. Menma, I will not tolerate any insult to the Cloud Village. Minato was shocked. The flames were coming out of Naruto's hand like a blade, and he even didn't perform any hand sign. Naruto ni plz. Forgive me, Menma ni will not insult the Cloud Village anymore, Kara said. Don't call me ni-san, I am not your brother, and you better watch your brother's mouth, Lord Hokage. If this is what you wanted, I will take my leave. Minato nodded. Naruto disappeared in purple flames. Minato looked at his family. Kushina was about to cry. Same can be said for Kara. Menma, on the other hand, was pissed that the loser just insulted him. He will make him pay. Minato looked at Menma and spoke. Naruto is right. Menma, you can't insult any village. You better think before you speak. Yes, Dad, Menma said. He hates us, Kushina said with tears in her eyes. I don't think he hates us, he just doesn't care about us, said Minato with regret in his eyes. Too, at the hotel. So how did the meeting go? Asked Yugito. Better than I expected, said Naruto. Well, B-sensei wanted to meet you so that you can perfect your lighting jutsu. Naruto looked at his hand and said, man, I still can't master that jutsu. Even if I came up with the jutsu, it is still very tough. Well, what do you expect? It is an S-rank lighting jutsu. Even if you were the one who came up with it, Naruto sighed. I guess you are right. Well, let's go, said Naruto. Yugito nodded. She also had to train hard for these exams. 6 days later. Man, the Chunin exams are gonna start tomorrow, said Naruto. Yeah, and you better don't get lazy. Amoi, said Yugito. Yeah, don't worry about me. Yo kids, let's get this work done and have some fun. Yay, fun, said the three genins. Yeah, hot springs we will go so you can relax and be good to go. The three genins nodded and finished their training. Hey B-sensei, said Naruto. What's up, bro? Said B. Do you think I can really master that jutsu? It's been 2 weeks and I still can't master it. B smiled and looked at Naruto. Listen, Naruto, you are the most gifted ninja I have ever seen, plus you work hard. If anyone can master it, it is you. Thanks B-sensei for believing in me. Don't worry, bro, I will help you with Eto. Okay, let's go to the hot springs. My hands hurt like hell. B nodded. And they both went to the hot springs. Naruto and his team were walking towards the academy floor. No. 3 is what B-sensei told us, right? Asked Naruto. Yes, he did, replied Yugito. They were walking in. Noticed the genjutsu. Naruto glanced at Yugito and she nodded. They were going towards the exam room until they saw Menma fighting Rock Lee into a tie battle. Rock Lee was about to remove his weights, but was stopped by Might Guy. That Rock Lee fellow was wearing weights, said Amoi. I know that is hiding his true strength, said Naruto. He might be a challenge for you, said Yugito. Whatever, said Naruto. They entered the room and were invited by Killing Intent. Naruto and his team shrugged it off. Naruto was hugged by Kiyomi. Hey, where were you? I haven't met you for 6 days. Naruto sweat dropped. Kiyomi, it's only 6 days. Besides, I was training with B-sensei. So that's Kiyomi. Huh, thought Yugito. Man, she is hot, thought Amoi as he looked at Kiyomi. You guys are making too much noise, said a voice. They turn around to see Kabuto. OSRY about that, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head. I think you all are rookies. I can give you information about anyone you want, said Kabuto with a smirk. Sasuke stepped up and asked to give me information about Rock Lee Gaara of the Sand and the Son of the Raikage. Kabuto filed a card and said, first, Rock Lee. He has done 68D rank mission, 10 crank and 2B rank mission. He has no talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu but is extremely good at taijutsu. Second, Gaara of the Sand, the Son of the Kazekage. He has done 88D rank mission, 56 crank, 7B rank and 2 A rank mission, and it is said that he came out all of this mission without a scratch. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Gaara. Yugito, do you think he is? Yugito nodded. This is not good, said Naruto. At last the son of the Raikage Naruto of the Cloud, he has done 60D rank mission. 40 crank 20B rank 10 A rank and my god 2S rank mission. He is said to be extremely skilled at fire and lightning jutsu. Everyone looked at Naruto in awe. This boy has done S rank mission. Ino and the other girls looked at Naruto with hearts in their eyes. He is so handsome and strong, they thought, but Yugito was looking at Kiyomi and pulled her aside to talk. Hey, what's wrong? Said Kiyomi. Listen girl, my brother trusts you with his life. If you betray or hurt his feelings, I will cut you into small pieces and feed you to cats. Are we clear? Yes ma'am, said Kiyomi with fear in her eyes. Man, she really is scary, as Naruto told me. She is overprotective of him. Then in a puff of smoke a tall man appeared and said, all right you brats, get to your seats. Naruto passes the exam easily. Since he is a genius in this, what if? Then the window burst open and purple hair women appeared with a poster written super sexy Anko. All right maggots, I am the proctor for the second round of the exam. Meet me at the training ground number 44 in 1 hour. 1 hour later. All right, this is area number 44, also known as the Forest of Death. You will sign these forms to enter the exams. These forms say that if you die, Konoha won't be responsible for your death. Anko said, which made some of the genins scared. Some of the genins left and the other signed the forms. Okay, 3 2 1 begin, said Anko. Naruto and his left walked towards the forest. So what's the plan? Asked Yugito. Well, it's quite simple. We will search for the teams with the Heaven Scroll and beat them down, said Naruto. Everyone sweat dropped. And how are we gonna know which team has the Heaven Scroll? Said Amoi. Well, we will just go to the team and say that we have an Earth Scroll. If they fight us, then have Heaven. If they don't, they have Earth. Both Yugito and Amoi nodded. Well, let's go to them. For the next day they got the scroll that they needed and decided to rest for the night. Naruto and others were heading towards the tower until Naruto felt a dark chakra and decided to check it out. When they arrived, they saw Sasuke beating a sound genin. After Sasuke beat down the sound genin, he turned towards Menma and started beating him. Since Menma was tired after their battle with Orochimaru, Naruto saw Menma getting beaten down. Naruto decided to step in. Sasuke was about to pooch Menma in the face, but Naruto grabbed his hand and pooched Sasuke in the stomach. But Naruto didn't stop there. Naruto went through a hand sign and said fire style red streaming flames. The flames hit Sasuke and knocked him out. Well, that was easy, said Naruto. Naruto looked at Kiyomi and said, are you alright? She nodded. Are you fine? Said Naruto. Looking at Menma. I didn't need your help, loser. Say whatever you want. Thank you, Naruto said. Kara. Naruto nodded. Let's go, said Naruto. As they all disappeared, Naruto arrived at the top of the tower and opened the scrolls where Kushina appeared. Hey, you passed the second phase of the exam. Go and rest for days left. They all nodded. Kushina said, Naruto, can I speak to you? Naruto turned around and said, yes, Lady Kushina, what do you want to speak about? Naruto, I am just sorry for treating you the way I did. As I said, Lady Kushina, I have already forgiven you. Naruto, you know, we could talk and spend some time together. I know I don't have the right to be called your mother, but at least I want to be your friend. Sure, Lady Kushina, we could become friends after the exams. But I don't want to be called a part of the Namikaze family. Kushina smiled. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto smiled and said, see ya. You'll also like Naruto fanfic. The ultimate UI user 59 Kelvins 703 read to know. What is this story? And yeah, I don't own Naruto. It is owned by Kishimoto. I don't own UI Technique. It is Owned by Akira Toriyama N of Konoha 17-1 Kelvin 395 Naruto got kidnapped at the Konoha's hospital and got experimented by Orochimaru. Will he be able to escape after 14 years of being experimented? You don't understand. Naruto fanfiction 50 Kelvins 901 When the fourth Hokage sealed the Kyuubi no Yoko inside Naruto, he left a dying wish. His dying wish was for the village to see Naruto as a hero for keeping the Kyuubi. The Wood Fox 94-9 Kelvins 15 Kelvins A Naruto fanfic. Hope you guys enjoy. I don't own any characters. There is going to be Sasuke and Sakura bashing from time to time. Please enjoy Inheritance Book 1. 78K16K Iruka takes Mizuki's shuriken to the back in place of Naruto, thinking Iruka to be dead. Naruto loses control and prepares to unleash the Kyuubi. However, before he can tee Naruto the Biju holder 12-6 Kelvins 191 What if Hashirama kept all the Biju? What if Naruto became the Jinchuriki of them? I'll see how Naruto's life changes in this story. Naruto the Shinigami's screw up 62-6 Kelvins 16K who said only humans can make mistakes. Meet Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a human Shinigami carrier of Kyuubi's soul, a dutiful big brother and the proud symbol of the love. 3 days later Minato gave his speech about peace that the Chunin exams represent and said there will be preliminary rounds. Okay, every match went the same except Men Makara and had their fight with random Rain Village Genins, and Wan Kiyomi fought Amoi and barely won. Let's get to the interesting fights. Kiba vs Gaara of the Sand. Come down please, I forfeit, said Kiba, winner by forfeit. Gaara of the Sand. The final match is between Naruto of Cloud vs Rock Lee. Yosh, I couldn't have asked for a better opponent to show my skills, said Lee. Yeah, let's do this, said Naruto. Naruto walked towards the area and Lee jumped from the railings. Ready. They both nodded. Begin. Lee rushed towards Naruto, aiming for a pooch at the face. But Naruto dogged it and sent a kick towards Lee which connected and sent Lee flying. This went for a while Lee trying to hit Naruto and Naruto dogging Lee. Take them off, said Guy. Are you serious, Guy? Sensei Guy gave Lee a thumbs up. Lee took off his weights and everyone was shocked at the stance. Man, Naruto is in trouble, said Amoi. I don't think so, said Yugito. What do you mean, said Amoi. You will see, he is just toying around with the Lee guy. I see, said Amoi. One at the arena Naruto took his left hand out of his pocket and smirked. Well, I guess it's time to get serious. Lee launched towards Naruto with a kick. Naruto brought of his hand and blocked it. Lee then went for the punch, which Naruto dogged. Lee then came under Naruto and kicked him in the air. Lee then wrapped his bandages around Naruto, but Naruto said fire style. Fire burst. Fire engulfed Naruto's body and burned Lee fell with his hand burnt, whereas Naruto landed as if nothing even happened. Lee looked at the guy and Guy nodded. Suddenly green aura enveloped which picked Naruto's interest. First gate open, second gate open, third gate open, fourth gate open, fifth gate open. With that Lee rushed at Naruto and delivered and kicked him in the face. Lee didn't give Naruto time to recover as he punched Naruto and sent him crashing into the wall. Man, this guy's speed is insane. If I want to keep up with him I will have to use my fire clock. Suddenly fire engulfed Naruto's body at the stance. This Lee guy's insane ability to push Naruto this far is nothing but amazing. Only I have been able to push him so far and still I think that Lee guy has the upper hand when it comes to power, but Naruto has the speed advantage. This is interesting, thought Yugito. Man, Lee is that strong? I had no idea, said Kiba. Yeah, but looks like Naruto is getting serious, said Shikamaru. This is gonna be interesting, said Kakashi as he looked at both of the genins at the arena. The real fight starts now, Lee, said Naruto as they both rushed at each other to the genin, and even some chunin they were nothing but blurs. Lee came down at Naruto with a kick which Naruto blocked but still sent him flying. Man, I need time to go through the hand signs necessary for my jutsu, but this guy won't give me any time to do so, Naruto thought as he dogged another kick from Lee. Naruto quickly formed a fire blade and swung it at Lee, which luckily connected. Good, now do the jutsu, Naruto thought as he went through several hand signs as Naruto's fire clock disappeared and went into his hands as the wind picked up around Naruto. Fire style fire control, Blazing King, Naruto said as he sends a huge phoenix made of fire towards Lee. The attack came at Lee so fast that he was unable to dodge and took a direct hit as the smoke cleared. Lee was on the ground unconscious. The proctor then announced the winner of the match. Naruto of the Cloud. Naruto was panting that jutsu was his most powerful fire technique and could only be performed by someone who has a phoenix contract at the stance. All the jonins looked at Naruto with awe. That jutsu was easily a rank or maybe even higher, said Asuma, whereas the other jonins could only nod with an agreement. At the arena, Lee opened his eyes. He regained his consciousness and looked at Naruto, but he still couldn't move. Naruto then spoke, "You are a worthy opponent, Lee. No genin or even chunin in my village can push me this far. You are right about one thing, Lee. Hard work does beat talent, and you and your sensei are the living proof of that. I hope we can fight again someday at the stance, man. That Lee guy is something to push you to use your strongest fire jutsu," said Yugito. "Yay, if hadn't caught him off guard with my fire blade, which I guess he was surprised him, I would have to use my lighting jutsu, which I still don't want to show," said Naruto. "You are right about that," said Amoi. Will all the contest come down to the arena PLZ, as all of them came down? The finals of the Chunin exams will be held after a month, and the final matches are Menma vs Neji, Kakuro vs Shino, Kara vs Sasuke, Kiyomi vs Yugito, Shikamaru vs Tamari, Naruto vs Gaara. You all have 1 month to prepare. Good luck to 1 hour later. So with whom are you gonna train with? Said Yugito. I don't know, maybe B Sensei if he wants to train me, that is. You can go train with B Sensei. I will train on my own. I will need to train alone if I want to control the jutsu that I want to control without hurting my body, said Yugito. You mean the Nibi's chakra? I guess you are right, athlete. You don't go on a rampage anymore, said Naruto jokingly. Whatever, I think you need B Sensei more than I do. I know you will be trying to master your S-rank lighting jutsu and you will overdo it, blow your arm off or something, so I prefer B Sensei watching over your training so that you don't go overboard, I guess. You are right, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Well, I guess I will meet you in few weeks. I will visit you daily, so don't overdo it, okay? Said Yugito. Don't worry, Yugito ni, I will take care of myself, said Naruto with a smile, assuring her that he will be fine. Well then, see ya, said Yugito as she sunshine out of there. Well, I guess I better pay a visit to Kiyomi-chan. I will not be able to meet her for a month. Naruto visits Kiyomi as she told him that she and Sasuke will be training out of the village with Kakashi for a month, as she kissed Naruto on the cheek and said goodbye and left a blushing Naruto. By Jaw 7 follow. It has been a month since the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. Today was the day when the finals of the Chunin exams will be held. The raikage Kazekage also came to watch the finals. Many people from outside the village came to watch the finals. At the arena, man, this is so troublesome, muttered Shikamaru. For once I agree with you, Shikamaru. I didn't know Chunin exams were this big of a deal, said Kiyomi as the other genins could only nodded. In agreement, Gaara walked up to Yugito and said, "Where is Naruto?" with a scary smile on his face. "Don't worry, your match is at the last. I am sure he will show up until then," said Yugito. Gaara nodded and went beside his siblings. "Okay, will everyone leave the arena except Menma and Neji Hyuga?" Everyone left except Neji and Menma. "You might as well quit. I am destined to win this match," Menma just scoffed. "Are you both ready?" said the proctor as they both nodded. "Begin." Menma made 6 shadow clones to test Neji's skills. All shadow clones rushed towards Neji as Menma clones engaged him in a taijutsu battle as Neji dispelled them easily. "If you want to win, you will have to fight me yourself. These clones are nothing compared to me," said Neji with a smirk. "Okay, then what about these water style water bullets?" said Menma as he blew small water bullets from his mouth towards Neji. Neji started to spin and create a chakra dome around him as he said, "Rotation," as he deflects Menma's water jutsu. "It is useless, you can't win against me," said Neji. Menma then threw 10 kunai towards Neji. Neji quickly did the rotation and deflected them all, but then he noticed 2 of the kunai had seals on them. "So you learned your father technique, but to teleport to me you need to seals near me. This won't happen because if my technique just gives up you can't win." "No, not yet," said Menma as he rushed at Neji. He and Neji went into a taijutsu battle in which Neji managed to block some of Menma's chakra points. Neji was about to hit Menma again, then Menma suddenly vanished and appeared in front of one of the kunais that he left. Neji smirked. "You see, I have both greater offense and defense. How will you win? I have trained with Hinata enough to know the weakness of the Byakugan." "The blind spot behind your head," said Menma. Neji got worried, then he spoke, "I have that covered. You will not get any chance to capitalize on it." Menma smirked as he created 5 clones as they all threw kunai all over the stadium wall and vanished and appeared again and again and kept on throwing shuriken and kunai towards Neji. Some of them cut nothing serious Neji as one of the kunai hit Neji as went to remove it but saw a sealing formula on it. "Shit," thought Neji as Menma appeared in front of Neji and punched him with a chakra-enhanced fist which sent Neji flying. Neji quickly got up and Menma rushed towards Neji, but then Neji spoke, "You were in my field. I'd vision 8 teograms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms." As he closed all of Menma's chakra points. "You have lost. I have closed all your chakra points." Menma cursed, then he remembered his training with Jiraiya about the 9 tails chakra. After this, most of the fight went the same as canon as Neji told him about his father and his clan, and Menma told that he will change the Hyugas after he becomes the Hokage. But instead of rushing towards Neji with a kunai, he rushed at Neji with a Rasengan and actually broke through Neji's ultimate defense. Winner Menma Namikaze, as the crowd gave Menma a huge round of applause at the cage boot. "Well, that sure was an interesting match," said Minato. "Who would have thought that you would have taught him your teleportation jutsu?" said the Raikage. "Well, I need him to be prepared to face Naruto. I knew after seeing Naruto's last fight that Menma was no match for him, so I thought teaching him the Flying Thunder God would give him an advantage," said Minato. "You think so? I have noticed the weakness of that jutsu. He hasn't completely mastered it yet, has he? You don't know what my son is capable of. If Hokage, he's a genius. He will spot the weakness behind that jutsu in second," said I. "Well, where is he? I don't see him." Everyone, even Kakashi, is on time with Sasuke and Kiyomi, said Kazekage. I just smiled. "I would not be worried about him," he said. At the arena, will Konkuru and Shino come to the arena? PLZ. I forfeit, said Konkuru. Genma then announced the winner by forfeit. Shino, will Kara and Sasuke come down? Are you both ready? As they both Nodded. Sasuke then went on and opened a sealing scroll and took out his katana. Mito and Sasuke rushed at each other as they both engaged. Sasuke with his katana and Mito with her kunai. Sasuke got the upper hand and cut Mito on her arms as it slowly began to heal. Sasuke vanished and kicked her in the face, showing his superior speed and strength. "You are too slow, Kara." An angry look could be seen on Kara's face as she activated her chakra chains and rushed at Sasuke. Sasuke then threw his katana at Kara as she caught it with her chains. Sasuke then smirked as he went through hand signs and said, "Lighting style lighting discharge," as Sasuke katana began to charge up with lighting and electrocuted Kara as she fell to the ground. "This battle is over," he said. "I didn't even use my Sharingan." "Not yet," Kara said as red chakra appeared around her. As Sasuke's eyes widened, Kara looked at Sasuke with an angry look on her face as she kicked Sasuke and then punched him. "Take me seriously," said Kara while glaring at Sasuke. Sasuke wiped the blood off his face and activated his 3 tomos. Sharingan. Kara rushed at Sasuke with her one tails chakra clock but was surprised when Sasuke dogged her pooch and kicked her always and went through hand signs and said, "Lighting style lighting dragon jutsu," as he sent lighting dragon towards Kara. "Water style water dragon jutsu," as she sent her own water dragon towards Sasuke's lighting dragon as they both cancelled out each other. Then Sasuke went through another set of hand signs. "Fire style fireball jutsu," Sasuke said. Kara brought her chains around her like a shield and protected herself when she let go of. She saw Sasuke at the walls, his hands out and lightning crackling in his hands. Kara made a shadow clone and made Rasengan. They both collided their attacks, which created a huge explosion. Once the smoke cleared, Mito was unconscious and Sasuke was on one knee. "Winner of the match Sasuke Uchiha. At the stance, man, Sasuke has gotten a lot stronger," said Menma. Even if his sister lost, he wasn't mad because she did her best. Menma wasn't so sure about him defeating Sasuke anymore. "That Sasuke guy is strong," said Amoi as Yugito nodded. She was still wondering where was Naruto as she was starting to get worried. Will Yugito and Kiyomi Uchiha come down to the arena? At the arena, both Yugito and Kiyomi came down at the arena. "I hope you are ready," Yugito said. "Kiyomi, I would not be worried about myself," said Yugito with a smirk. "Are you both ready?" They both nodded. Begin. They both rushed at each other. Yugito with her katana and Kiyomi with her kunai. They were just blurs to the civilians and most of the genin. Yugito slashed Kiyomi at her coat. "Well, you are pretty fast if I most say so," said Kiyomi. "Same goes for you," said Yugito. Kiyomi tore off her coat, which had weights on it, making most of the guys that were her age blush since it was showing a lot of her cleavage. Kiyomi rushed towards Yugito and they both were doing a taijutsu battle. Kiyomi flipped back as Yugito sent small mouse made up of fire. Kiyomi ran through hand sign and said fire style fireball jutsu as both attacks cancelled out each other. They both ran through hand signs. Kiyomi said lighting style lighting dragon jutsu fire style blue flame dance as Yugito used the Nibi's chakra to produce the flames. In contract, both attacks cancelled out each other and created a huge smoke that filled the arena. Kiyomi then activated her 3 Tomos Sharingan and rushed at Yugito as Yugito made her nails longer like blades. They both rushed at each other. It was obvious that Kiyomi had the advantage. Kiyomi then kicked Yugito, sending her flying. "She is strong. Only Naruto has pushed me this far in a battle." As red chakra engulfed Yugito as her nails became more longer, she rushed towards Kiyomi and they started their taijutsu battle. "Hey kitten, you can't keep this up for long, you have to end it now," said Nibi. Yugito flipped back in, said let's end this with one last attack, said Yugito. Kiyomi didn't want to admit but she was tired and Could not keep this up for long. Fortunately she had the same idea as Yugito. She nodded and went through hand signs as lighting started clacking through her hands as Yugito sent as of the Nibbies chakra in her hands and created a blue fire blade in her hand. They both rushed at each other and slammed her attacks, causing a huge explosion at the Kate boot. Looks like that was their final attacks. Said I. Indeed it was. I say they both should be promoted to Chunin, said Minato, as both Kazekage and the Raikage nodded. This time it is the actual Kazekage and no invasion. Orochimaru is not a fool to go against a battle against Minato Jiraiya and the same time, and he was pretty sure the Raikage would help Minato because of Naruto. At the arena the smoke started to clear up as everyone was at the edge. Their sits smoke cleared as both of them were standing completely exhausted. Both of them then collapse. The proctor was gonna announce that it is draw, then Yugito barely stood up to defeat proctor. Smile at Yugito and said winner of the match Yugito, as the people in the stance were shocked. Kiyomi was the prodigy of the Uchiha clan and she was defeated. Even if the match was very close, they still could not believe that Yugito won. The medics rushed towards the arena and took both Yugito and Kiyomi for treatment at the stance. Sasuke was shocked his sister was as strong as him and this cloud girl defeated her in this. What is Sasuke is not emo. He is still arrogant but not as much as Kanon. And he respects people who are strong and doesn't look down on them. One at the arena will Naruto of the cloud and Gaara of the sand come down to the arena. Gaara came down to the arena but Naruto didn't came down. Naruto of the cloud, please come down or you will be disqualified. Then in a purple flames Naruto appeared in the arena. I am not late, am I? Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. No, you are not. You would be disqualified if you were late for some seconds. Sorry about that, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head at the stance. Yugito and Kiyomi came back to the stance after getting healed. Yugito face palmed. Man, he did his on purpose to make a flashy entrance. Kiyomi just chuckle. I guess you'll also like Naruto. The Shinigamis screw up 62-6 Kelvins 16K who said only humans can make mistakes. Meet Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a human Shinigami carrier of Kyuubi's soul, a dutiful big brother and the proud symbol of the love. Naruto a fated mistake 17-2 Kelvins 252. The sage, tired of his children's constant fighting, plays some strings as during the ceiling the fourth makes a mistake and almost rips out Naruto's soul in doing so. Naruto fanfic. The ultimate UI user 59 Kelvins 703 read to know what is this story. And yeah, I don't own Naruto. It is owned by Kishimoto. I don't own UI Technique. It is owned by Akira Toriyama. Kitsune and Neko 36-4 Kelvins 769 and Quat. Hey Naruto, it's been a year since the village announced you as dead. I don't believe them. I don't believe them at all. And Quat Ino said on the verge of tears. And Quo K's no Kami 6-4 Kelvins 165. Detailed summary. This is the story of Naruto as he discovers his burden the night of his 6th birthday. Everyone knows that Jinchurikis get special abilities from the neglected Naruto prodigy Namikaze 148 Kelvins 23 Kelvins. What if Naruto parents never died? What if Naruto had a younger siblings? What if Naruto was neglected? Find out the journey of a young boy who is neglected and joins the Wood Fox 94-9 Kelvins 15 Kelvins. A Naruto fanfic. Hope you guys enjoy. I don't own any characters. There is going to be Sasuke and Sakura bashing from time to time. Please enjoy at the cage box. I just started to laugh. That's my boy, he said. Minato just started to chuckle. I guess he wanted flashy entrance. The Kazekage just stared at Naruto at the arena. Gaara just stared at Naruto with a sadistic grin on his face. Mother wants your blood. I will kill you and prove my existence. You know, you don't need to kill to prove yourself. Having precious people is how you prove your existence, said Naruto Gaara grabbed his head Shikaku telling him not to listen. Naruto, are you both ready? They both nodded. Begin. Gaara threw sand shuriken towards Naruto and Naruto made a fire blade and cut through the sand shuriken. Naruto went through hand signs and said fire style fire incineration as Gaara sent his sand towards Naruto's fire, but when Naruto's and Gaara sand collided and crystallized Gaara's sand, Naruto smirked. Naruto then activated his fire clock and rushed at Gaara and kicked him. Gaara's sand was reduced. Do it. Begin. Crystallized. Naruto started beating Gaara and Gaara's sand was too slow to keep up with Naruto's fire clock. At the stance, Temari and Kankuro were watching in awe. No one has ever damaged Gaara this much. Other genin were just watching Naruto in awe. Yugito just smiled. His speed has increased even more than before. She thought at the cage. Boot I was just watching the battle with a huge smile on his face. Minato just watched in awe. The son he thought was a failure was beating Gaara with ease. Kazekage was just shocked to see Gaara get beaten down like that. One at the arena, Gaara stood up with burning marks all over his body. Sand started forming around Gaara like a dome. When Naruto went to cut through the dome with his fireblade, spikes came out which even Naruto's fireblade could not cut through. Naruto flipped back and gained a decent distance between him and Gaara. Naruto went through hand signs and suddenly purple lighting formed around Naruto's hand and Naruto started running towards Gaara. Purple lighting, said Naruto as pierced right through Gaara's sand dome and stabbed him in the stomach where the seal was. Gaara screamed out in pain. Blood, my blood, said Gaara. He tried to use Shukaku's chakra but he couldn't. Gaara then dropped to his knees staring at Naruto. What have you done? Why can't I hear? Mother, said Gaara. Well, I knew that you would try to use your Bijuu's chakra, so I asked B-sensei to teach me some sealing techniques to suppress your Bijuu's chakra. Gaara then stood up. I can't lose. I won't lose. I have to prove my existence, said Gaara. Your existence to who? To the demon who has messed up your mind. You have to find friends. Gaara, the seal I placed on you is permanent. That Shukaku won't bother you anymore. Why are you doing this? Why are you helping me? Because you are someone who is just lost just like I was, but when I found people who accepted me, I didn't need to prove my existence. I became stronger on my own. My desire to protect other people is what that has made me strong. Desire to protect others, said Gaara. Naruto nodded. If you want, I can be your friend. Gaara's eyes widened. Friend, will you really become my friend? Naruto nodded with a smile. But before that, let's finish our match, said Naruto as he went through signs. Lighting style electromagnetic murder, said Naruto as he sent an electric wave towards Gaara. Gaara didn't have any energy left, so he took the attack. Gaara fell to the ground unconscious before saying, friend, my first friend. Winner of the match. Naruto of the cloud at the cage. Boot I and Minato just smiled after hearing Naruto's words. Well, Raikage, I must say your son is strong but also a pure-hearted man, said the Kazekage. The Kazekage couldn't believe the boy just befriended Gaara. Trust me, he is. I have tried to spoil him but he only takes how much he needs. All he needs his my and you is love for him. At least that is what he says, said I with pride in his voice. Minato just looked at Naruto with regret in his eyes. His son calls someone else his father, but he couldn't blame him after what he and his family did. He owes Naruto at least that much. One at the stance, every genin and the Jonin sensei looked at Naruto in awe. When Naruto arrived, he was hugged by Kiyomiyu. One sad Kiyomi with a smile. Well, what did you expect? Yugito just went towards Naruto and smacked him in the head. Hey, what the heck was that for begin late and making me worried, said Yugito. Well, you can blame B-sensei for that. Yugito looked at a sweating B. Well, sensei, why were you late? Well, he was peeping on the girls at the hot springs, said Naruto. Yugito looked at B and kicked him in the balls. Well, that's your punishment, said Yugito. Naruto just cringed seeing B at the ground holding his balls. Well, so did you master that jutsu you have been working on, said Yugito. Naruto just looked at his left hand and hooded. Yugito gulped. If the jutsu was as strong as he said, there is no doubt that Naruto will win the tournament. Menma just looked at Naruto with rage in his eyes. How did a loser like him get so strong, and why is Kiyomi taking to him after so many times I have asked her out? Sasuke was looking at Naruto as he approached. Naruto, hey, my name is Sasuke Uchiha. Hello Sasuke, my name is Naruto. Nice to meet you. You are Kiyomi's brother, right? Sasuke just nodded. They both looked at each other and smiled. Looking forward to our battle, said Sasuke. Same here, said Naruto. 3 at the arena. Will Shikamaru and Tamari come down? This fight goes the same as canon winner Tamari of the Sand One. Will all the contestant come down? You will be given 1 hour to rest and the second rounds of the exams will begin. They all nodded. Naruto went towards Kiyomi and grabbed her hand and took her to the back of the arena, making Kiyomi blush. Naruto, where are you taking me? She said. Well, you see, Kiyomi, I didn't want anyone to hear us. What, said Kiyomi, still blushing. Well, Kiyomi, you see, after the exams or finishes I will stay in the village for only about 5 days and I am not sure when I will meet you again. I just wanted to get this off my chest. What do you want to tell me? She said, praying to God that he says what she is thinking. Well, you see, Kiyomi-chan, I really like you and I want you to be my girlfriend, he said, blushing like crazy. Kiyomi just looked at him in shock, then smiled looking at his blue eyes, and then he both came close to each other until their lips meet. After separating, Kiyomi smiled. Does that answer your question? She asked. Naruto's smile only grew until he kissed her again as they started to make out. Unknown to them, Yua, Naruto's adopted mother, was watching the whole scene with a smile on her face. She wanted to congratulate Naruto, but then she saw Naruto going somewhere with a girl. She knew who this girl was. She was the girl that Naruto used to talk about. She decided to leave and give them some privacy. After 45 minutes, both Kiyomi and Naruto were walking with a smile on their face, which was noticed by both Sasuke and Yugito. Yugito just grinned, realizing what happened. Same can be said for Sasuke, since he knew his sister had a crush on Naruto. Kiyomi was hiding the hickey on her neck with a scarf. Yua saw Naruto and gave him a warm smile. Naruto saw Yua and ran towards her and hugged her. Yua hugged her son back. Mom, did you saw my match? He said, breaking the hug. I did. I am so proud of you, Naruto, she said, kissing the top of his forehead. Yugito and the others could not help but smile at the scene. Kushina luli at the scene with tears in her eyes that could have been her. She didn't want to admit, but Menma was a spoiled brat who would just think doing something like that was embarrassing. So why don't you tell me about her after the exams? Said Yua looking at Kiyomi. They both blushed. Mom, how did you? Said Naruto. I know you, Naruto. I could just tell it by the look on both of your faces, and her wearing that scarf so suddenly doesn't help either, Yua said with a smirk. Mom, said Naruto, blushing as Yua, Sasuke, Yugito, Amoi and B-air laughing as the other were clueless about what happened too. Okay, now the first mock of the second rounds are going to start. Will Menma and Tamari come down to the arena? PLZ. They both arrived at the center of the arena. Are you both ready? They both just nodded. Begin. Menma made few shadow clones that rushed towards Tamari. Tamari just used her wind jutsu to dispel all of them. Menma then threw several kunais and shuriken towards Tamari. Tamari used her wind jutsu to blow all of them off. Menma rushed towards Tamari. Tamari used her wind jutsu again at Menma, who was just rushing at her. What a fool, she thought. Suddenly Menma vanished in form of the kunai that he threw before, which Tamari didn't notice. Then Menma vanished again right in form of her, this time a Rasengan in his hand. Tamari didn't have time to react as Menma slammed the Rasengan in her stomach, sending her flying and knocked her out. Winner of the match Menma Namikaze. The crowd erupted in cheers to see their beloved son of the Hokage win 3 at the stance. I see, said Naruto after just watching Menma using the Flying Thunder God. He could tell Menma's Flying Thunder God was incomplete and had a weakness. Yugito, Sasuke and Kiyomi just looked at him with a raised eye. You saw something, didn't you? Said Yugito. Naruto gave her a blank look, which Yugito knew too well that look meant that he will not speak a word about what he found out. Yugito sighed. Menma came up to the stance and gave Naruto a smirk. Naruto looked at him with no interest, which just made Menma more angry. Will Yugito of the Cloud and Shino come down to the arena? Both of them made their way down to the arena. Are you both ready? They nodded. Begin. Both Yugito and Shino flipped back and gained some distance from each other. Yugito rushed towards Shino with an impressive show of speed. Shino sent his bugs after Yugito. Yugito went through hand signs and said, "Fire style Flaming Mouse," as Blue Mouse rushed towards Shino's bugs, killing them. Shino then stepped back and sent his female insect towards Yugito. Yugito was too fast as she appeared in front of Shino and stabbed him with her katana. Then Shino turned into bugs. Shit, a bug clone, Yugito thought. Hidden jutsu beetle spear as Shino bugs completely surrounded Yugito. Shit, Nibi, I need your chakra, but kitten, you will not be able to fight in the finals if you use my chakra, said the two tails. I know, but I have so far. I can't lose now. Besides, I will let Naruto fight, that spoiled son of the Hokage. I know I can't win against Naruto anyway. Very well, said the two tails as red chakra surrounded Yugito as all of Shino's bugs died due to the two tails chakra. I forfeit, said Shino. If I continue this match, I will lose all of my bugs, and this is a battle I know I can't win very well. Winner by forfeit. Yugito of the Cloud at the stance. Looks like it's our battle, Naruto, said Sasuke with a smirk. Looks like it, said Naruto with a smirk of his own. Will Naruto of the Cloud and Sasuke Uchiha come down to the arena? PLZ. Naruto appeared in the middle of the arena with a fire sunshine. Sasuke just walked there. You both ready? They both nodded. Begin. They both looked at each other, not wanting to make the first move. Naruto, being impatient, created some fire clones as they rushed towards Sasuke, trying to measure his skills. Sasuke quickly, with an impressive show of strength, dispelled them all, but was careful not to get burned by the flames that appeared after the clones disappeared. Sasuke rushed at Naruto and engaged him in a taijutsu battle in which Naruto was winning. With high difficulty, Sasuke jumped back and went through hand signs and said, "Fire style Dragon Flame Jutsu." Naruto at the same time went through hand signs of this own and used the attack that defeated Rock Lee, Fire style Fire Control Blazing King, as a phoenix formed of fire rushed towards Sasuke. Fire Dragon. It was very obvious that Naruto's fire attack was stronger. Sasuke barely managed to escape the fire phoenix, but he still got burned in his arm. Naruto activated his fire clock and fire blade in his fire blade. Surprisingly to Naruto, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and took out his katana and was able to keep up with his speed. Naruto and Sasuke were clashing throughout the battlefield, Naruto with his fire blade and Sasuke with his sword with lighting chakra at the cage's boot. I must say, Hokage, I am impressed that the Uchiha is able to keep up with Naruto's speed in his fire clock, said I. Minato just smiled. Menma and Sasuke was the most powerful genin of the exams. I say they both should be promoted to high chunin, said the Kage. Both I and Minato nodded at the stance. All the genins were looking at the battle in awe. They barely see both Sasuke and Naruto. Yugito and Amoi were shocked. No genin, heck even chunin, were able to keep up with Naruto's Speedbee had the same thought, but he knew Naruto would win, so he smirked at the arena. Both Naruto and Sasuke were panting as they stared at each other. Sasuke then jumped into the air and lifted his sword up and went through hand signs lighting style. Thundergates, said Sasuke as he used his strongest long-range attack. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the huge thunder wave coming towards him. Naruto went through his own set of hand signs fire style, fire control blazing king. As Naruto's fire phoenix rushed at Sasuke's lighting wave, there was a huge explosion from what everyone guessed the whole arena was destroyed. Both Makoto and Yua watched with worried look on their faces. As the smoke cleared, the entire arena was destroyed, but both boys were nowhere to be seen. Kakashi looked at the left side of the wall and saw Sasuke charring up his Chidori. B saw Naruto on the right side charring up his purple lighting. Both Sasuke and Naruto rushed at each other. Chidori, said Sasuke. Purple lighting, said Naruto. Their attacks clashed and there was a huge explosion. Everyone were looking at the battle at the edge of their seat. The smoke started clearing up as Sasuke could be seen unconscious and Naruto on his knees panting. Winner of the match, Naruto of the cloud. There was silence and then the crowd burst in cheers since that was the best match of the whole exam. Medics quickly rushed and took both boys away. After that, Yugito spoke. Proctor, I would like to forfeit. Everyone stared at her, shock written on their face except B, who knew why she was doing this. My body can't be recovered for full 2 days, so I can't battle. The Proctor just nodded. Then the Hokage came at the middle of the stadium. The finals of the Chunin exams will be held tomorrow. The final match will be Menma Namikaze and Naruto of the Cloud. After that, everyone left. Makoto Itachi went to check up on Sasuke and Yugito. Yua B and I went to check up on Naruto. Kiyomi went to check up on both of them. Once Yua and the others arrived, they saw Naruto and Sasuke talking. Yua looked at Naruto bandages on his right arm. She went and hugged Naruto. Mom, I can't breathe. Sorry about that, said Yua. I was just so worried after seeing you. Mom, I am fire. I only have a little chakra exhaustion. Then Yugito hugged Naruto. You made me worried, you idiot. Don't worry, Nei-chan, I am fine. Then Naruto looked at I and smiled. Hey dad, how was my match? Did good, said Naruto. I smiled. You did great, son. I am proud of you. Naruto smiled. Getting a compliment from his father was not a thing that happened often. That means that his father was impressed by his performance. After they all left, Kiyomi came to the room and smiled at both Naruto and Sasuke. She asked Sasuke if he was okay, which he nodded. She then asked Naruto if he could walk. Naruto only nodded and told her that the only reason he was not getting of the bed because he was having too much fun talking to Sasuke. Kiyomi just sighed. Okay, you coming out of bed? Naruto stood up. Okay, let's go, said Naruto. They both waved Sasuke goodbye and left. So Kiyomi-chan, where are we going? To my home. I want home. I just want to spend some time with you. Naruto-kun. Naruto blushed. They both went to Kiyomi's house and were greeted by Itachi. Since Makoto was still at the hospital with Sasuke, they both went to her room before Naruto receiving a glare from Itachi telling him not to do anything stupid. When they entered the room, Kiyomi locked to room and kissed Naruto and started making out with him, which he returned gladly. They both knew what their limits were, so they both just make out for good 15 minutes and talked for hours. Naruto even asked Kiyomi out on a date after the Chunin exams, which she gladly accepted since they were a couple. One next day, the entire stadium was filled with people. In the stands were all the joining senseis. The rookies Yua, Yugito and Amoi Minato appeared at the middle of the stadium. I thank you all who came to watch the match between Naruto and Menma. I would like both of them to come down to arena. Both Menma and Naruto walked towards the arena. I wish both of you good luck and start this match as he vanished and appeared in the cage's boot and cut. What do you guys think? Sold I. Continue this story. The next part will be released tomorrow. Bye. Hi, this is an AI narrating a fanfic, so you might hear a random number every 15 minutes. Just don't worry about it. I am so sorry for that. Get this video to 5 likes and 3 comments and I will release the next part. Both Menma and Naruto were looking at each other, Menma with a cocky smirk while Naruto's face was neutral, but his eyes were that of Minato, the same eyes which sent his enemies running. You will not win against me, loser. Do you hosently believe you can defeat me? I was trained by Jiraiya. Dad and Mom said Menma you are a fool. Menma, your arrogance will be your don't fault. I really don't care who you were trained by. I will win this match. I will not let the people who trust me down. Menma just scoff HNN as if you will win. Enough talk. I am fed up of your trash talk, said Naruto. Menma made some shadow clones, all with 3-prong kunai of his father. Naruto slid into his stance, engaged the clone into a taijutsu battle and dispelled them all within seconds. Menma went through hand signs, water-style water bullets. Naruto saw the attack and activated his fire clock and dogged all of Menma's water bullets. Naruto rushed towards Menma with incredible speed. Menma received a devastating punch from Naruto. Menma couldn't believe the speed that Naruto was showing. Shit, he is fast, thought Menma. Menma vanished and teleported in form a kunai that he left before Naruto then spoke. You are not a seal master, Menma. That's why you can't perform a contract seal on an opponent, and you have not mastered the flying thunder god, and there is a huge fault in it. Menma just stared at Naruto with wide eyes. How did you? I saw your battle against Temari. I saw that you can't teleport far as Lord Hokage. You can only teleport 40 meters of distance. Menma gritted his teeth. I don't need the flying thunder god to defeat you. I am not sure about that, said Naruto. Naruto went through hand signs, fire style fireball jutsu. Menma went through hand signs, earth style, mud wall. Menma then went through hand signs of his own, wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto went through hand signs, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Menma's wind style just magnified Naruto's fire style. Menma vanished and appeared in front of the kunai. Naruto appeared in form of Menma with his fire clock. Shit, thought Menma. Menma got hit by a devastating hit in stomach. Menma coughed up blood. Naruto sent Menma flying. Ho, how did you know where I was gonna teleport? There are only 6 kunais in total to where you can teleport, and that kunai pointing at the kunai where Menma teleported is the only kunai with 40 meters of range. Menma glared at Naruto. I can't lose, not like this. I will not get humiliated by the likes of you. As suddenly red chakra surrounded Menma and formed 2 tails. Shit, that is the 9 tails Shikara. Naruto jumped back and watched Menma. Suddenly Menma appeared in form of Naruto, kicked him in the stomach and then pooch him in the face. Naruto wiped the blood off his face. Naruto smirked. Looks like time to get serious, thought Naruto. Naruto activated his fire clock. Both Menma and Naruto rushed at each other. The battle was a stalemate. Both Naruto and Menma panted. Menma then held out his hand and formed out a hand, a giant Rasengan. Naruto widened his eyes. He is really trying to kill me. Looks like I should not hold back too. Naruto went through hand signs at the stance. Looks like Naruto is gonna use that jutsu, said B. What is he trying? Kill the Hokages. Sun, said Yugito. The same can be said for Menma. The look in his eyes, he is trying to kill Naruto. Naruto had retaliate, said Shikamaru. Kushina looked at the battle with worry written on her face. She was disappointed in Menma at the cage boot. Looks like your son has no control over his emotions. Hokage, said Raikage. Minato looked at the battle in disappointment in Menma. He was trying to kill Naruto, you better prepare yourself. Hokage, my son won't hold back if what B told me that attack is extremely strong. I won't underestimate Menma's attack. Menma's attack is a S-rank jutsu at the arena. Naruto's left hand was cracking with black lighting. Naruto's skin was coming off in his left hand. Naruto winced in pain. His left hand was hurting. This jutsu he could only use one-time jutsu. Menma just rushed towards Naruto, his hand forward with the giant Rasengan. Naruto rushed towards Menma with a black lighting in his hand. Rasengan, Thunderblade, they both clashed their attacks into each other. There was a huge explosion. Minato had to activate the barrier so that no one would get hurt. Yua and Kushina were panicking after seeing the explosion. After the smoke cleared, Menma was on one knee, panting, blood rushing from his shoulder. Naruto's hand was sticking out from Menma's shoulder. I can't lose. I am the child of prophecy. You are a failure. I am a prodigy, said Menma. Naruto extracted his hand from Menma's shoulder. You can't win, Menma. This battle is over. I will not be defeated by a loser like you, said Menma. Menma used the remaining of the nine-tailed chakra. Menma went through hand signs summoning jutsu, said Menma as a huge toad appeared. Why did you summon me, kid? Said Gamabunta. I need you to kill that loser for me, Chief Toad. That boy, huh? Naruto looked at the giant toad. I guess I have no choice. Naruto went through hand signs, summoning jutsu. In a huge fire, a portal opened as a phoenix appeared. Its wings were made of fire and her eyes were also emanating fire. At the cage boot. That's the phoenix contract, said Minato, but that's impossible. It's only supposed to be a myth, said Minato with shock written on his face. The phoenixes only give their contract to someone who is pure of heart, and the head Phoenix King also said that Naruto is a destined child, said I. Minato couldn't believe what he was hearing. If what I said was right, Naruto was the child of prophecy. Jiraiya also listened to the conversation between Minato and I. His eyes widened when he heard I said Naruto was the destined child, and that's the reason why Phoenix made a contract with Naruto at the arena. Gamabunta watched in horror to see who he was facing. Kid, are you crazy? You want me to face a phoenix? I am going. I can't win against him. Naruto, why did you summon me? Sorry, Dranzer-sama, I needed your help. I am to fight that toad. Dranzer then turned to Gamabunta. I am warning you, Toad, you better go back or you will die. Gamabunta nodded. Sorry, kid. Fighting him is just suicide. What, said Menma as Gamabunta disappeared. One Menma looked at the phoenix. Such hate towards my summoner. I choked. Kill you. I fact he should be the one hating you, human. Dranzer-sama, plz, let him go. You can go back now. I can handle the rest, said Naruto as Dranzer disappeared in flames. Naruto then looked at Menma, who looked tired and blood still coming out. If this shoulder. Damn you, said Menma as he was not able to move or even stand. Naruto was on one knee, holding his left hand. Proctor saw that Menma couldn't fight anymore. Winner of the finals of the Chunin exams, Naruto of the cloud, as the C-word erupted in cheers. After that, Naruto passed out. Both Yua and Kushina Rui towards their son. Yua picked up Nar and took him to the hospital, not even waiting for the medics. Same could be said for Kushina. A 12-year-old boy with black hair was sleeping in a bed in hospital. Beside him was asleep Yua. Naruto slowly started to wake up. He felt something heavy on his leg. When he saw his mother's head and she was sleeping, he smiled. He guessed that she was here from the moment he was passed out in the Chunin exams. He then felt a sharp pain in his left arm. He saw his left arm covered in bandages. He sighed. I went a little overboard with Thunderblade. He saw Yua waking up. She saw Naruto was awake. She quickly hugged him. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Yua said with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, Mom, I am fine, just my left arms hurts. Yua broke the hug and looked at his left arm. that is the result of going overboard. Yua schooled him. Sorry mom, he said. He knew his mother loved him more than anyone. She must have got worried. Just wait here, I will call the doctors and Yugito Amoib and your father. Yua said okay mom, said Naruto. Yua came back with Yugito Amoiba doctor and Yugito went and hugged Naruto. You idiot. You actually made me worried, said Yugito. Sorry Yugito ni, said Naruto. Yugito looked at him with a death glare. If you make me worry like that again, you know what will happen, right? Right ha hi, said Naruto. I then came up and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I am glad you are okay son, said I with a smile. Thanks dad, said Naruto. The doctor then came up. He will be realized today, but he will still need not allowed to use that left arm of his. It will take about 2 days to completely recover. Yua nodded, knowing that she and Yugito will take care of Naruto. Mostly Yua looked at Naruto and just with a look Naruto understood what she was trying to say. Don't you dare use that left hand if yours was the message she was sending. Naruto nodded. Yua smiled. Very well, let's go to our hotel rooms. Everyone nodded. I then spoke. Naruto, you are not to use your Thunderblade until it's a do or die situation. Naruto looked at I. But he was cut if by I saw that jutsu of yours as extremely powerful. It's above S rank, but it has a drawback. It puts a lot of pressure on your arm. Naruto looked at his left hand. Naruto, am I clear? I said in a commanding voice. Yes dada, said Naruto, his head down. After that Naruto and the others left with Menma. Menma woke up after 4 hours. Naruto left. Kushina hugged Menma. Menma didn't hug her back but instead scoffed. Menma, I am so glad that you are awake, said Kushina. I am fine mom, you don't need to worry about me, said Menma. Of course I worry about you, I am your mother, said Kushina, a little hurt by what Menma said. Kara came and said, I am glad that you are okay. Menma ni, I am fine, said Menma. Minato then came and said, we need to talk. Menma looked at his dad. Dad, that loser only won because he had the Phoenix contract. Menma, said Minato, you will not talk about Naruto like that. Accept the fact that he is stronger than you and stop with this attitude of yours. Don't think because you are my son you can look down on anyone, said Minato. I am the child of prophecy. I can look down on others because I will save the world, said Menma. Slap. Kushina looked at Menma with anger. Mom Menma was cut off by Kushina. Is this what I have taught you, to look down on others? Even if you are the child of prophecy you can't look down on others. It's my fault. I have spoiled you too much. If I had been little strict this would have never happened. When I see Naruto hugging that woman who he calls his mother, he accepts her love, not be embarrassed to accept it. Like you, the child I gave my attention, is the one who has so much hate, and the child I abandoned is pure of heart. You even tried killing Naruto in the because why you couldn't lose to a failure. It's the opposite. Menma, you have became a failure, not Naruto. After that Kushina ran outside the room crying. Kara following her. Menma just looked down. He realized what his mother this told was the truth. Menma, the reason why Naruto has the Phoenix contract is because he is the chosen one. He is the child of prophecy, not you, and I want you to accept that fact and don't bitch about it. Do I make myself clear? Said Minato, raising his voice. Menma just looked at Minato with shock expression. He was not the child of prophecy, but Naruto was. Why is the child of prophecy but not me? Menma asked Minato. The answer is plain and simple. Naruto's heart is pure. He knows how to forgive and looks at all the people at the same manner. He doesn't look down on people despite being a genius. That is why Naruto is special. Minato said. Menma let every word sink in. He now understood why Naruto was the child of prophecy. He looked at Naruto in a completely different way. He respected Naruto. Get some rest, you will be realized tomorrow, said Minato. Minato then went to the Hokage office to talk to the raikage in the Hokage's tower. May I know why this meeting is called rikage, said Minato. I will get straight to the point, Hokage. I said I want an alliance with the Hidden Leaf Village. Our village are the strongest. If we have an alliance, no other village will dare to mess with us. I want to fix my father's mistakes and forget the past. Minato looked at the rikage with surprise, but then he thought about it. I will call a council meeting and discuss about them in this matter, said Minato. I understood and nodded with Naruto. Naruto was lying on Yua's lap and looking at the stars at the balcony of the hotel. Mom, said Naruto. Said Yua. Do you think I went too extreme by stabbing Menma at the shoulder? Yua smiled, moving her hands through her hair. My Naru-chan, you did what was necessary. If you wouldn't have used that jutsu, he would have killed you, said Yua. Still, Mom, I feel guilty. I could have just used less chakra. I could have cancelled out his jutsu, said Naruto. Naru-chan, you needed to win, and if you wished, you could have stabbed him in his heart and killed him, but you chose to stab him in his shoulder. Yua said, proud smile. I guess you are right, Mom. Naruto said. There was comfortable silence. Mom, said Naruto. Said Yua. Do you think that Dad thinks I can't use my Thunderblade properly? Naruto said, no, your father is just worried that jutsu is dangerous for you. It damages for arms too much. Using that jutsu too much, you could permanently damage your arm. Yua said seriously. Naruto understood and nodded. Thanks, Mom, said Naruto. You can talk to me about anything. Naruto, you did say that I am your mother and you are my son. Naruto smiled. Mom, I want to go to sleep. Yua smiled. Very well. Let's go. At the Hokage Tower, after a long talk with the council, Minato decided the treaty with the cloud will be good. So what's you answer? Hokage said. We accept. We also want a treaty with you. Raikage, said Minato. I smiled. Very well, Hokage. I hope we can look over our past, said Minato. With that, the treaty was made. So how long will you stay? Raikage asked Minato. We will leave in 4 days. Naruto will take 2 days for recovering, said Minato. My deepest apologies, Raikage. I never expected Menma to take that battle too far, said. I don't apology, Hokage. Naruto will never think of it in that way, said I. Minato looked down. All right, before we continue, quick recall on the characters and Naruto's past. Kiyomi Uchiha, the brother of Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, Itachi and Kiyomi. Attitude is like Makoto's, kind, gentle and loving, but Kiyomi is a prodigy. Her dream is to become the strongest. Uchiha Fugaku also died, and also all the people who were planning to coup d'etat and all the innocent were spared. Yua, Naruto's adoptive mother, and she is not the Raikage's wife. Yua is a former ninja of Kumo. She was one of the most powerful jonin of Kumo. She met Naruto when I assigned her to train Naruto. She felt bad for Naruto after hearing his past and decided she will fill the role of mother in Naruto's life. She then retired as a ninja to spend some time with Naruto. She is the reason why Naruto quit his attitude and actually started trusting other Naruto. Our main character and his backstory. When Naruto came to Kumo, he was only kind to I and B. He would not talk to anyone else because he thinks they will betray him, like the people in Konoha did. Naruto's training started at the age of 6 and quickly surprised B, his sensei, and the only person Naruto trusted except IB was surprised at the rate Naruto learned jutsus, and he already knew tree walking before he came to Kumo. When I said to Naruto that he will assign a new trainer, Naruto protested, but I knew Naruto needed to get over his past, so he didn't listen to a word that Naruto said. At first Naruto would only talk to Yua about his training and was very rude to her, but Yua was always kind to him, and Naruto eventually started trusting her, and when she told him she can be his mother, he was shocked and thanked her. After that, Yua started changing Naruto's attitude and told him that all people are not bad and there are some people he can trust. Naruto joined the academy at the age of 8 and became a ninja at the age of 10. His raw talent and intelligence was the reason he was said to be the prodigy of Kumo. One day Naruto was assigned a mission to escort a princess in the journey. Naruto saw a fire feather and made a lighting clone to examine the feather and told the clone to follow the bird that thus feather was if, since he thought that the bird's wing was on fire and was in danger. Once Naruto's clone followed the trolley of fire featured, he saw a huge cave. The clone was dispelled and Naruto got the information and decided to check it out after the mission. At that moment no other genin had passed, so was just B and him. Once the mission was finished, Naruto told B about the cave. They both decided to check it out. Once they arrived, there was a barrier. When B tried to enter it, he couldn't enter, but when Naruto tried, he could enter. Naruto wanted to check the place out. B was not sure, but he trusted Naruto and let him go. Once Naruto arrived, he saw some kind of stone with weird writing and drawing. Naruto heard a voice. "How did you get in here, human? Did Dranzer elite Phoenix?" Naruto was shocked, but he remained calm and told the truth to the 30 feet Phoenix. The Phoenix was shocked. The only one who could enter the barrier where all the Phoenix and the chose human who would bring peace to this world. Only someone who was pure-hearted could go through the barrier. He took Naruto to Xenos, the king of the Phoenix, and told him everything about Naruto. The Phoenix was happy that the child he had been waiting for was finally here. He himself knew the sage if the sixth path, and his Frong summon told Xenos about the prophecy and to teach the child of the prophecy. Xenos accepted and was waiting for the child for more than 500 years. Phoenix are immortal and don't age, so he was still powerful as ever. He even rivaled the power of the Nine Tails. From that day, Xenos made Naruto a Phoenix summoner and told him that when he was strong enough, he would teach him how to use the swords of Phoenix. The Phoenix Claw Dranzer also became Naruto's personal summoner. When Naruto told B, he didn't believe him and told him if he was really a Phoenix summoner to summon one. Naruto summoned Kairu, a horse-sized phoenix. B was shocked, but Naruto also summoned Ksiru so he could get to the cloud faster and by flying. When I and Yua heard, they knew that their son never lies to them. From that day Naruto had a very high fire affinity. He then was put on a genin squad when he was 12 and met Yugito. Yugito, unlike most girls, didn't like Naruto in a romantic way but in a sibling way. After a month Naruto began calling her his big sister and she called him his brother. Yugito understood what Naruto went through since she was a Jinchuriki, and even if he wasn't a Jinchuriki, he was treated like one. Once Naruto had created his Blazing King in purple lighting at the age of 12. He was said to be the biggest prodigy that was born in Kumo Aoring. Now continuing on, T was a bright sunny day in the Konoha. People were walking on the streets and going on about their day. A black-hair boy with bright blue eyes was roaming around the village until he saw the person he was looking for. "Hey, Kiyomi-chan," said Naruto. Kiyomi turned around to see her boyfriend. "Hey Naruto-kun, well, where are you going?" said Naruto. "To the training field. You wanna come?" said Kiyomi. Naruto nodded. They were walking towards the training field until Kiyomi spoke. "So are you free tonight?" "Yeah, why?" said Naruto. "You know, maybe we can go out to eat something," Kiyomi said, blushing. "You mean like a date?" said Naruto. "Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, you are my girlfriend, aren't you?" "Yeah," said Kiyomi. Then she turned to Naruto and kissed him. "Well, see you tonight at 8, she said, blushing. "Yeah, sure, I will pick you up." After that she left. Naruto signed. I guess she didn't want to go to train but just to ask me out. Naruto then felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around to see Yua glaring at him. "Hey mom," Naruto said, scared. "You weren't planning to train, were you?" Yua said in a dangerous voice. No mom, of course not," said Naruto. Yua sighed. "I know, Naruto, that you love to train, but your left arm is still not recovered. You need to give proper rest." "Sorry mom, I didn't want to." Worry you, said Naruto. Yua smiled. It's okay Naru-chan. Why don't you tell me about your date, she said. With a smirk Naruto blushed. Ah well you see, Yua chuckled at her son's behavior. It's fine Naru-chan. So what time will you go? At 8, said Naruto. Well, I will. You are the most handsome boy in this entire village for your date, Yua said. Naruto smiled. Thanks mom, don't mention it. So where you take her, Yua said Naruto. Smirk. I know just the place, said Naruto. After 4 hours Naruto was walking in the Uchiha district, every girl staring at him with hearts in their eyes. He was wearing a black sweater with matching black pants and boots. He reached the house that he was searching for. He knocked on the door. The door opened to show Makoto Uchiha. Hello Naruto-kun. Hello Makoto-sen, I am here to pick up Kiyomi. Ooh, is that so? Makoto said. Kiyomi, come down. Naruto is here to pick you up, Makoto shouted. Coming a voice said there was Kiyomi in a black and blue dress. Naruto stared at her. Man, she is so hot. Naruto thought Kiyomi saw Naruto starry MG at her and giggled. You look beautiful Kiyomi-chan, said Naruto. Kiyomi blushed. Well, you look pretty handsome yourself Naruto-kun. Naruto smirked and let out his hand for Kiyomi to grab, which she did. So where are we going, said Kiyomi. Don't worry, it's not a fancy place but a place that I like, said Naruto. They kept on walking until they arrived. Kiyomi smiled once she saw the place. This was the place where she took Naruto when she first met him. For flashback, Kiyomi was walking around the village with her mother holding her hands. Makoto was walking peacefully with her daughter until she saw a black hair boy sleeping on the ground. She quickly rushed towards him. Hey, are you okay, said Makoto. PP place PLZ, don't hurt me, Naruto said. Scared Makoto looked at the boy and saw he hadn't eaten food for more than 2 days. Are you hungry? Makoto said in a caring voice. Naruto looked up at Makoto with shocked expression. No one talked to him in such a kind and caring way. Why yeah, Naruto said. Well, let's get you something to eat, Makoto said. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was shocked. He was snapped out of his shock by a kind voice. Hey, my name is Kiyomi Uchiha. Nice to meet you. Hey Naruto said. Makoto saw Naruto couldn't stand, so she picked him up and took him to a ramen stand. Hey Makoto, how are you? It's been a while since you came, said Tucci. Well, I was busy, said Makoto. Who is that cute little boy at your back, said Ayame. Oh, him. I just found him at the streets and is really hungry. Makoto said. Hello Kiyomi. Ayame said. Hello. Ayame said. Kiyomi, well, and do want, said Makoto looking at Naruto. I don't know, I haven't ate ramen before. Naruto said. I see, said Makoto. Why don't you try miso ramen? It's the best, said Kiyomi. Naruto smiled and nodded. After few minutes the ramen arrived. Naruto looked at the food like it was heaven. Naruto went up to pick his chopstick but he couldn't. His arm was broken. Kiyomi saw this and grabbed the chopsticks and picked up the ramen. Naruto blushed. No one has ever fed him before. Come on, open your mouth, said Kiyomi. Naruto did as he was said. Makoto was watching the scene in front of her. She knew why her daughter was feeding him. Why hasn't he ate anything for 2 days, and why is his right arm broken? Where are his parents? She thought. After the ramen was finished, Makoto picked up Naruto. So Naruto, where is your home? She didn't got a reply as she saw Naruto sleeping in back, his head on her shoulder. She sighed and took Naruto to her house. Once Naruto woke up he was greeted by Itachi. Makoto and Kiyomi. Fugaku wasn't at home since he was in the clan meeting planning a coup d'etat. Sasuke was out playing with his friends. Once Naruto woke Itachi asked who are his parents. Naruto went on to tell his whole story to the family about how he is neglected and beaten up by the villagers. All of them were shocked. Makoto was angry. Itachi felt bad and promised Naruto that he will protect him as much as he can. Kiyomi said she could become Naruto's first friend. End of the flashback. Both Naruto and Kiyomi walked inside the ramen shop. Hey Tucci, said Kiyomi. Hey Kiyomi, I See, you brought Naruto here today. Hey, said Naruto, so what do you like to have said? Tuchi miso ramen. Both of them said. After finishing the meal, Naruto took Kiyomi to the Hokage statue. Naruto's head was laying on Kiyomi's lap. They both were enjoying each other's company. So when are you leaving? Kiyomi asked. Tomorrow, and I will miss you, said Naruto. Kiyomi looked at Naruto. I will miss you too, don't worry, I will write you letters and I ensure we will meet again since our villages do have an alliance. Kiyomi smiled as she leaned in to kiss Naruto. Naruto and Kiyomi started to kiss, which turned into a make-out session. Mini Lime. Naruto lifted Kiyomi up, still kissing her. He licked her bottom lip, asking for permission, which she gladly gave him. Their tongues meet and they both were fighting for dominance, but Kiyomi let Naruto win and explore her mouth with his tongue. They eventually had to break the kiss for air. Naruto stared, kissing Kiyomi's neck, hearing a soft moan from her. His hand slowly traveled to her chest, grabbing her breasts. Hearing a loud moan from her, he stopped sucking on her neck and went back to kissing her. He knew this was the last that he will see her in a long time, so he wanted to cherish it, but he also knew not to go far. Naruto's hand was in Kiyomi's breasts. He was playing with them. Her soft moans from Kiyomi. Naruto stopped and looked at her. 5 Mini Lime scene ended. I will miss you, Kiyomi-chan. I will miss you too, Naruto-kun. And with one last kiss they went their way. Next day, Naruto was standing at the gates of Konoha with Ayua, Yugito, Amoi and B. The Namikaze family has standing there along with the Uchiha family. Menma was the one to speak first. Naruto looked at him, motioning him to continue. I am sorry for acting like a jerk and a spoiled. I have realized my mistakes, but don't get the wrong idea. The next time we meet I will beat you. Naruto smirked. Well, we will have to see about that. Kushina and Minato gave Naruto a book. What's this book about? Naruto asked. Well, you see, I spoke to Lord Raikage and asked him what you liked, and he said that you were interested in sealing jutsu, so me and Kushina decided to write down all of our sealing technique and give them to you. Naruto's eyes widened. I am really grateful, Minato-sama. Kushina-sama. Both Minato and Kushina smiled. Kara said goodbye to Naruto. Naruto then turned to the Uchiha family. Makoto gave Naruto a huge hug. Be safe, Naruto, she said. Naruto nodded. Itachi gave Naruto a scroll to Naruto. This has many fire techniques that I know from B rank to A rank, said Itachi. Naruto hugged Itachi. Thank you, Itachi ni, said Naruto. Sasuke then spoke, you better get strong, Naruto. I won't lose the next time we battle. Naruto smirked. Believe me, Sasuke, I will, and I won't lose to you. Sasuke smirked. We will see about that. Naruto turned to Kiyomi. He could see she was about to cry. Naruto looked at her. Don't cry, Kiyomi-chan, I will meet you again. Kiyomi looked at him and hugged him. After few seconds they broke the hug. Naruto gave her a feather. What's this? She said. Well, you need to apply chakra to the feather and a scroll will appear and you can write a message on the scroll, and when you want to send it to me just apply chakra and it will come to me. And when I send you a message it will start burning, but don't worry, the fire will not affect the wing. Kiyomi nodded. Like this I can stay in contact with you, she said, happy. Naruto gave her a final goodbye kiss, making her blush that he kissed her in public. After that Naruto and the others left. Finally we have arrived, said Naruto. For once I agree with you, we have walking for 3 days straight, said Amoi. All of them were standing in front of the gate of Kumo. They all entered the village and were greeted by the citizens of Kumo. Well, it's sure been 2 months since I came to Kumo, said Naruto. Well, all of you go and rest, Yun all definitely need it, said Yua at the Raikage's office. So bro, why did you call us, said B. It's about the Akatsuki, said I. So what information did you got from Minato, said Yua. I've heard that their plans are to capture all the Jinchuriki for What purpose I don't know myself, but they will not make their move right now but in 3 years from now, said I. That means we have 3 years to train Yugito, said Yua. Well, I will do my best, bro. I will help her gain full control, cover the two tails, said B. I nodded. One day later, Naruto was laying on his bed looking at the ceiling, then suddenly he disappeared in purple flames. Ouch, said Naruto. As he landed on his butt, Naruto looked around where he was until he saw Xenos, the king of the Phoenix. Naruto quickly got up and bowed to the Phoenix. Why did you summon me, Xenos-sama? Naruto said. Well, Naruto, in about 3 years there will be a great threat. I saw war with my future vision to Kankei, but I could not tell who was the war agonist. So what does this have to do with me? Xenos-sama, Naruto said, confused. Well, Naruto, you are the chosen child and I want you to ready for any kind of situation, so I will be training you to master the power of the legendary sword, the Phoenix Claw, and master my power as well. Your power, said Naruto, confused. Well, you see, Naruto, the Phoenix contract lets you have full access to my power. Well, it's like when you have the full control over a tail beast, and when you will master my power you will even be stronger than the 9 tails, said Xenos. Naruto looked at Xenos with shock written on his face. I will do my best. So when do we start? Said Naruto. In 2 days from now. Go get ready, you will be reversed summoned from 2 days from now. Naruto nodded as he disappeared in purple flames. Naruto told Yugito and Yua about Xenos, told him I gave Naruto the permission to train with the Phoenix. Yua and Yugito didn't want Naruto to go, but they couldn't do anything since they could not say no to the king of the Phoenix. 2 days later, Naruto was standing outside his home with Yua, Yugito, Amoi and B. Naruto looked at Amoi, his best friend. Well, I am leaving you to take care of Yugito and others while I am gone. Amoi, Naruto said with a smile. Well, it's a very boring job, but I will do it if you say so, Amoi said with a smile to his best friend as they both gave each other a fist bump. Naruto turned towards B. Well, B sensei, I hope you improve your rapping skills and train Yugito to become a strong ninja, Naruto said with a smirk. B smirked. Don't you worry, bro, I will make Yugito super strong with the help of Eto. Completely avoiding Naruto's view on his rapping, Naruto turned to Yugito, who was almost about to cry. Don't you dare cry, Yugito. You said that you will become strong. You have to protect yourself and be sensei fro the Akatsuki, and when I return I will protect you myself, Naruto said. Yugito hugged Naruto. I will miss you, said Yugito. I will miss you too. Naruto turned to I. Well, son, I want you to know that you are my biggest pride. You have achieved so many things that even I could or anyone in the history in the cloud not achieve, and I forgot to tell you the results of the Chunin's exam. Naruto's eyes widened. Why, you mean? Yes, Naruto, you and Yugito are hereby promoted to High Chunin. Both Naruto and Yugito jumped in excitement. Then Naruto hugged I. Thanks, Dad. Thank you so much. Don't thank me, Naruto, it's all you. This is the result of your hard work. Naruto nodded. Naruto then turned to Yua, who was crying before Naruto could say anything. She hugged him. You are leaving, but don't forget to bath every day, eat healthy food, not only ramen, sleep plenty, and train hard, and know this, I love you so much. Naruto had few tears in his eyes. Don't worry, Mom, I will take care of myself and make you proud, Naruto said with a grin. Then Naruto sent chakra to the feather, sending to a signal to the Phoenix that he was ready, and with one last goodbye with a wave of his as he disappeared in purple flames in Konoha, Jiraiya took Menma and Kara to a training trip, and Kiyomi and Sasuke went on a training trip with Itachi and Shisui for 3 years. It has been 1 year since Naruto was training with Xenos. Goddammit, I still can't get it down, Naruto said in frustration, well, it's one of the hardest technique of Phoenix Claw, of course it's not gonna be easy, Xenos said. Well, come on Xeno-sama, you need perfect chakra control to master this technique. Naruto whined, well, the previous holder of the sword didn't have perfect chakra control. So stop whining and instead of focusing chakra on the tip of the blade, imagine it. Naruto closed his eyes and visualized fire on the blade. The blade started getting surrounded by purple fire. Naruto then opened his eyes and slashed on the direction of the mountain and released a purple phoenix made of fire, slicing the mountain in half. Naruto smirked as Xenos looked at Naruto with wide eyes. This boy had got the technique down in less than a week. Xenos then spoke, well, I myself didn't think you would be ready, at least not until the year you surprised me, Naruto, so I will tell you the secret to achieve the full power of the Phoenix Claw. Naruto looked at Xenos, a surprised look on his face. He hadn't mastered the sword yet. He had been training to master the sword for more than a year. What do you mean, Xenos-sama? Naruto asked. Well, to master the blade you have to become one with the blade. The Phoenix Claw is a pure blade. It can't be used by someone who has hate in their heart. For that you will have to go through a test called the light. Naruto looked at Xenos, still confused as hell. The light? Naruto asked. Xenos simply nodded. Come with me, you will understand. Xenos started to walk as Naruto followed him. They both arrived at a cave with strange drawings of ancient beasts. But one thing caught Naruto's attention. There was a platform in the middle of the cave. They're in the middle of the cave is a very ancient place. It is used to see if you are worthy of using the Phoenix Claw and my power. There you will meet your dark self and you have to face it. The rest you have to figure it by yourself, Xenos said. Naruto then walked up to the middle of the platform. When Naruto arrived at the middle of the platform, as the whole platform started to lit up with purple flames, then suddenly Naruto was in a dark place outside. Xenos was looking at Naruto. Now it's all you, Naruto, my boy. I can't help you even if I want to, Xenos said. The dark world. Naruto looked around. He was in a completely different world. Must be some kind of illusion. Illusion, you say? Naruto looked all over trying to find the voice. Who are you and where the hell am I? Naruto asked as he kept searching for the voice. So much anger and hate, I can see it in you, Naruto. The voice? What the hell are you talking about? Are you coward and stay hidden too? Are you going to show yourself? Naruto said with a little anger. Do you really want to see me, Naruto? Do you really want to see the one who knows all your desires, your ambitions, your likes, your dislikes? Do you really want to see me? Well, do you? The voice echoed throughout the black void. Naruto smirked. Enough with the dramatics. And just show yourself. If you really want to see me, why don't you just look at the mirror? Naruto's eyes widened as the voice came from behind him. Naruto slowly turned around only to be shocked to see who was standing behind him. It was himself. It was the exact copy of himself, just with black eyes. Who are you? Naruto asked. Well, I'm you, Naruto. The part that you hide I have always been a part of. You, we were one and nothing will change that. You can't deny what you keep bottled in your heart. Naruto, dark. Naruto said. Stop saying that you were me. Naruto shouted. Hate and anger, or what drives you? The hate in your heart for Minato and Kushina, for favoring Menma and Kara over you. The hate that they lied to the village that you have the soul of the nine tails, so that Menma and Kara won't receive any hate from the villagers. The hate that you have for the villagers for beating you, glaring at you. The hate for the Leaf Village itself. Your hatred will drive you to be strong. If you would accept me. Naruto went to punch his doppelganger, but he disappeared into thin air. Get back here, you coward. Naruto screamed. The voice echoed through the room. Naruto, do you remember that day when your parents kicked you out of the house to celebrate Menma and Kara's birthday? Naruto Looked around to see the scene change. He saw Minato kicking him out of the house. He looked at his younger self, who was 3 years old. He remembered this day perfectly. He remembered when his parents forgot that it was his birthday as well. He remembered when the villagers beat him up. He remembered when Kushina slapped him when he told her that the villagers beat him up in the present. Naruto opened his eyes at the memory. It was one of the painful experiences in his life. His doppelganger appeared on the side of him. It hurts, doesn't it? It makes you angry because you wanted to be normal. And the truth was you were normal, but still they rejected you, your own family and home, for crying out loud. It made you. Naruto opened his eyes and completed the sentence, angry. In the outside world, Zenos looked at Naruto, who was on his knee. If he faints, he will fail to know his past. It will be much harder for him than anyone else, Zenos thought. I think he will pull through, a voice said. Zenos turned around to see Dranzer beside him. How are you so sure? Zenos asked. Dranzer just smirked. Trust me, I know that kid very well, and when I say he will pass, I mean it. Zenos just looked at Dranzer. One thing he knew, that Dranzer and Naruto are extremely close, so if anyone in the Phoenix realm knew Naruto, it would be him. In the dark world, Naruto was looking at himself when was 4 years old. He was getting beaten up by the villagers. This was the day when he almost died. If it wasn't for Itachi taking Hai to the hospital, he would surely be dead right now. Those bastards even didn't know the truth and just believed what the Hokage said. Naruto said, of course they did. Minato thought you were a failure, so he convinced the village that you have the soul of the 9 tails. Dark Naruto said. So tell me, Naruto, who do you hate more? Dark Naruto asked. Me, as Menma appeared, or me, as Kara appeared? Dark Naruto changed into a leaf villager. Kill me if you can. Demon. Then he transformed into Kushina. Disgrace to our family. Then he transformed into a child. Don't get any closer, demon. Naruto clenched his fist when he saw Minato. He was officially about to lose it on the outside. Zenos and all the Phoenix were looking on. Zenos got a nervous look when he saw Naruto was slowly going down and was almost unconscious. Come on, Naruto, don't give in, fight. Whatever it is, Dranzer thought. Naruto in the dark void was holding Minato by his collar with his left hand while his right balled into a fist. The darker Naruto in Minato's form gave a sinister smile. Do it. I'm the reason why the village hated you. I am the reason why no one cared for you. I am the one who called you a failure. On the outside, Naruto's eyes were still closed and Naruto was only about 2 inches away from the ground. Zenos looked at Naruto worried. Dranzer looked at Naruto with a pleading look. Come on, you can do it, he thought. On the inside, Naruto fist stopped inches away from the face, causing the smirk on the face of dark Naruto drop. His eyes narrowed. Why did you stop? Don't you want revenge for what I did? Naruto dropped him. He looked at his dark self before speaking. Yes, at one time I did want revenge, but I no longer do. I used to think that no one would care about me, but I was wrong then and you are wrong now. Oh really? Tell me, who would ever care for you? Dark Naruto said in a mocking tone. Naruto smiled and answered, a simple female Uchiha from Konoha. On the outside, Naruto started getting up. Yugito ni an Amoi, a man that saved any life countless time, and a man a see as my big brother Itachi Uchiha, dad and B sensei, the 2 people who gave me a new life. My mom, who saved me from me and showed me love that I always wanted. The entire Cloud Village. In the outside, Naruto was standing, his eyes still closed. He stepped towards his darker self. You were right about one thing. You are a part of me, which is something I can't nor do I want to change. You are one of the many parts of my heart that give me the strength necessary to protect my loved ones. I am not a demon. I am Naruto of the Cloud, a boyfriend, friend, brother, student. son of the raikage and most important son of my mom. I am grateful for the people who gave me love unconditionally, and I will bring my wrath on all those who bring them harm. Dark Naruto smiled. Good job, you are. The light, with that dark Naruto faded away on the outside world. Phoenix Claw started to glow with purple flames as Naruto opened his eyes and gripped the handle of the sword. The entire cave was covered in purple flames. Xenos saw this and smiled as Dranzer just smirked. Congratulations Naruto, you have finally mastered the power of the Phoenix Claw, and from today you will be learning Phoenix Sage mode and mastering my powers. Xenos said. Naruto was still looking at Phoenix Claw. The power he is feeling is incredible. I know what you are thinking, but trust me, our training has only started. By the time our training is finished, you will be the strongest ninja in the world. You can mark my word. Naruto looked at Xenos and smiled. I expected nothing less. This is where a new chapter of his life begins. In the dawn of the next day, the village was beginning to wake up but was still dead for most of its inhabitants. At the front gate of the village, where the gate guards stood there falling asleep on themselves, they weren't ready for a fire wave in front of them. The guards jumped back since they were startled out of their sleep, while the person in the fire laughed. Well, it's been a while, it's good to be home. The two guards shot up and moved to charge at the boy with kunai blades. The boy sighed. Man, is this how I am gonna get welcomed after 3 years? That made the two guards stop in their tracks once they realized how it was. Naruto, one of the guards said in shock. Oh man, we could have seriously hurt you. Man, don't do that, one of the guards said as he began to sheath their weapon. Well, I think you should go meet your father. He has really missed you while you were gone. Naruto smiled and nodded as he disappeared in purple flames. At the Raikage's office, I was talking to Amoi about his mission. Lord Raikage, our mission was a success, said Amoi as I nodded. Then a wave of flames appeared, showing a black hair boy with long spiky hair with his bangs reaching his shoulder. He wore a dark blue shirt and a black cloak with white flames at the bottom, with black Anbu pants, wearing boots and a sword strapped at his waist. I looked at the figure as he smiled. Looks like you have come back, Naruto, I said with a smile. Amoi looked at Naruto. If he was honest, Naruto looked like Minato with black hair, but still he smiled. Welcome home, Naruto, Amoi said. Naruto looked at Amoi and smiled. It really does feel good to be back home, Naruto said. I smiled and said, I hope you have become strong. Naruto looked at I and smirked. Strong will be an understatement, Dad. I am pretty sure that I am the strongest ninja in Kumo currently. I looked at Naruto and smiled. Well, I will test your powers tomorrow. Go and rest and meet Yua and Yugito. They will be really happy. Naruto nodded. Well, how strong have you gotten? Amoi, Naruto asked. Well, I am a Jonin even if I didn't want to become one, Amoi said. Naruto chuckled at that. His friend was lazy and becoming a Jonin must really be a bad thing for him. Naruto then disappeared in the purple flames house. As he arrived at his house, he could smell something being cooked. He smiled as he knew who was cooking. He went towards the kitchen and saw Yua cooking. Naruto suppressed his chakra and went behind Yua as he covered her eyes. Guess who? Naruto said. Yua froze after hearing the voice. She turned around and removed Naruto's hand from her eyes. She could feel tears forming in the corner of her eyes. She hugged Naruto. Naruto smiled as his head on his mother's as she sobbed away. He was taller than her by quite a lot now, and he never realized how tiny his mother was. I missed you, Mom, I missed you a lot, he whispered, and it only made her sob harder and cling more to him. My baby boy is back. You have finally come back to me, she muttered. I will never let you go away that long ever again, Yua said. Yua broke the hug. Let me have good look at you, she said as she looked him over. The first thing she noticed was the height. Oh look, you are Almost as tall as your father. Well, it was bound to happen eventually, Naruto said, chuckling at his mom antics. Well, your choice is as good as ever. That clock suits you well, she said with a warm smile. Well, guess the design grew on me after all. I did like Minato's Hokage jacket, he said. As Yua continued to fuss over it, Yua looked at Naruto awestruck with her son. Is this really my Naruto? Is this young man that used to lay his head on my lap and sleep? So mom, where is Yugito ni? Naruto asked. She is out for a mission with B, Yua said. Well, what happened in 3 years while I was gone? Naruto asked. Both Yua and Naruto sat on the couch and talked about what happened in these 3 years when Yua told him that Sandleaf and Cloud Village gave an alliance with each other one day. Later, Naruto was laying on his bed and looking at the ceiling. Yugito and B would come back today from their mission. He was excited to meet his sister and his sensei after 3 years, but he was also thinking the letters that he and Kiyomi have been writing each other. She told him that she went on a training trip with Sasuke and Itachi and she was currently as strong as Kakashi. She also told him that Menma and Kara went on a training trip Jiraiya so that they could protect themselves from the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki was another problem that he had to deal with. Naruto looked at the phoenix claw that was beside his bed and smiled. With you I will protect everyone precious to me, he thought. Naruto, come, breakfast is ready. Yua shouted. Naruto sighed and put on his clothes and went downstairs to see his mother putting the breakfast down on the table. Where is Dad? Naruto asked. He left early in the morning to attend a council meeting, Yua said. Naruto only nodded to that. There was a knock on the door. Yua went to open the door. Once she saw how it was, she smiled. Hello, Yugito and B. Stop playing with me, Yua. Tell me, where is he? Yugito said. Yua let them in and they saw Naruto eating his breakfast peacefully. Yugito went and gave Naruto a huge hug. I missed you, Yugito said. Why you, Yugito ni? I can't breath, Naruto said, struggling to breathe. Yugito broke the hug and said, sorry about that. So after that, Naruto told Yugito and B about his training and how strong he is. So you were telling me that you are stronger than the Nine Tails itself, Yugito said, dumbstruck. Naruto nodded. Yo, we will see, bro. I will ask bro for you and me to spar. Guys, I can't rap, so yay. Naruto smirked. That would be fun, Naruto said. A few hours later, Naruto and B were standing in a moving island where B normally spent his days. They were currently both having battle grins ready to test their mettle each other. Naruto was shivering in excitement. He was finally going to fight a Kage level ninja. Today was a test to see how far he had gotten in his training. Alright bro, how do you want to do this? Asked B. Free for all, everything except killing and maiming goes, Naruto replied. B nodded before all emotion left their faces. Both of them were wearing serious battle-hardened looks. A tense aura suddenly washed over the clearing. Naruto took out his sword and got into a stance. B in response unsheathed all 7 of his sword, showing how serious he was. Naruto narrowed his eyes and then closed his eyes, and suddenly the sword had purple flames around it. B was a little surprised after feeling the level of chakra terminating from the sword, but he shrugged it off. Both of them stared at each other before disappearing into bursts of speed. Soon the air was filled with the sounds of metal clacking against each other. B, using his superior strength and experience, was constantly attacking Naruto and somewhat pushing him back. Naruto was keeping up with and was making a number of disadvantage with his sword's purple flames. He was able to defend well against B's onslaught despite being much weaker when it came to strength alone, but Naruto was going easy on BA. Wind slash hit Naruto and he was sent flying back. Controlling his path, he rotated midair before landing gracefully. He looked and saw B having a taunting grin on his face. Naruto smirked in disappeared from view. B widened his. Did he just increase his speed? Ya fool, he thought. Before he knew, Naruto came with a slash which B blocked with his sword. B's eyes widened as Naruto's sword cut right through B's sword and cut him slightly in the cheek. Well, you see, sensei, my sword is not a normal sword, it is one of the swords of myth, the Phoenix Claw. B looked at Naruto and said, Yo, that's not fair bro, your sword can cut through my swords like butter. Naruto chuckled and put the sword in its sheath. Naruto took a fighting stance and B also sealed away all his swords and took his fighting stance. Purple fire danced around Naruto to show that he had advanced his fire clock. Both of them rushed at each other during this battle. Naruto did learn one thing: if he was better than B in Kenjutsu, his taijutsu was weaker than B's. He was literally tearing through Naruto in taijutsu. Then a three-punch combo hit Naruto and he was forced to fly back once again, landing on his feet. Naruto wiped the blood off his face and said, Damn, you hit hard sensei, that's Hasibi-sama. And of course I float like a butterfly and swing like a bee. B rapped, Well then I guess I will just have to get serious, won't I? Naruto asked rhetorically. He clapped his hand together and closed his eyes, and suddenly fire as patterns form around Naruto's eyes and he opened his eyes to see them orange. Entering Phoenix Sage mode, he grinned at B, who returned the grin as he felt the spike in Naruto's presence. Purple flames danced around Naruto as if waiting for their master's command. Flames rushed towards B, who was dogging all the flames. The flames came back towards Naruto and formed a fire cloak. Both of them charged at each other once again. This time, however, Naruto was matching B blow for blow. Both of them were serious. Fist collided with fist, creating shockwaves that went through the forests. The animals inside themselves were avoiding the clearing because of the strength of the aura that B and Naruto were emitting. Naruto then used his superior defense to draw B in before going through hand size and using his purple lightning to punch B and sent B flying into a tree. Naruto was panting and he saw B getting up and entering his Biju mode. Naruto grinned as purple flames started surrounding Naruto as Naruto took out Phoenix Claw and prepared for an attack. However, before they could continue, I landed in between the two of them with his lightning armor on. Don't you think a little spar is going a little overboard? I said. But bro, it was just getting good. B whined but was shut up when I bonked him on the head. Naruto sighed before sheathing back his sword and exiting Sage mode. I am going home, Dad, Naruto said as he vanished in purple flames. I then turned to B and said, So how'd you rate him? He is at elite Jonin level in his base form. And with his Sage mode and Fire Cloak he is most definitely an S rank, and with Zenos's power and his sword he is the strongest in the village or even the world. I would expect nothing less, and I know with his Sage mode fast regeneration he can use his Thunderblade, and neither of you used high level ninjutsu, I stated 3 weeks later. It was an early morning for the black hair boy in his home. He smelt food in the home, some really good food to be exact, which means that someone took the initiative to cook breakfast, which is what basically woke our hero this morning. If it wasn't him, then it had to be Yua, since they are the only ones who live in the house. Mom must be making breakfast. Naruto thought. Naruto went top, grab his clothes and put them on, and went downstairs to see his guess was correct. Hey Mom, Naruto said, still sleepy. Yua looked at Naruto and smiled. You are awake, take a sit, breakfast is almost ready. Naruto nodded and sat. He got his breakfast. It was toast with bacon and fried eggs. He started eating his breakfast and had small talks with Yua, but nothing too special. Suddenly an Anbu appeared. Naruto, Lord Raikage has called for your presence. Immediately, Naruto looked at him confused but knew this was serious, so he quickly finished his breakfast and went with the Anbu. Naruto arrived at the Raikage's office to see Amoi Kaori and Samui. At the office both Kaori and Samui looked at Naruto and blushed at them. He was the most handsome guy in the world. Said, "Dad, why have you called us?" Naruto said. I looked at Naruto completely serious. "As you know, we have an alliance with the sand," I said. Naruto and everyone in the room nodded. "We have gotten a message that the Akatsuki has captured the Kazekage." "The Akatsuki did what?" Naruto screamed. "Clam down, Naruto. Your mission is to retrieve the Kazekage, and also you will meet up with some Konoha ninja," said I. Naruto clenched his fist and nodded. "Naruto, you will be the leader for this mission. You, Amoi Kaori and Samui, have to retrieve the Kazekage." Everyone nodded. "Meet me at the village gates in 1 hour," Naruto said. With that he vanished into purple flames. 1 hour later, Naruto and his team were running towards the sand village at top speed. "So Naruto, you said we will get there today, but how?" Amoi asked. Naruto looked at Amoi and said, "I am a seal master and I have created a jutsu that can teleport us there once we are in needed distance to teleport, so you know the fourth Hokage's jutsu." Kaori said, "Not exactly, it consumes a lot of chakras and I can only use it once a day." Naruto said, "So it's for teleporting a large number of people at the same time, and once you use it you will be out of chakra." Samui said. Naruto looked at her and nodded. "Exactly, you are very smart, Samui," Naruto said. Samui gave him a blank stare which made Naruto sweat. Dropped 4 hours later, "We have reached the distance. I can now teleport to the sand," Naruto said. "Finally, man, you have been making us run for hours," Amoi said. Karui smacked him on the head. "You grateful brat. If it wasn't for Naruto it would have taken us 5 days to reach there." Naruto sighed and went through signs. "Dragon teleportation jutsu," Naruto said as his whole team got surrounded by purple flames and vanished and arrived at the gate of the sand village. At the gate of the sand village the guards were taken back by the sudden appearance of the Kumo ninjas. Naruto dropped to his knee and Samui rushed towards him. "Are you all right?" Samui said worriedly. "I am fine, just need some rest and replenish my chakra," Naruto said, panting a little. "You must be the ninja from Kumo sent by the Raikage," one of the guards said. Amoi let Naruto put a hand around his shoulder for support. "Man, that jutsu really did take a lot out of you," Amoi said. Naruto just scratched the back of his head. "Well, I need some rest, then we can go to search for Gaara," Naruto said. "Is the Konoha team here yet?" Amoi asked one of the guards. The guards nodded. "They have arrived and are currently waiting for you," one of the guards said. They all nodded and went to the tower. Naruto and his team arrived at the hospital where Kunkoro was being treated, same as Kanon where Sakura extracts the poison from him. Naruto and his team saw the Konoha team. They were Sasuke, Kiyomi, Sakura, Kakashi and Kushina. Kiyomi saw Naruto and tackled him and hugged. "I missed you so much," Kiyomi said as she put Naruto's head between her chest. Naruto on the other hand was blushing, feeling Kiyomi's chest in his face. I missed you too, Kiyomi-chan," Naruto said, his entire face red. Amoi looked at Naruto with jealousy. He couldn't deny the fact that Kiyomi was hot. Once Kiyomi broke the hug, Naruto looked at her and blushed to him. He was staring at an angle. Kiyomi looked at Naruto and saw him staring at her. "Don't stare at me like that, you idiot," Kiyomi said, blushing. "Well, if you two lovebirds are done, then can we think about the mission?" Sasuke, little annoyed. "Hello, Naruto," Kushina said, a little nervous once Kiyomi got off him. He looked at Kushina and smiled. "Hello, Kushina-sama," Naruto said. Naruto got a serious look on his face and said, "So have you got any clue to where they have taken Gaara?" Kakashi stepped forward. "We have got a clue to where Get could have taken him," Naruto nodded. "Can you tell us the Directions, Naruto said. Well, you see, I summoned my ninja dogs and they did find the direction, but it will take us about 1 day to reach there, Kakashi said. Naruto only smirked at that. We can use my summon and get there faster, Naruto said as everyone nodded. Do you think we should leave today or tomorrow morning? Kakashi asked. Naruto went on a thinking pose and said, going tomorrow morning will be better. They will instantly catch my phoenix summon if we go at night. Everyone nodded and went to sleep except Naruto and Kiyomi. Naruto was sitting at the roof of the tower staring at the stars. Can't sleep. He heard a voice. He turned around to see Kiyomi coming towards him and sat beside him. Naruto laid his head on her lap as she stroked his hair. So what's bothering you, Kiyomi? Asked. Naruto sighed. I hope we reach there before they kill Gaara, Naruto said worriedly. Don't worry, and I'm sure we will get there on time, Kiyomi said as he smiled. So you stopped to see little me? I'm flattered, Naruto said teasingly. Yes, I did, you idiot. Let's watch the stars. Don't make me regret seeing you, she said. Oh, cut the act, Kiyomi-chan, you love me. That only made girl blush like crazy as it was proof of her feelings. Why you idiot, she said as she tilted his head back and kissed him while the moon had shined on them. Next day, Naruto's team and Konoha team were standing at the gate of the sand village. Naruto turned to Kakashi. Do we have the directions and their exact location? Kakashi nodded. Naruto went through the hand signs, summoning jutsu, then in a burst of flames a 9-foot-tall phoenix appeared. Why have you summoned me, Naruto-sama? The phoenix asked. Well, you see, Kumo, we have to travel to a place as fast as possible, Naruto said as the phoenix nodded. All of you get on my back and tell me the directions, the phoenix said as they all nodded. Kakashi summoned Pakken and told him to tell the directions to the cave. At the cave, the Akatsuki were sealing Shukaku, and suddenly a white Getsu appeared. We have a problem, said Getsu. Pain looked at him and told him to go on. The team from Kumo and Konoha are coming and they are traveling through the air, so we can't stop them, Getsu said. Pain looked at him and nodded. Everyone, especially Kisame, use as much chakra as you can and finish the extraction process. Everyone nodded and started using most of their chakra into the sealing process outside the cave. The ninjas were outside the cave. So this is the location, said Sasuke as Kakashi nodded. Well, you might take your leave, Yakumo-san, said Naruto, and Yakumo nodded. Naruto and Sasuke climbed up the gate of the wall. This is a seal that is linked to other seals, and we have to release all the seals at the same time, Sasuke said. Naruto was still looking at the seal. That might not be necessary, Naruto said. Sasuke looked at Naruto confused. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. What I mean is I can break the seal without breaking the other seals, Naruto said as Sasuke looked at him with wide eyes. Don't look at me like that. Minato and Kushina gave me all of their sealing formulae from basic to advanced. Just give me 1 minute, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded as he understood. Naruto drew something on top of the seal and went through the hand signs, barrier sealing destruction, and slammed his hand on the seal as the whole seal disappeared. Kushina was looking in awe. He is as good as me in seals, only in 3 years. She thought the others had a similar reaction. Sakura, break the gate, Kakashi said. As Sakura punched her hand on the gate and broke it into pieces, Naruto saw Gaara dead on the ground. Naruto tightened his fist. I have to calm, I can't lose my cool, Naruto thought. Is he? Kiyomi said. Yes, he is dead, but at least we have to retrieve his body, Kushina said as everyone nodded. Sasori, my man, leave the Uchihas to me. I will defeat them before I take on Tobi, Deidara said. Obito doesn't act like an idiot but still hasn't told anyone that he is the true leader of the Akatsuki. Sasori nodded. Kiyomi, Sasuke and Kakashi take on Deidara since you all have a lightning affinity and you will have a natural advantage over him. I and my team will take on Sasori, Naruto said as everyone nodded. Deidara created a clay bird and flew out of the cave, and Sasuke, Kiyomi and Kakashi went after him. When you mean your team, you meant you, didn't you? Amoi asked. Naruto only chuckled to that. You know me too well, just sit back and watch the show, Naruto said as he took out his sword. As purple flames surrounded him, Naruto vanished in a purple blur and slashed at Sasori. Sasori tried to block it with tail, then his eyes widened when Naruto sliced right through his tail and burned Sasori's puppet. Lady Chiyo widened her eyes. You look exactly the same, Chiyo said. Shocked Sasori only chuckled. Lady Chiyo, please stay back, I want to handle him, Naruto said as she nodded reluctantly. This puppet did give me some trouble to kill, but with that he pulled out the Kazekage puppet. That's the third Kazekage, so you killed him, Lady Chiyo said in disbelief. Sasori lunged some wooden hands towards Naruto as Naruto brought his blade forward, slash of phoenix. Naruto said as purple flames surrounded the sword and cut through all the hands and went towards the puppet. The puppet released the iron sand and blocked the flames, going in a weapon clash against him. As a suicide, I have to keep my distance and attack him, Sasori thought before Sasori knew Naruto was in front of the puppet and slashed at him, then got surprised when the iron sand was able to block his sword. This sand is no normal sand, to be able to block my sword is no normal feat, Naruto thought. Naruto went through the hand signs, lightning style, purple lightning beam, as purple lightning beam went towards the puppet and sand and weakened it as Naruto channeled chakra into the sword. This one took me a while to master, Naruto thought, cutting nail of the phoenix, as a huge wave of fire in the form of the phoenix was released from the sword and went towards the puppet and started burning it. Sasori looked in awe as his puppet was destroyed in seconds, then he smirked and released all of his 100 puppets. Naruto kept his calm and raised his sword and closed his eyes, entering sage mode as the sword started getting surrounded with purple flames. What amount of chakra, this is a big one, Sasori thought as he readied himself and his puppets, but his eyes widened when Naruto vanished in a blur and started cutting down all the puppets. Sasori didn't wait as he sent his puppets towards Naruto and engaged him. Naruto was slicing them apart and burning them with his sword's flame and raised his sword and focused on the tip of the blade, Heaven Cutter. With that, Naruto released a huge phoenix made of complete fire and destroyed all of them. Naruto landed on the ground panting. What is he? Sasori thought, then he removed his cloak and showed that he is a puppet. Naruto grabbed his sword as purple flames were dancing around him. Naruto took a stance. This is my most powerful attack with my sword in my sage mode. Let's see if you survive this, Naruto said as Naruto charged towards Sasori and Sasori charged towards Naruto with a katana in his hand. Blazing King Cutter, Naruto said as sliced Sasori's chest in half including his heart, and that attack was concentrated energy on one point, and when I cut my opponents even a little bit with that attack it destroys them from inside out, Naruto said as Sasori fell to the ground dead as his body was being burned. Lady Chiyo looked at Naruto with wide eyes. Same could be said for Amoi, Kaori and Samui with Deidara and the others. Kakashi-sensei, is it ready? Sasuke asked as they were following Deidara. Kakashi removed his hand from his left eye. Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly a swirling vortex opened and sucked Deidara's arm. What the hell was that? Kiyomi asked. That was Kakashi's Mangekyo ability. It is a space-time ninjutsu, Sasuke said. That jutsu is just like Toba's Kamui. Damn it, both of my arms are gone, Deidara thought. there is no Jinchuriki here, so I can use my ultimate art. It's my only choice, Deidara said one as Deidara ripped off his cloak and bit on the clay of the bird as he became transparent and black lines could be seen in his body all connecting to his heart. He is planning to explode himself, and this will be a big one, Sasuke said as all of them nodded in agreement. You can't escape this blast as of 4 kilometers of radius, and it's my ultimate art, Deidara said laughing. Kakashi, do you have a plan to escape? Sasuke asked. Kakashi gave him an eye smile and said, carry me home after I do this, as he used his Mangekyo Sharingan to completely teleport Deidara to his Kamui dimension. With that, Kakashi completely exhausted his chakra and fainted as Sasuke caught him and sighed. I had a plan to reverse summon us out of here, Kiyomi smacked him in his head. You idiot, you could have done it before Kakashi used his eye and almost died. Sasuke shrugged it off and put Kakashi over his shoulder and went to meet up with Naruto and the others. Lady Chiyo sacrificed her life to revive Gaara. Everything goes the same as canon, with Gaara going to the Sand Village and being greeted by the people his and buried Lady Chiyo. Naruto and his team were heading towards Kumo after completing their mission. Naruto for some reason had a bad feeling. What's wrong, Naruto? Amo, I asked, looking at his friend's worried face. Naruto just looked at Amoi and sighed. It's nothing, I am just having a feeling that something bad is about to happen, Naruto said as everyone looked at him. It will still take them 2 days to reach Kumo. Meanwhile, in Kumo, 2 figures with a black cloak with red clouds on it wearing a straw hat were searching for someone. How long will it take for us to reach my sacrifice for the mission? Asked one of the figures. We are almost there, and don't kill her, Hidan. Remember, she is a Jinchuriki and we have to capture her alive, said Kakazu as Hidan just growled. After a few minutes of walking, they finally arrived at a cave. So this is the place that Zetsu said that we will find her? Hidan asked as Kakazu nodded. They went inside the cave to see Yugito training all by herself. Yugito noticed the 2 figures and saw the black cloak and red clouds. She knew exactly who they were. So you have finally decided to show yourself, Akatsuki? Yugito spat. I am too lazy to write the battle, so just know that Yugito loses and is captured just like canon. Lord Raikage, a Chunin said, bursting into the Raikage's office. The Raikage looked at him and told him to continue. Our ninjas saw 2 people with a black cloak with red clouds carrying Yugito. Our ninja tried to stop them but failed. I clenched his fist. So they have finally come for Yugito for all times, for B and Naruto to be out on a mission, he thought. I then looked at the Chunin and said, send our tracking team to track them and take some Anbu with you so that they can be stalled until I send B or Naruto over there, I said in a tone that left no room for argument. The Chunin nodded and went on their mission. Hidan and Kakazu were walking towards the Akatsuki hideout with Hidan carrying Yugito on his shoulder. Oi Kakazu, who do you think will go after the 9 tails? Hidan asked. Kakazu just looked at him and said, I think it will be Isu and Kisame. Since Isu is even stronger than Leader Sama, it would be good to send him after the 9 tails, Kakazu said as Hidan grunted. Why can't we go? Why does that red-hair dragon bastard have to go after the 9 tails? Hidan asked. Kakazu just sighed. Hidan, we maybe be strong, but we are no match for the 4th Hokage, and Isu and Leader Sama are the only one who can take him on. Leader Sama might lose, but Isu will surely win. There is no one who can defeat him. He has the legendary dragon contract and full mastery over Dragon's Fang, Kakazu said honestly as Hidan went silent. They both were going until they sensed some chakra. Looks like they have sent a tracking team and some Anbu, Kakazu thought as he dodged a kunai aimed towards his head. Kakazu looked at the ninjas and then looked at Hidan and said, "You go, I have to recover one of my heart that I lost." Against the two tails, Kakazu said as he wanted to get his lightning heart back. Hidan didn't argue and went with the two tails. After that it was a massacre where Kakazu killed all the ninja and Anbu, with one of the tracking ninja managing to escape. Naruto and his team arrived at the cloud and went towards the Raikage's office. "Hey Dad, the mission was a success," Naruto said. Then I saw the look on Ai's face and knew something was wrong. I looked at Naruto completely serious. "Naruto, do you think you can go on an S-rank mission right at this moment?" I said. Naruto didn't understand but nodded. "Since they walked towards Kumo instead of teleporting, then I assign you to a mission to retrieve Yugito from the Akatsuki," I said. "Ant Cut, what do you guys think? Do you think Naruto will be able to save Yugito from the Akatsuki?" The next part will be released tomorrow. Bye. Hi, this is an AI narrating a fanfic, so you might hear a random number every 15 minutes. Just don't worry about it. I am so sorry for that. Get this video to 5 likes and 3 comments and I will release the next part. Previous chapter. "Hey Dad, the mission was a success," Naruto said. Then I saw the look on Ai's face and knew something was wrong. I looked at Naruto completely serious. "Naruto, do you think you can go on an S-rank mission right at this moment?" I said. Naruto didn't understand but nodded. "Since they walked towards Kumo instead of teleporting, then I assign you to a mission to retrieve Yugito from the Akatsuki," I said. "Now, what did you say?" Naruto said in a dangerous voice. I, not being scared of Naruto, repeated himself. "I said that I assign you to a mission to retrieve Yugito from the Akatsuki," I said, repeating himself. Naruto was still too shocked to anything but amo. I spoke. "Do you have any lead on them and any idea where they could have gone?" "Amo?" I asked, completely serious. The Raikage just nodded and took out a piece of plastic with blonde hair in it. "This is some strain of hair from where Yugito fought the Akatsuki. This should give us a lead on where their location is," I said as all of them nodded except Naruto. "Naruto," I said, which snapped Naruto out of his strain of thoughts and a pissed look could be seen on his face. "I will kill them all," Naruto said as purple flames started surrounding him. "Naruto, clam down," I shouted. "Clam down." His adopted son Naruto realized what he was doing and clamped down. Naruto looked at I. "We need to leave now," Naruto said as they agreed. "Okay Naruto, Amoi and Kaori, I give you the mission to retrieve Yugito from the Akatsuki. Your team leader will be Darui," I said, and all of them had a shocked look on their faces. Darui was the strongest jonin in Kumo and the Raikage sending him into a mission was rare, but they shrugged it off and went to get their supplies and meet Darui at the village in 15 minutes. Darui and his team were rushing in the direction where the tracking team had provided them. "Have we got any leads?" Naruto asked. Darui looked at Naruto and said, "Yes, it will take us at least 1 day." Naruto clenched his fist. All of them looked at Naruto worried. At the Akatsuki hideout currently, Yugito-tailed beast was getting extracted from her. Then a plant-like creature appeared. "Kumo has sent a team to retrieve the two tails," said Zetsu. Pain looked at Zetsu and spoke. "How long will it take for them to get here?" Pain asked. 1 day, Zetsu said as Pain nodded. "Then there is no need to worry, the extraction will finish today." Then he looked at Hidan and Kakazu. "Kill Uzumaki Naruto, he is a threat to our plans," as Hidan grinned and Kakazu nodded. While Isu wasn't so sure if what he had heard of the boy only he could defeat him, but he stayed silent and continued the extraction process. 1 day later, Darui and his team were standing in front of a cave. Darui looked at the cave and spoke. "This is the place." Naruto didn't wait, he unsheathed his sword and sliced the cave entrance in half. Naruto saw Yugito laying on the ground, dead. The world paused for Naruto. Kakazu and Hidan were standing behind Yugito. Darui Amoi and Kaori were looking at Yugito's dead body, and then they looked at Hidan and Kakazu with hate in their eyes. Purple flames started surrounding Naruto. Darui Amoi and Kaori, get out of here, I don't want you to get hurt, he said. Darui looked at Naruto. Naruto, we can't. Naruto looked at him with an emotionless face, showing that he has his emotions under control. Darui looked at Naruto and nodded. Captain Darui, we see Amoi was cut off when Darui looked at him. If he is any trouble, we will interfere. This is his fight. Let him fight it, Darui said. Amoi was about to protest, but Kaori put a hand his shoulder and gave him a nod as they all left the cave. Purple flames were all around Naruto, but they turned into orange flames as they took a shape of a phoenix head. So Naruto, you have decided to use my power, said a deep voice. Naruto simply just nodded as Zenos's head looked at Hidan and Kakazu, which sent shivers down their spine. Kakazu was stepping back. It can't be, he has full mastery over his summoning contract and mastery over Phoenix's claw as well. Saying that, Kakazu released all his hearts. Hidan, on the other hand, was grinning like a madman and laughing. Yes, yes, you are the perfect sacrifice for Lord Jashin, Hidan screamed. Naruto looked at both of them with calculating eyes as a huge fire blast was released from the phoenix head, which headed towards Hidan. Hidan being too busy praying Lord Jashin was not fast enough to dodge, and the fire blast hit him. When the smoke cleared, Naruto's eyes widened. Hidan was standing there with his Akatsuki cloak completely burned off and burnt marks all over his body. How is he still alive? Naruto said. Hidan looked at him and started to laugh like a madman. I am immortal, isn't it obvious? Hidan told Naruto like a fool. Kakazu was watching the fight. That fool, he thought. I wonder if he can regenerate his separated limbs, thought Naruto. No, he can't, said Zenos as Naruto just looked at Hidan. That means, the phoenix head surrounding Naruto disappeared and purple flames surrounded him. Naruto got into a stance and pointed his sword towards Hidan. Cutting nail of the phoenix. With that, Naruto vanished from Hidan's vision as he appeared behind him and sliced his head clean off. But that was not the surprising thing. The purple flames were burning Hidan alive as he was screaming, and after few minutes of Hidan screaming, his whole body was turned into ash. Naruto turned towards Kakazu. Don't think that I am as weak as that fool Hidan. He had no skills. The only reason the Akatsuki hired him was due to his immortality ability, Kakazu said as Naruto's eyes now had an orange flame-like pattern in them, indicating that he had entered the Sage mode. Kakazu with his 5 heart and Naruto with his sword and Sage mode activated were looking at each other with calculating eyes. Naruto was the first one to make a move as he went through a hand sai, but before Naruto could finish the hand sai, a black thunder blade burst right Kakazu's heart. Kakazu's eyes widened. When did you make a clone? Kakazu asked the clone. Naruto just looked at him and spoke. When I was fighting Hidan, I made a clone just in case if you decided to interfere. Naruto spoke in an emotionless tone. Kakazu just fell to the ground, but after a second got right back up and punched to clone Naruto, dispelling it. Naruto widened his eyes. Is this guy immortal as well? Naruto thought, but then he noticed that one of Kakazu's creature fell down. No, he is not immortal, he just has 5 heart. That means I have to kill him 4 times more or destroy those creatures. Naruto thought again. Again orange flames surrounded Naruto as it took a shape of a phoenix head. Blazing King, Naruto said as a huge phoenix made of fire came towards Kakazu. Kakazu's water mask came up. Water style water dragon. Kakazu said as the mask released a huge water dragon which cancelled out the fire phoenix. The phoenix head surrounding Naruto disappeared, but a golden cloak formed around Naruto. I will end this now, Naruto said as purple flames surrounding Naruto all gathered in a single point of Naruto's sword. No one has survived this attack. Meet my most powerful sword technique, Fire God. A star-like fire figure was coming towards Kakazu. His eyes widened at the magnitude of the attack. Kakazu did everything he could, but the fire didn't stop as it hit Kakazu and all 5 of his heart, destroying it. Naruto was panting in. He dropped to his knees. His eyes were slowing closing. Damn it, I have completely exhausted my chakra with that last attack of mine, Naruto thought as he closed his eyes and fell unconscious. It was a rainy day in the village. Everyone was at the graveyard paying respect to the ones Kumo shinobi. Yugito ni everyone had their head down. The funeral was beginning. The raikage was giving his speech on Yugito and how great of a ninja she was. Amoi Kaori and Samui were crying, whereas Killer Bee and Yua had their head down. Where is he? Amoi asked Yua. I don't know, he left the house early, Yua said. Worried, and Amoi sighed. Naruto was laying down and looking at the sky. Hey look, it's Naruto, a boy said. He looked to be at the age of 8. Naruto just looked at him and smiled as he remembered a memory. Flashback. Hey Naruto, Yugito said, calling out for her recently made teammate. Naruto just looked at her with a bored expression. What do you want, Yugito? Naruto said, bored. Hey, no need to be rude, I was just trying to know my teammate, Yugito said as Naruto just scoffed. Well, I don't wanna just get lost, Naruto said as he vanished in flames as Yugito just sighed. Flashback ends. I just thought she was one of those annoying fangirls. Man, how wrong I was, Naruto thought as he chuckled. She was the one who made my attitude change, Naruto thought with a smile. Flashback. Bee and his team were on a mission to kill bandits, but unknown to them there were ninjas with the bandits and now they were in trouble. Bee was fighting off most of the bandits and some ninja. Naruto was fighting a ninja who was probably B2 ranked. They both were weak, especially Naruto. Damn it, almost all of my chakra is gone. I can only do one. Purple lightning, Naruto cursed in his mind. Unknown to Naruto, a ninja was far off a distance and threw sunburns at him, aiming at this neck to paralyze him. Yugito saw this. She didn't have enough time to deflect them all, so she took the full attack head on. Naruto saw this and went through hand size. Purple lightning, Naruto said as he dogged a punch from the ninja and ran his hand through his chest, killing him. Naruto rushed towards Yugito and healed her up. Why did you save me? Naruto said in shock. Yugito just smiled at him. BB, because why, you're just LL like me. You have gone through the same pain that I went through as a Jinchuriki, Yugito said as Naruto's eyes widened. Naruto just looked at her and tears started forming around the corner of his eyes. I am so sorry, I didn't know, Naruto said as Yugito just smiled. Don't worry about it. And I will not die, my Biju is already healing me, she said as Naruto sighed in relief. A ninja was about to stab Naruto from the back but stopped when a red blur appeared in front of him and grabbed his wrist. Naruto looked back to see Killer Bee. Flashback ends. From that day I understood that there are people that have suffered as much as me. Even if mom told me to open up more, I just couldn't. Naruto thought as he took out a book, The Tales of a Gutsy Ninja, written by Jiraiya. Naruto just smiled as a memory just came to his mind. Flashback. Hey Naruto, Yugito yelled as she ran towards him. What is it, Yugito ni? Naruto asked as Yugito showed him a book. This book's main character name is as same as you, Yugito said as Naruto just looked at the book. Take it, Yugito said, throwing him the book as he caught it. It talks about something that I always wanted, Yugito said. As Naruto raised an eyebrow. And what is that? Naruto asked as Yugito looked at the sky and answered, world peace. She said as Naruto just looked at her and smiled, world peace huh, Naruto said as Yugito just looked at him, I have something else for you, she said as Naruto just looked at her confused. Yugito took out a ring. This is for when you miss me, just think that until this ring is with you I will always be with you, Yugito said as Naruto smiled and hugged her. Flashback ends. Naruto thought about that memory as he looked at the ring that he was wearing in his left arm. Naruto got up as he walked towards his home being greeted by the people and Naruto just greeting them back. Naruto was sitting in his garden looking at the sky. Naruto, dinner is ready, Yua came and said to Naruto as Naruto just looked at her, I am not hungry, Naruto said as Yua just sighed. The time passed and Naruto didn't even notice that as was nighttime. I came up to Naruto, hey Naruto, come spend some time with your old man, I said as Naruto just looked at him and nodded. Both Naruto and I were sitting on the couch playing cheese. You know you are not thinking through your moves today, that's not you like all, I said as Naruto just looked at him, I have my ways to play and you have yours, Naruto said, so the Akatsuki, they are strong aren't they, I said as Naruto nodded, so how do you propose we handle them, I said as he looked at Naruto and Naruto didn't answer. You might have taken out those two members who captured Yugito, but there is Akatsuki member who is even stronger than them, I said as Naruto nodded. Yugito was one of Kumo's best ninja, I said as Naruto chuckled. Do you know what you are doing? I asked as Naruto looked at him, playing in. You are losing, Naruto said as I looked at him. I am not talking about cheese-son, I said as Naruto scoffed. You know you are probably the best ninja that Kumo has. You are strong, smart and talented and I am glad that I found you and I am proud to call you my son and we can all depend on you. But now Yugito's dead, I said as Naruto smacked the board away and glared at I. What are you getting it? Naruto said angrily. Nothing but the truth, I said honestly, say what you want. I am still weak and useless, Naruto said as I shook his head. You're wrong, I have watched to grow up to a fine young man and I can say that you are anything but weak, I said as Naruto glared at him. What the hell do you want from me? Naruto said as I stood up looking at Naruto dead in the eyes. Let it out, boy, I said as Naruto widened his eyes and took a step back. The sadness, the fear, the guilt, you have to let it go. This is life. You will lose people precious to you. All you can do is try your best to protect them and don't blame yourself for Yugito's death. It was not your fault. Do you think that she would be happy to see you blame yourself for her death? You have to let go, I said as he left the room and closed the door to only listen Naruto crying. I will be there for you no matter what, Naruto, I said as he left. Naruto was laying down. Tear marks were on his face. He was looking at the cheese board and the piece, specifically the king. If the king dies, the whole army falls by itself, Naruto thought as he just looked at his ring. Peace, I will achieve it no matter what, Naruto said with determination. 3 in the morning. Yua was going to check up on Naruto when a hand grabbed her shoulder. I have already checked. He has found a new purpose in life, I said as Yua just gave him a confused look. What do you mean? She asked. What I mean is he will be fine. You don't need to worry, I said as Yua had a sad expression on her face with Naruto. Naruto was at the memorial stone. I am sorry that I visited you late. I was just so lost, but I am good now. We're about to do something crazy, so please keep on watching over me and all of us, he said as a tear filled out of his eyes. He wiped away the tears and got up and slightly touched his ring. I won't fail you, Naruto said. He was walking towards Amoy's home. He knocked at his door and found Amoy's mother open. The door. Naruto, I am so sorry about Yugito, she said as Naruto just smiled at her. Where is Amoi? He asked. You will find him at the mountains at the northern part of the village, she said as Naruto just nodded. Naruto was walking towards the mountains. He stopped when he saw one of the people he was looking for. Hey sensei, I was looking for you, Naruto said as B just looked at him. Same here bro, we're gonna do it, so what plan do you have? B said as Naruto just smiled at him. They just knew him too well. Well, I will explain once we find the others, Naruto said as B nodded. They kept walking until they found Amoi training. Hey Amoi, Naruto said as Amoi looked at him and ran towards him. What's your plan and when are we doing it? Amoi asked as Naruto looked at him. I will explain once we find the other two, he said as Amoi nodded. Hey Karui Samui, Naruto said as he appeared out of nowhere in front of them. Hey, don't scare us like that, Kaori said as Samui just looked at Naruto. When are we leaving? She asked as Naruto looked at her and Kaori. Pack your bags, we are leaving tomorrow, he said as all of them looked at him. Where are we going, yo? B asked as other had the same question in their mind. To the village hidden in the leaves, Naruto said. Naruto, B, Samui and Kaori were in the Raikage's office. Your plan is very risky but at the same time it has a very high rate of success, said I as he looked at Naruto. Naruto just looked at him. You know as well as me, Dad, that this is the only way to kill the leader of the Akatsuki, Naruto said as I nodded. Very well, I will send the message to the Hokage about your arrival, I said as everyone nodded. You'll meet me at the village gate in 10 minutes, Killer B said as everyone nodded. 10 minutes later. So are we ready to go? Naruto asked as everyone nodded. Summoning jutsu, Naruto said as he slammed his hands in the ground. Then in a burst of flames there was a phoenix. Naruto-sama, why have you summoned me? The phoenix asked as she looked at Naruto. Well, you see, Kumo, we need to get to Konoha as fast as possible, Naruto said as the phoenix nodded. All of you get on my back, the phoenix said as they all did as told. Told on tight, we are taking off, the phoenix said, flapping its wings and taking off into the sea. In a distant, Zetsu was looking at the whole scene. The three remaining Jinchuriki are all at Konoha. White Zetsu said, let's go and tell Toby about this, Black Zetsu said as they both sunk into the ground at the hidden rain village. Zetsu emerged from the ground in front of a masked man. So what was so important? Toby asked as Zetsu just looked at him. All the three remaining Jinchuriki are at Konoha, Zetsu said as Toba's eyes widened as he smirked under his mask. Good, we will launch an all-out attack on the Leaf Village, Toby said as Zetsu nodded and vanished into the ground. As Toby looked up at the sky, I know what your plan is, Naruto, but I have a surprise for you. Won't get to fight Pain, Toby said with a chuckle as he vanished in a swirling vortex at Konoha. After one day, Lord Hokage, we have got a message from the Cloud Village, a Chunin said, bursting into the Hokage office. Minato looked at the Chunin as the Chunin handed him the scroll. Get me Kiyomi Uchiha and Kara Namikaze, Minato said as the Chunin nodded and went off. So Naruto is coming back and he has the plan to take care of the Akatsuki, Minato thought. 5 minutes later, Lord Hokage, you summoned us, Kiyomi said as Kara came to the office. Ah, Kiyomi, Kara, I want you to go to the gates and welcome someone, Minato said with a smile as both Kiyomi and Kara raised an eyebrow. If I may ask, Hokage, who is this person that we are going to welcome? Kiyomi said. Well, it's some shinobi from Kumo, Minato said with a smile as both Kiyomi and Kara nodded, knowing well that they won't get any information out of Minato. With that they vanished in thin air. Minato got up from his seat and looked at the village from his window. Naruto, if you have a plan to beat the Akatsuki, then I will help you in all the way I can. Minato thought at the gates of Konoha Kiyomi and Kara were waiting for the arrival of the Kumo shinobi. Their eyes widened when they saw a phoenix coming towards them, and Naruto, they both thought. The phoenix landed in front of them all. Naruto Amoi Kaori and Samui got down from the back of the phoenix. You can go now, Yakumo, Naruto said as the phoenix nodded and disappeared in flames. Naruto looked towards Kara and Kiyomi and smiled. Kiyomi ran towards Naruto and hugged him as Naruto hugged her back. Hello there, Haim, how are you? Naruto asked, breaking the hug. Kiyomi looked at him and smiled. I am good. Why are you here? She asked as Naruto decided to tease her. Ooh, are you not happy to see me, Haim? Naruto said as she smacked him in the shut up, Baka, you know that's not what I meant, she said as Naruto chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Hello, Naruto ni, Kara said as Naruto looked at her and smiled. Hello, Kara, how have you been? Naruto asked as Kara just said that everyone is fine. Where is Lord Hokage? We need to talk to him immediately, Naruto said with a serious expression as both Kara and Kiyomi tensed at his tone and nodded. It took them to the Hokage office. Minato was doing the worst enemy for all Kage paperwork. Man, why can't this all paperwork vanish? Minato cursed. He was brought out of his thoughts with a knock at his door. Come in, Minato said as Naruto and the rest entered the room. Hello, Naruto, it's good to see you, Minato said as he looked at him. It's good to see you too, Lord Hokage, Naruto said. She looked at Minato. Then Naruto took a serious face. Lord Hokage, I hope we can start the plan, Naruto said as Minato nodded. Well, I would but first like to hear the plan, Minato said as Naruto nodded. Kiyomi, leave and Kara stay, Minato said as Kiyomi nodded and left. So first your village will be attacked, Naruto said as Minato's eyes widened, but before he could speak Naruto spoke again. Since there are 3 Jinchuriki in one place, Akatsuki will not miss the chance to capture them all, Naruto said as Minato's eyes widened in realization. You were telling me to prepare a for war. Won the leaf, and that's why best shinobi from the cloud were sent here, Minato said as Naruto nodded. I know all their members and there is only one member that can hold me off, Naruto said as Minato raised an eyebrow. Isu, he is a dragon summoner and has dragon's fang in his possession. I will hold him off. Kushina and Kakashi can take care. Od Kisame Konan will not enter the battle. And for the man who attacked the leaf 16 years ago, Naruto said as Minato's eyes widened. That masked man is in the Akatsuki, Minato asked as Naruto nodded. How do you know all of these information? Minato asked as Naruto just sighed. When I killed Hidan, Kakazu and Sasori, I sent some of my charka into the ring and I function it in such a way that when all of the rings were gathered, a spy phoenix would appear in. That phoenix barely has any chakra, so it is undetectable, and there is where I got all my information, Naruto said as Minato was just starting at Naruto in awe. So you thought of 10 steps ahead of enemy, B said. Even he didn't knew of this information. We are ninjas, we always have to be ahead of our enemy, Naruto said as everyone nodded in agreement. Lord Hokage, I suppose you can handle the masked guy, Naruto said as Minato nodded. Everyone else will be fighting pain in. Remember, no Jinchuriki will get near the masked man, Naruto said as everyone nodded. With that, Naruto vanished in purple flames at the Akatsuki hideout. Are all the preparation ready? Tobi asked as Pain nodded. Good, we will be going to the Leaf Village. Finally our goals will come true and everything will be restored to its rightful place, Tobi said as Pain and Konan nodded. The true power of the Sharingan belongs to me, Madara Uchiha, Tobi said as his Sharingan glowed in the darkness and he vanished in thin air. The sky is crying again. Pain, are you? Conan said as she looked at Pain as Pain just looked at the sky. It's been a week since Naruto and his team visited Konoha and were currently at different places. Bimenma and Kara were at the Namikaze State. Samui, Kaori and Imoi were at the gates of the village, and Kushina, Kakashi, Kiyomi and Itachi were at the Hokage Tower with Minato. Is everything ready? Minato asked. Yes, Hokage-sama, Itachi said. Very well, everything will go as planned. I will fight Madara with the assistance of Kakashi. Itachi and Jiraiya with the assistance of the Kumo ninja will fight Pain, and if needed Killer Bee will interfere. And Kushina and Mikoto with the assistance of Yamato will fight Kisame, and Naruto and Sasuke will fight Isu, Minato said as Kiyomi raised her hand. Hokage-sama, what will I do? She said as Minato looked at her. You have perhaps the most important role in the attack. You, along with the other member of the Hyuga and Uchihas, will create a barrier that will not allow any of the civilians in the bunkers. Bet hurt, and remember that even if we win this battle, the destructive power of Isu and Naruto battle will probably destroy most of the buildings, Minato said as everyone nodded. Naruto was standing at the top of the Hokage monument with Sasuke. I can sense them 9 chakra signatures in total, Sasuke said as he looked at Naruto whose eyes were closed. Good, Naruto said as he blew a fireball at the sky. That's the signal. I will go to the Jinchuriki since the masked man will probably come there first, Minato said as he grabbed Kakashi's shoulder and vanished with him. A yellow flash. Well, we better look for our targets and finish the Akatsuki once and for all, Itachi said as he vanished in the folk of crows and the Shunshin to find their targets outside the Leaf Village. There is a barrier that surrounds the village, and if anyone entered without permission will be detected, Pain said as he looked at Isu. How did you get in without being detected? Pain asked Isu. I interrogated an Anbu and asked him the hand signs to enter the village, but only 2 people can go at the same time, Isu said as Pain nodded. How long did it to you to get the jutsu? Right, Pain asked as Isu spoke. 1 day, he said as Pain nodded. In that case, take the summoning path with you and he will summon us all. I have placed a summoning contract mark on Konan and Kisame, Pain said as Isu nodded. Isu went through hand sign, barrier seal corrosion, he said as he and the summoning path entered the village. As the summoning path went through hand signs, summoning jutsu, she said as all the paths and Kisame and Konan appeared. I found my target. Team Itachi, come to the south part of the village, and Team Kushina, your target is here as well, Itachi said on the radio. Roger, all of them said. Don't move, we have been found out. Keep your guard up, Pain said, but he had to dodge a purple fire blade aimed towards his head when he looked to see who launched the attack. Uzumaki Naruto, Pain said as the fire blade receded. Isu, take care of him, Pain said as Isu stepped forward. Naruto, the wielder of the Phoenix contract and Phoenix Claw. It looks like we were fated to battle, Isu said as he looked at Naruto. I guess you're right, the only one who can defeat me is you and vice versa, Naruto said as Isu smirked. With the strength you have right now, you can't beat me, Isu said as Naruto glared at him. I have had enough of the talking, let's go more open area and finish this, Naruto said as he vanished in purple flames as Isu vanished in black flames. I hope you haven't got sloppy, Mikoto, Kushina said with a smirk as Mikoto's single eye twitched. I may have not fought in years, Kushina, but still am the fire mistress of Konoha, Mikoto said as Kushina chuckled. Yeah, I would still kick your ass, Kushina said with a smirk as Mikoto glared at her. You wanna test that, Mikoto said. Stop it, you two, we have Our target, Yamato said as he saw Kisame. Sorry. Both Kushina and Makoto said in unison. Let's go, Yamato said as he went through hand signs. Wood style, wooden spike, he said as wooden spike came towards Kisame as he jumped to avoid it being separated from Pain and Konan as soon as he did. Kushina and Makoto appeared in front of him. Well, if it isn't Konoha sword duo Kushina Uzumaki and Makoto Uchiha, Kisame said with a smirk as both Kushina and Makoto took a stance. It's been a while. Kushina, hope you can keep up, Makoto said with a smirk as Kushina just smirked. Don't worry about me, I hope you can keep up, Kushina said as she and Makoto vanished as Kisame jumped back, avoiding a slash from Kushina and blocked another slash from Makoto. Well, this is actually fun, Kisame said with a grin as Samahata burst through the bandages. What, I applied fire chakra to the sword but it didn't appear, Makoto thought as Kushina appeared in front of Kisame and swiped, applying water chakra to her sword, but when she did, Kisame blocked it with his sword as the water around Kushina's sword disappeared. That sword, it absorbs chakra, Yamato thought. I will have to separate the sword from him. He thought both Kushina and Makoto were attacking Kisame in a perfect sync, but Kisame, being an S-ranked ninja, was keeping up with them as Kisame went through hand signs. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu, he said as a stream of water appeared and went towards Makoto. As she went through hand signs, fire style, fireball just, she said as she released a huge fireball towards the water attack, which in impact created smoke as Makoto, having the Sharingan, rushed towards Kisame as Kisame brought his sword to block her attack, but his eyes widened when a wooden spike came towards him as he jumped to avoid it as Kushina appeared in front of him and slashed him in his chest as Makoto appeared behind him and slashed him at the back. But how? Kisame asked, coughing up blood as Makoto appeared in front of him. When the smoke was made, when our attacks met, I cast a genjutsu on you to make you think that I was rushing towards you and you fell for it. The plan was to occupy your sword and attack you simultaneously, she said as Kisame chuckled. Those eyes are really something, Kisame said as he began to heal. What? Both Kushina and Makoto said. When I absorbed chakra from you during our sword battle, I am using it now, Kisame said, but wood veins burst from the ground and wrapped around him. Oh no you don't, Yamato said as he appeared. Any last wish? Kushina said, pointing her sword towards Kisame. Damn it, I can't move. And they managed to separate Samahata from me, Kisame cursed. Go to hell, he said as Kushina with one swift motion beheaded Kisame. If any of us were to battle him one-on-one, we all would lose, Yamato said as both Kushina and Makoto nodded in agreement. All six of the Pains were standing in front of Itachi and Jiraiya. Itachi Uchiha, it's an honor to meet you, Tendo Pain said as Itachi glared at him. It's good to see you again, Jiraiya-sensei, Pain said as Jiraiya's eyes widened. Nagato, so you have gone down the path of darkness, Jiraiya said as Pain just stared at him. Give us the 8 and 9 tails and we shall take our leave, Pain said as Itachi glared at him. And what if we don't? Itachi said as Pain looked at him. Then you shall face the wrath of a god, Pain said as the summoning path went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu, she said as she summoned a 3-head dog, a rhino and a bird. Seeing this, Jiraiya went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu, he said, and in a puff of smoke there were 3 huge toads. So are we to take care of those 3? Gamabunta said as Jiraiya nodded as all 3 toads went to action. Itachi, hold them off, I will prepare for Sage mode, Jiraiya said as Itachi nodded as he activated his Sharingan. One of the Pain fired a missile towards Itachi as Itachi dogged and stick a paper bomb to it as it exploded as Itachi jumped up and went. Through hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu, he said as he released a huge fireball towards Tendo Pain, but the other Pain came in front of him and absorbed the attack. That one has the ability to absorb ninjutsu. Itachi thought jumping back, then he had to dodge a kick from the Asura path as Itachi's Sharingan morphed into the Mangekyo, Amaterasu, he said as black flames engulfed the Asura path and burned it until it was ash. Itachi clutched his left eye as blood was leaking from it. He quickly ignored the pain and looked at the summonings fighting the toads. I have to get rid of that one, Itachi thought as he looked at the animal path. Itachi quickly rushed at the animal path as the animal path took out a rod and stabbed Itachi in the chest, but Itachi burst into a folk of crows and appeared behind the animal path aiming to slice its head off, but his eyes widened when she dogged the attack and kicked Itachi away. How did she saw my attack when I was behind her? Something suspicious is going on here, he thought as he looked at the other paths of pain. I see they have linked vision, but again it's only a assumption. I have to test it out, he thought as he threw a smoke bomb in the ground and released a fireball. Seeing this, the absorbing path jumped in front the animal path and tried to absorb the attack, but his eyes widened as the fireball burst into crows as Itachi tackled the absorbing path and put his hand on his eyes and blocked his vision as another Itachi appeared behind an human path and tried to kick it, but it happened again. The human path dogged the attack without even looking. So my theory was correct, that pain was looking at me. That's why this one could dogged it, Itachi thought with a smirk as he jumped back and gained a good distance between him and the peens. All that's left is to figure out that middle one's ability and the one in the left ability, he thought, but his eyes widened as the absorbing path was on his feet. I tackled him and slit his throat. How is he still alive? Itachi thought as he looked at the absorbing path, but then his eyes went on the Naraka path and saw a create with the Rinnegan, so that one has the ability to revive and heal others, Itachi thought, but then there was a huge crash beside Itachi. Itachi looked beside him to see Jiraiya in his sage mode with Ma and Pa in his shoulder. So Itachi, I see you have already dealt with one of them, Jiraiya said as he looked at the dead body of the Asura path. Actually I killed that absorbing one as well, but that one, Itachi said pointing at the Preta path, has the ability to revive and heal others, Itachi said as Jiraiya nodded. Any other information? Jiraiya asked as Itachi nodded. The one with his hair tied in a pony can absorb all ninjutsu and only physical attacks will work. That girl can summon animals that you're summoning or fighting right now, and the one in the left has the ability to pull someone's souls out, and the middle one I have no idea, Itachi said as Jiraiya nodded. Very well, I will take care of the summoning the healer and the soul thing one, Jiraiya said as Itachi nodded. So how do we separate them? Jiraiya asked as he looked at Itachi. I have a plan, Itachi said as Jiraiya grinned. The human path rushed at Jiraiya as Jiraiya kicked it away and went through hand signs, fire style, great fire blast, he said as he blew a large stream of fire towards the human path as the absorbing path jumped in front of the human path and started absorbing the attack, but his eyes widened when Itachi emerged from the fire attack and looked at the absorbing path and activated his Susanoo and stabbed the absorbing path with his Susanoo sword and sealed it away. Taking this opportunity, Jiraiya rushed at the summoning path, created a Rasengan and slammed it in the animal path, killing it as there were only 3 paths left. Itachi was looking at the Naraka path and saw it coming towards the dead body of the summoning path, Amaterasu, he said as the Petra path had no counter to this attack as it was burned alive as Itachi's eyes were bleeding. Noticing this, Jiraiya looked at Itachi. Take some rest, I will handle this, he said as Itachi nodded. He had no time for argument, he had to recover fast so that he could help Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at the human path and Diva path. Nagato, how did it come to this? What are your goals? Jiraiya asked as Diva path answered. I want to create a peaceful world. After I gathered all the tailed beast, I will create a weapon so powerful that it can destroy a village in an instant and create fear among the great nation, hence creating peace, Pain said as Jiraiya borrowed his eyes. I wished for you to create peace in a peaceful manner, not through fear, Jiraiya said as Divapath closed his eyes. I see, he said as he pointed his hands at Jiraiya. Universal pull, he said as Jiraiya found himself being pulled towards the Divapath. I can't stop myself, Jiraiya thought as he went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu, he said as a medium-size toad appeared in front of Jiraiya and slowed him and disappeared in a puff of smoke as Jiraiya appeared in a distance. As Pain looked at him, using a reverse summoning to escape me. That was rather clever, sensei, Pain said as Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, Itachi was watching the whole thing, still recovering. That middle one has control over gravity. If he can pull things towards him, then he probably push things away from him. That's trouble, Itachi thought. Jiraiya rushed at Pain and started engaging him in a taijutsu battle as Pain quickly realized that he was no match for Jiraiya in close-range combat. As he raised his hands and said, Almighty push, he said as Jiraiya was sent flying away. Jiraiya in midair went through hand signs as Pa released oil from his mouth. Fire style toad oil fire, he said as a huge wave of fire came towards Pain as he jumped in the air. Seeing this, Itachi narrowed his eyes. Why didn't he use his gravity ability to push that away? Does he has a cooldown? Itachi thought as he absorbed the battle and starting recovering his chakra. Jiraiya crashed into the wall after releasing his jutsu. Damn, that hurt. I can't approach him carelessly, he said. Jiraiya rushed at Pain as Pain grabbed his pooch and stabbed him in the shoulder as Jiraiya's eyes widened. These bodies are being controlled, he thought as he reverses tracked Nagato with Sage Mode. Meanwhile, the Kumo team had taken care of the human path who was dead. We have to help Jiraiya-sama, Karui said as Amoy looked at her. We will only get in his way. He can't worry about us and battle at the same time, Amoy said as Samui nodded in agreement as Karui clenched her fist. She felt so powerless. At least we can go and check up on Naruto-kun, she said as Amoi sighed. Fine, he said as they rushed towards the direction where Naruto and Sasuke were fighting Isu. 5 seconds when he pushed away Jiraiya, and then it took 5 seconds till he used that jutsu again, so there is a cooldown. That means we will have to attack in that time interval, Itachi thought as he stood up and got ready for battle. Jiraiya was going through hand signs. Sage art, toad oil fire blast, he said as the Pa released oil from his mouth as Ma released a gust of air from her mouth and Jiraiya released a fireball as they all combined and created a huge fire dragon as it went towards Pain. Pain just raised his hands. Almighty push, he said as the attack disappeared as Itachi took his chance and used his Mangekyo, Amaterasu, he said as black flames engulfed Pain and as Jiraiya punched him and sent him flying. Almighty push, he said as he pushed away the black flames as Itachi activated his Mangekyo and stabbed the Pain. You are done for, Itachi said as the looked at Pain and Jiraiya landed beside him. You know you are using that eyes of your too much, Jiraiya said as he looked at Itachi, who was barely standing as he sealed away the diva path as he got to one knee and grabbed both his eyes in Pain. Itachi, you okay? Jiraiya said concerned. I can barely see, but don't worry, About me, find the real pain and kill him, Itachi said as Jiraiya was about to disagree, but Itachi glared at him as Jiraiya stepped back and nodded and went to find Nagato, with Nagato. A swirling vortex appeared beside Nagato. Looks like you failed me, Nagato. Now your use is over, Madara said as he ripped out both of Nagato's eyes. Nagato, Konan screamed as she rushed towards him as she made paper shuriken and throw them at Madara as all of them pass right through him. I can't let have any witnesses, Madara said as he stabbed Konan at the chest, piercing through her heart, killing her as he looked at Nagato. Same goes for you, Uzumaki. Really thought that I was gonna show myself, he said as he slit Nagato's throat, killing him as Naruto. Uzumaki, you shall fall soon, very soon. I know Isu won't kill you even if has the power to, but you will die soon, he said as he disappeared in a swirling vortex. After some time, Jiraiya arrived at the location and saw the massacre as he went back to the village with Naruto, Sasuke and Isu. Both Naruto and Isu were looking at each other as flames appeared in Naruto's sword as black flames appeared in Isu's sword. Sasuke, stay out of this. Interfere only if needed, Naruto said as Sasuke nodded. Very well, shall we begin? Isu said as they both rushed at each other. Purple and white flames flare up around Naruto as he glared at his enemy. The flames circled the other as it stretched out past his hand to about 67 inches. When the flames joined, the outline of a sword revealed itself. When the glow and the flames decorating the sword died down, the phoenix claw was shown in all its glory, holding the stainless steel blade with a silver phoenix wing crossguard and a Xeno's head for the pommel. The Jonin looked fiercely at Isu, whose eyes began to narrow. Isu analyzed the situation. That boy, he is an Uchiha and I presume he will enter this battle if needed. I will deal with him later. Right now Naruto is the one I have to focus on. That boy will be next. Gripping his sword slightly, his eyes radiated his discontent for the boy and his abilities. Maybe if I take him down then. His thoughts were cut short when the phoenix claw came within inches of his face, using the speed that was granted to him by the powers of his dragon contract. Isu avoided the slash by jumping back. When he landed, he was standing between him and Sasuke. Sasuke, send a message to Jiraiya, Kushina and Killer Bee and you create a barrier of level 8 inches, Naruto said as Sasuke's eyes widened. Level 8? Is the battle really gonna be that destructive? He said as Naruto looked at him and nodded. Sasuke went off to execute the plan. Isu had a smirk on his face. For what's about to come, we need to be at our peak, Naruto. I have to teach you the hard way. Gripping his sword, black flames rose from beneath his feet high in the air. Purple flames did the same for Naruto, indicating that both warriors were powering up with a blink of an eye. The ground erupted into rubble where both men once stood, meeting in the center. The ground beneath them caved in due to the force of the chakra and swords clashing, fading from view once more. The two was high above everyone. Naruto didn't waste time swinging his sword at Isu, who blocked the sword aimed at his head. Pushing Naruto's sword back, he swung his sword with the intent of cutting Naruto in half at his waist. His sword connected with Naruto, at least that's what it looked like, until his form turned into flames that were split in half by the black blade appearing behind the Isu, who was surprised by the display movement. Naruto, whose sword was in his right hand, said with extreme seriousness, I'm not in the mood to sandbag. I'm killing you. No. The silver blade turned purple, bringing the sword in a swift swing from his hip in an upward slash. A trail of purple flame followed, hoping to make contact with Isu, but he knew it was just wishful thinking. That much was true when Isu countered with slashing dragon's claw. Both swords were stopped by the other. Black flame met with purple flames, causing a mini explosion in the air that propelled both warriors back to the ground landing a distance away from one another. Both analyzed the situation. Senzuru first thought was, he countered at that distance. I should have suspected his speed was at that level by looking at his fight with Geto, the previous wielder of Phoenix Claw. I overestimated my ability and thought I could end it with one strike. Cutting Nail of the Phoenix was cancelled out by Dragon's Claw. It's to be expected, I guess. Well, it seems like he is definitely at his max level at this form. And so am I. I really have to end this soon. Naruto charged in Sage mode at Aisu, who was standing still at full force, who also had a blue pattern around his eyes, using his abilities granted to him from his alliance with the dragons. Aisu summoned dragons from his sword with the intent of defending him from Naruto. Swinging his sword in his hand, he sliced one of the dragons in half. Jumping to the side to avoid the other one, he planted his sword in the side of the dragon, engulfing it in purple flames. Another dragon was coming at him from behind, but doing a 180 spin, he slashed at the dragon. It looked as if his sword missed by an inch until the dragon burst into flames. Aisu didn't move from his location. He just placed his sword behind him to shield himself from the Phoenix Claw that was now pressed against it. Turning to his left, he pushed Naruto back in a dragon tail stance. Aisu's sword was at eye level. He was in a position to defend as well as attack. Naruto soon realized that he was preparing for an attack when the black flames were getting sucked into the blade. As he took a stance, Aisu saw Naruto's stance and smiled. Hellbreath, he said, bringing his sword down to his left hip. He thrust it forward at his enemy from the blade. A highly concentrated black laser-type beam came at Naruto full force. Naruto brought down his sword as a phoenix formed behind him. Blazing King, he said. The attacks connected, causing a large explosion seen within a 100-mile radius of Konoha. All Jiraiya, Kushina, Sasuke and Killer Bee appeared and saw purple and black flames all over the area and clashes of purple and black. Let's do this so that Naruto can go all out. Yo, Killer Bee said as all of them went to four corners, 4 Crimson Ray formation, they said. As a red barrier appeared. Seeing the red barrier, Naruto smirked. It looks like we both are our max at this form. How about we go all out? Naruto said as Aisu smirked. I was waiting when you were gonna say that, said as they both jumped back. Orange flames erupted from Naruto and took a shape of a large phoenix as black flames erupted from Aisu as it took a shape of a dragon. Both beasts were as tall as the 9 tails. As the whole village looked at the two monsters in awe, floating in the air with both of the owners of their respective contracts inside their head. The summons of legend was finally face to face with one another. Xenos was the first to speak. Why have you summoned me, Naruto? You already know. Xenos, why even ask? The bird did know, but he wanted an answer. He turned to see Soros and Aisu. I see you are trying to bring down that kid. It seems that we will be engaged in battle once more. Soros, the large dragon, nodded. So it would seem, old friend, this fight will be determined by the skill of our users. I really don't wish to fight you, Xenos, but it cannot be helped. We will make the first move, Naruto said as Xenos nodded. Naruto, controlling Xenos' chakra, wasted no time in shooting a bullet of fire from Xenos' mouth. The purple flame flew at Aisu, who smirked. Aisu jumped toward the flame and split it in half while shooting a stream of fire attacking from beneath Xenos. Naruto turned to the side to avoid the black flame that Soros shot at him. I am not gonna drag this longer, Naruto said as he flew up and formed a purple ball formed by flames and soot it at Aisu, who dodged it and flew at Naruto. Formed a black ball formed of flames in his mouth and shoot it at Naruto, who dodged it and tried to claw Aisu and blocked it with his tail. Let's go to level 2 of our swords, Naruto. This battle at this level is futile, Aisu said as Naruto's eyes Widened. Level 2. Naruto asked, shocked seeing Naruto's reaction. Isu decided to speak. I see. You have no knowledge of level 2 of our swords can evolve to level 2 where we can access the R. Contract power and at the same time combine it with our sword where we can sustain Zenos and Soros. In our human form, Isu finished as Naruto's eyes widened. Let me show you, Isu said as Soros dispersed and started taking a form of a cloak as a black cloak formed around Isu and Isu grabbed his sword. Naruto's eyes were wide. What power? I can achieve that power, Naruto thought, but he didn't let that bother him as he rushed at Isu and tried to claw Isu, but his eyes widened when Isu brought his sword up. It's over, he said as he released a clack slash that went right through Naruto in his Zenos form as the phoenix around Naruto disappeared as he was falling from the sky, and Isu looked at him and sighed and the cloak around him vanished in a distance. Kiyomi saw Naruto falling from the sky as she ran towards him. Sasuke dispelled the barrier and rushed to catch Naruto and caught him. He is in bad condition. He has a huge cut in his chest. Sasuke thought. Isu started to walk towards him. Stay back, you have won already, he said as Isu sighed. Once he wakes up, tell him to go to Fenakusu Den, he said as he vanished in a burst of black flames. Naruto opened his eyes slowly to adjust to the bright sun that shined in his room. He looked around and saw he was indeed in the hospital of Konoha. He yawned as he rose from the bed and stretched. He glanced down and was in his hospital gear again, blue shirt and grew sweats. He got up out of bed and moved to walk around, but he passed a curtain and heard a voice. Well, you're up and about so soon. Naruto turned to the curtain. He pulled it open and smiled. Sitting in her own hospital bed was Kiyomi Uchiha with a small cast on her left hand. Well, you know the deal, nothing can really keep me down for very long, he joked while Kiyomi rolled her eyes. Wish I had that ability, she said, kinda annoyed. Naruto smirked as he sat down on the side of her and pecked her lips. How are you feeling? Better still. Feels so surreal, Naruto said. I still can't believe that Isu defeated me with one hit, Naruto said as Kiyomi lowered her head. Yeah, I know, me and the others had to use all of our chakras to maintain the barrier, Kiyomi said. Next level? What did he mean using my sword and Zeno's power at the same time? Naruto thought. Naruto, Kiyomi said as Naruto looked at her. Isu said you to go to Fenakusu Den, she said as Naruto looked at her confused. Fenakusu Den? Huh, I have to ask Zenos about this, Naruto thought. Okay, thank you, Kiyomi, he said with a smile. You don't need to thank me. If only I was stronger, she said as Naruto looked at her. Don't worry, you are strong already and no matter what you will always be precious to me no matter what, he said as Kiyomi looked at him with a smile. Thank you, Naruto, she said. Naruto nodded. So what will you do? I'm gonna wait till I get this fucking thing off and then I'ma take it easy. That's what you're gonna do, Kiyomi said as Naruto nodded. I won't mind staying in the hospital if you stay with me, Naruto said as he gave her puffy dog eyes as Kiyomi chuckled. Well, if that's what it takes to stay and rest, I will stay, Kiyomi said as Naruto grinned at the Hokage tower. Minato was in the room with Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Sasuke, Itachi, Kushina and the Kumo team. There are no casualties and most of the Akatsuki is dead, Minato said as all of the Jonin smiled except Sasuke. Minato saw this and decided to speak. Sasuke, what's wrong? You don't look happy, he asked. Isu is stupidly strong. He defeated Naruto after he took a form and defeated Naruto in a single hit, Sasuke said as all of the people gasped. That can't be possible. Naruto is even stronger than Lord Hokage, Itachi said, shocked as Sasuke sighed. Well, that's not what I am worried about. In his fight with Naruto, he was testing Naruto rather than Trying to kill him, Sasuke said as everyone was deep in thought. I think that Isu knows something. And is not supporting the Akatsuki, but he was gathering intel on them, Itachi said as everyone had to agree if Isu really wanted to kill Naruto he could have done it and also take the Jinchuriki. And not only that, he told Naruto to go to Fenakusu-den. Sasuke said as everyone looked at him. Fenakusu-den, I have never heard of it, Jiraiya said. Fenakusu-den, I am pretty sure that Naruto knows where the place is, Minato said as everyone nodded. Now on to the masked man. I don't know where he is. I will call for a 5-cage summit on how to deal with it, Minato said as everyone agreed. Master B, I kindly request you to give this message to the raikage, Minato said as he gave B a scroll as B nodded and took the scroll. At the hospital, Naruto was having a makeout session with Kiyomi, but before they could go any further the door opened as Kiyomi quickly got off Naruto's lap and sat on the bed as the Kumo team entered. Yo Naruto, how are you bro? B asked as Naruto smiled at him. I am fine, most of my injuries are healed thanks to Kiyomi, Naruto said as B nodded. Well, since you have recovered we will leave today, Amoy said as Naruto got a serious look. Well, I will not be going, I have to go to train and ask Xenos about this Fenakusu-den, Naruto said as B nodded. But B sensei, what will we tell Lord Raikage? Amoy asked, not wanting to think and angry. Raikage, not seeing his son, bro will understand, and Naruto is the only one who can defeat that Isu guy, B said as everyone sighed and agreed. Don't worry, I will come as soon as I finish my training, Naruto said, giving them a reassuring smile as they all smiled back and nodded. Well, since you are not going we will leave now, Amoy said as the others agreed. The Kumo team left and Naruto was taking to Kiyomi, but Naruto felt a tug but he ignored it. But Kiyomi noticed it. Are you feeling well, Naruto-kun? Kiyomi asked worriedly while Naruto didn't show any external signs of a disease. She was a trained medic and easily spotted his slight discomfort. I don't really know, Naruto said, flexing his body. My chakra feels weird, Naruto stated as he released a small amount. His chakra seemed to be unstable and uncontrollable at this point. Let me take a look, Kiyomi said and activated her Sharingan. She was surprised when she saw Naruto's chakra acting up. It was like the chakra had a mind of his own and was all over the place in his body. It seemed to be affecting his muscles, bones, but it seemed more concentrated around his head. You are right, your chakra is acting weird. Lie down so I can properly check, Kiyomi stated and Naruto sighed. I don't feel, Naruto was saying but didn't manage to finish as he simply fell to the ground completely unconscious. It was extremely rare for anyone to simply drop to the ground while talking. Naruto, Kiyomi screamed as she looked at Naruto's body, whose chakra had clammed down, but it was changing. It's like his chakra and body is adapting to something, she thought. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto was in a white space. Naruto, a voice said as Naruto turned around to see a black phoenix. Who are you and where am I? Naruto asked the phoenix. My name Ozai, the first phoenix that ever existed, and you are in your mindscape, Ozai said as Naruto bowed. Sorry for my rudeness, Ozai-sama, I didn't know it was you, Naruto said as the phoenix nodded. Naruto, I have to tell you something. You see, my power even surpasses the Sage of the Six Paths and his mother, but at that time when even Sage of the Six Paths wasn't born, there was a dark being that I and the head of the Dragon Clan battled and managed to kill him, but in that battle both I and the head of the Dragon Clan couldn't maintain our form, so we turned into swords that have enormous power. The Phoenix King explained as Naruto nodded. I am guessing that those swords wear Phoenix Claw and Dragon's Fang, Naruto said as the Phoenix nodded. This Fenakusu-den is a very old place where time itself moves slower and only the people who have the two swords can enter. I want you to go to that cave and train for 6 months, but in the real world it will only be 1 month. There is a threat that only you can stop, Ozai said as Naruto narrowed his eyes at the phoenix. Who is this threat, if I may ask? Naruto said as the phoenix sighed. I myself don't know, but I know that it will be at a level that if all the 5 great nations combined can't defeat, the phoenix said as Naruto nodded. Where is this cave exactly? Naruto asked. You don't need to worry about that, just summon one of the phoenixes and they will take you there, the phoenix said, and Naruto nodded. This is not the last time I am gonna be meeting you, Naruto, the phoenix said as it vanished in thin air. In the real world, Naruto returned from his mindscape and found himself lying in his bed. He looked outside and the moon was shining in the sky. He looked down to see Kiyomi asleep next to him, clutching his arm furiously. Naruto brushed a few strands of her hair to the side so he could gaze upon her beautiful and angelic face. It was then that he noticed dried tears in her cheeks. Kiyomi-chan, Naruto whispered gently, running his hands through her soft cheeks. He bent down and placed a small kiss on her forehead, making her stir. She slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the small light of the room, and noticed Naruto awake and staring deeply into her eyes. Naruto-kun, Kiyomi choked out and hugged him fiercely while crying. I was worried about you when you fainted like that, Kiyomi said, and Naruto simply hugged her, showing that he wasn't going anywhere. You know me, Naruto said, breaking the hug. He brought his forehead to hers and locked eyes with her. I don't stay down for long, Naruto said, looking at her with caring eyes filled with love. I talked with someone in my mindscape and that's why I fainted. I'm not going anywhere soon. I'm staying with you forever, Naruto whispered and gently closed the gap between them. Their lips brushed together at first until they locked in a deep, passionate kiss. All the while Naruto was caressing her face, feeling her smooth, flawless skin. Lemon skip if you wish. Naruto and Kiyomi broke the kiss and simply stared at each other, their eyes locked with each other's, each bearing all the love they felt for each other. There was nothing that could split them. They had been made for each other like yin and yang. Naruto hugged Kiyomi and rolled on the bed until he was on top of her, never breaking their gaze. Naruto broke his gaze and kissed her again. Their lips brushed together, each one enjoying the warmth and softness of each other's lips. Naruto playfully licked her bottom lip, asking for entrance. She gladly opened her mouth, making their tongues clash. Naruto explored her mouth, leaving no corner alone. They were so enticed by the sensation that they didn't stop until they needed some air. They both split, gasping for air. Are you going to keep staring? Kiyomi teased, breaking Naruto from his dreams and making him chuckle. Maybe, Naruto playfully replied, kissing her again. Naruto started running his hands through her back all the way into her smooth thighs. Naruto broke the kiss and started kissing her neck. He slowly brought his right hand up, feeling every inch of her body, her flat stomach, her firm breasts. He slowly unzipped her jacket and threw it out of the way. Underneath she had her mesh shirt and Naruto hesitated. Kiyomi noticed it and herself leaned up and removed her mesh shirt, remaining in nothing more than a black bra. Their hearts were running a mile per minute. Kiyomi felt bold and took his hand and placed it on her breast. Naruto just stared at her until he gently squeezed her breast, enlisting a small of satisfaction from Kiyomi. Her breasts were perfect, perky C cups. Naruto ran his hands through them, gently squeezing them, feeling how soft and warm they were. Naruto unclipped her bra and threw it out of way, leaving the twins out. Naruto used his thumb to twirl her pink nipples. Hearing a small groan, Naruto figured she liked it and continued his ministrations while Naruto was playing with her breasts. Kiyomi was slightly dazed. That feeling was Incredible that she just wanted to savor it and enjoy it as long as she could. Naruto had never touched breasts in his life, so he decided to experiment a little bit. He placed a hand on each one. He squeezed both breasts and heard a small moan as he continued to try out new things with his toys. Kiyomi frowned when Naruto detached himself from her breasts, but that was short-lived when Naruto brought his mouth to her right nipple and began to suck on it gently at first, but then a little rougher. Kiyomi threw her head back, rising her chest at the new sensation. She was on cloud nine in. Naruto was only working on her breasts. His wet tongue felt so different in her nipples, but she enjoyed it very much. She gasped as he alternated to her other breast and used his hands to keep both busy. Naruto quickly went up and started kissing her again. Today was the last day that he was gonna spend with her, so he was gonna do whatever he could do to show his love to her. It's not really fair if I'm the only one who is losing clothes. She breaks the kiss long enough to purr into his ear. Yeah. Good point, he admits, and he was about to start stripping when he suddenly felt warm. You burned my clothes, Naruto said in disbelief. They were being annoyed. Besides, you have other ones. Kiyomi smiles slyly, making the flames disappear as she leans so she was sitting on her knees and runs her hands over his naked chest. Naruto shivers as Kiyomi noticed this and smirked. You are so sensitive, she murmurs and glides her hands along the muscular planes of his chest, reveling in the power she felt there, and kisses him. Kiyomi sighed blissfully as Naruto started planting butterfly kisses everywhere. Naruto traced her jawline and began descending, kissing both breasts and going down onto her flat stomach. Naruto reached his next obstacle, her pants, since they still had clothes from the waist down. Naruto looked up asking for permission, to which Kiyomi nodded. He started with his fingers. His index of course went first. Kiyomi let out a light hum, almost a moan, but it grew louder when Naruto injected his other finger in her. Oh Naruto, oh. Naruto kept thrusting his fingers in and out of her, then adding the technique of twirling his fingers inside of her. Kiyomi flinched while her hips began to move in pleasure. Kiyomi was biting her lips in pleasure as she had to control herself, but it just felt too good to her. Naruto removed his fingers and looked at her. You're so wet, princess, Naruto teased, looking at her embarrassed face. Shush, shut up, Kiyomi said between breaths. Naruto chuckled slightly. Naruto took a good look at her womanhood, and it was dripping with her arousal. Kiyomi's body tensed as Naruto approached her, but she quickly forgets that when Naruto's mouth latched itself to her core. Kiyomi back lifted from the bed as Naruto began licking her moist entrance. Naruto noticed that Kiyomi seemed to shiver every time Naruto gave her a long lick. Naruto was happy that he could pleasure his lover with just a simple touch. Her breathing was harsh and uncontrollable. She reached down and grabbed Naruto's hair, needing to hold onto him unknowingly, pushing him deeper. Naruto continued licking her over and over, hearing the moans that filled the room, licking around her nether lips, clit, and driving his tongue into her. This was an all-new experience for her, and she loved it. Naru, Kiyomi moaned as Naruto drove his tongue inside her wet folds and started exploring. Naruto's tongue swirled inside her womanhood, trying to reach everywhere. Naruto removed his tongue from her folds and detached himself from her. He looked up to see Kiyomi's clouded face from the pleasure. Naruto gently licked a small nub of nerves, making Kiyomi gasp and moan even louder. Naruto was happy he placed a silence seal, otherwise they would have some trouble. Naruto resumed his ministrations on Kiyomi until he felt her start shaking, and he assumed she was close. Just that feeling of Kiyomi squirming under him made him want to devour her even more. Kiyomi was losing her mind. She could barely think at this point. Naruto, I'm gonna, oh god. Kiyomi didn't get to finish as she yelled and came all over Naruto's face, her hips raised from the bed as She gripped Naruto's hair hard as she came down from her orgasm. Enough, Kiyomi said as she got up. Though her head was a bit dizzy from all the non-stop pleasure she was receiving, she took a few deep breaths before she pushed Naruto on the bed. This time Kiyomi crawled over him, showing her intense blush but determined and horny face. "You won't get away with this, Naruto," she said, though with lust. "Get away with what, Kiyomi?" The Uchiha glared hard at him, her Sharingan spinning to life. As she studied him, "You're constant teasing me and giving me pleasure, but you think you'll just walk away without having to Kumo milk your balls empty." She ripped the underwear off the blonde's waist and gasped at the monster underneath. Underneath was at least 6 or 7 inches long now. Seeing as this was Kiyomi's first glance at the male anatomy, she was pretty shocked to see it so big. "What should I do with it?" she thought before she remembered something from some of those magazines Itachi had under his bed when she would do house cleaning at the Uchiha compound. She began to rub her hand down slowly, getting a feel for what she was doing, though even slightly rubbing was enough to get Naruto to grunt. Kiyomi smiled to herself before she began to go faster, and the reaction increased. The friction with her hand and Naruto's cock was bringing the blonde to absolute pleasure. She just kept rubbing it and rubbing it with the speed that Naruto just looked so happy with. He looked like he was gonna pass out, which made her smile, but she wanted to one-up him. She moved her mouth to the head of the penis before she gave a long lick from the shaft all the way to the head. Once she did that, Naruto's body tensed as he felt a warm and wet thing glide on his dick. "Oh God," he moaned. Kiyomi grinned. She got him to moan. She was doing something right. She kept doing it for a while before she eventually wrapped her whole mouth around the dick, sucking it at a moderate pace. Now again, to an experienced person, Kiyomi's head game would probably be trash, but to Naruto, another inexperienced person and the person who loved this woman, was the best thing he had ever felt. As Kiyomi twirled her tongue around his head, Naruto's was on cloud 9. Never before had he felt something so beautiful before. Kiyomi just kept sucking before Naruto grabbed her head. Oh my God," he grunted as he let himself loose without warning right into Kiyomi's mouth. The Uchiha went wide-eyed at the feeling of warm slimy liquid enter her mouth. It was like a hose almost, as it took a full 10 seconds for it to stop. Naruto laid back, letting his post-nut clarity hit him. His head was in the clouds. "Ah," he said. Kiyomi meanwhile was in the midst of tasting what was Naruto in her mouth. She realized that he had a bit of a sweet taste to him, and it was very enjoyable to her. She swallowed it, letting it pass down in her body. She said, "You taste good, sweet, Naruto-kun. I want you," Kiyomi whispered as they broke their kiss. "Are you sure?" Naruto asked. He loved her more than anything, and he didn't want to pressure her in any way. Kiyomi simply nodded. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and rolled so he was on top, and positioned his 7-inch hard member at her wet entrance. He glanced towards Kiyomi, who was running her hands through his back as Naruto began pushing in Naruto's side as he felt her barrier and knew that there was no way around it. He suddenly pushed his dick into Kiyomi's pussy, getting a wince from her. She sank her nails into Naruto's back, but he bit back the pain. Naruto leaned forward and kissed her to lessen the pain of having her virginity taken until he rested inside her. She was very slippery and yet still tight. Kiyomi never felt so full of something in her life. It felt amazing to be connected to the person she loved above all in this world. After a few moments, Kiyomi's breathing returned to normal and she opened her eyes. "Alright, you can move now, slowly," she said. Naruto inched his way back. "Oh Kami, you are tight." "Kiyomi-chan, it feels amazing," Naruto moaned before thrusting his member deeper into her pussy. The action sent a jolt of pleasure and a little pain to Kiyomi, who gasped as her back arched. Naruto repeated the process a few times before smoothing out his strokes to a slow pace. Naruto moved slowly. At first until he began to speed up, rocking his hips. Uggghhhh, it's amazing, Kiyomi moaned out. Kiyomi's breathing was labored as was Naruto's. Faster, she said, and Naruto complied, speeding up. Harder, she said a while later, and once again Naruto complied, burying himself completely inside of her and receiving a moan of approval. He could hear his skin smacking hers as he continued to make sweet love to the woman he treasured. Naruto moved his head up and kissed her deeply, never stopping his lovemaking. Naruto could feel the sweat form on his body, and looking down at Kiyomi he saw that she was also sweating. The room became hotter, and the sounds of moaning and the loud slaps from their skin could be heard. Naruto felt Kiyomi's walls starting to clamp upon his member even harder, meaning that she was close. Naruto sped up his thrusts as he was also close to his orgasm. Kiyomi wrapped her arms around Naruto's back and her legs around his waist, pushing him deeper. Naruto-kun, I'm coming, Kiyomi yelled as she climaxed. Naruto felt her walls tighten and he held onto her tighter, shooting his sperm deep inside of her. Kiyomi did her birth control jutsu so she didn't get pregnant yet. Naruto fell to the bed next to her, both taking deep breaths. Naruto kissed her one last time. I love you, Kiyomi-chan, Naruto whispered, embracing her. I love you too, Kiyomi replied as Naruto pulled the sheets over them and they fell into a deep sleep in each other's arms. Lemon ends. Next morning the sun shined in on the hospital room of one Naruto as he woke up in his bed, drool coming down his face. But with the sun in his eyes, the blonde began to stir awake. His blue eyes slowly fluttered open as he lied on the bed. He slowly glanced around. He took a deep breath before and stretched as he was about to get up for the day, but he couldn't because there was extra weight on him than usual. Naruto glanced to his right to see his Uchiha girlfriend Kiyomi, who was equally nude as he was right now. The events of last night began flowing through his head as he had just lost his virginity. He had sex with his girlfriend and it was amazing. He moved to her and began to kiss her lips even though she was in sleep. She responded rather well, kissing him back with equal emotion. He pulled back and then hugged her. Morning, gorgeous. Kiyomi opened her eyes as she felt very warm. She pulled herself closer to the source and responded, and the sun is evil, make it go away, she mumbled in her sleep-like state. Sorry, I know I may be all cage level strength and all, but that seems more like godlike powers and stuff, so yeah, let's be real here, Naruto said, which annoyed her. Stupid dumb Phoenix alarm clock, she said as she moved to bash him on his head, but Naruto caught her fist. Come on, Kiyomi-chan, I have to leave today for Fenakusu Den, he said. Fine, she said as she got up and got dressed along with Naruto at the gates of the Leaf Village. Naruto, along with the Namikaze family, has stood there along with the Uchiha family. Naruto, I am truly grateful for what you did. And because of you the Akatsuki members are almost all dead, Minato said as Naruto bowed down. I should be the one thanking you, Lord Hokage, to let me go through with my plans. I am truly grateful, Naruto said as Minato smiled. Naruto then turned to Kara and Menma. You guys be careful, that masked guy is still after you too, Naruto said as both Kara and Menma nodded. Then he turned to Kushina. Please take care of these two, I know that they are not that smart and might do something stupid, Naruto said as Kushina smiled at him. I will, she said. Naruto then turned to the Uchiha family. Mikoto gave Naruto a huge hug. Be safe, Naruto, she said. Naruto nodded. Naruto hugged Itachi. Please take care of Kiyomi, said Naruto as Itachi nodded. Sasuke then spoke. You know what's coming, Naruto, so get stronger. Naruto smirked. I will, believe me, Sasuke. Naruto turned to Kiyomi, who had a faint blush on her face but also was about to cry. Naruto looked at her. Don't cry, Kiyomi-chan, I will meet you again. Kiyomi looked at him and kissed him. After few seconds they broke the kiss. You do know that you have that feature that you can contact me with, right? He said as she nodded. Naruto gave her a final goodbye kiss and went through hand signs, summoning just as Dranzer appeared. Long time no see, Naruto, why have you summoned me? The phoenix asked. I need you to take me to Fenakusu-den, Naruto said as the phoenix nodded. So you finally know, very well, let's go, the phoenix said as Naruto jumped on its back as they flew towards their destination. Naruto was standing at the back of Dranzer and going towards a mountain. Aren't Phoenix embodiment of fire? Naruto asked Dranzer as nodded. Then why are we in a mountain area where the temperature is least -10 degrees? Why would Fenakusu-den be here? Naruto asked as Dranzer just looked at him. I don't know, from what I have heard even in such weather condition Fenakusu-den has a temperature over 50 degrees, Dranzer said. As Naruto nodded. Meanwhile, B and his team had arrived at the cloud and gave the report to the Raikage. B were expecting I to kick his across the cloud village when he found out that his adopted son went to train for a month, but I just smirked when B told him that Naruto went to train. Yua was a different case. She was pissed at B. How could he let her baby boy go out to train without any kind of goodbye? Then she calmed down after B had told her about Isu and his power. Naruto and Dranzer arrived at a strange mountain. Fenakusu-den is in this mountain. Even I can't see it. Only someone who has Phoenix Claw or Dragon's Fan can see it, Dranzer said as Naruto looked at him and smiled. Thanks, Dranzer, you can go now, Naruto said as Dranzer nodded and disappeared in a burst of flames. Naruto, I see by what he meant by only someone with the swords can see it, Naruto thought as he looked at the mountain. This is not a mountain, but it is a cave, Naruto thought as he entered the cave. As soon as he entered the cave he heard the voice, so you have finally come, Naruto, a voice said as Naruto looked at the source of the voice and saw a man in floating. He had a staff and 9 black balls flowing around him. How are you? Naruto asked. I am Hagoromo Otsutsuki, also known as the Sage of the Six Paths, the old man said as Naruto's eyes widened. I am glad to meet you, Hagoromo-sama, Naruto said as the sage chuckled. No need to call me the same, Naruto, but the reason I have appeared in front of you is same as canon tells him about the reincarnation cycle and Kaguya, and I suspect Black Getsu is trying to revive my mother, Hagoromo said as Naruto was in deep thought. But if I am the reincarnation of your youngest son, who is the reincarnation of your oldest son? Naruto said as Hagoromo answered, Uchiha Sasuke. You see, since nothing bad has happened in Sasuke's life, he is not consumed by hatred, the sage said as Naruto nodded. You will train in how to mix your sword and Zeno's power, the sage said as Naruto nodded. Well, that will be quite a power-up, but I don't think it will be enough to stop my mother, the sage said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. Then what am I supposed to do? Naruto asked the sage. You need to learn how to control your sword's full power. If you can do that, even my mother can't defeat you, Hagoromo said as Naruto nodded. And how am I supposed to do that? Naruto said as Hagoromo sighed. You will have to concentrate on your sword and ask Ozai how to do that, Hagoromo said as Naruto nodded. Naruto sat down in a meditating position and closed his eyes, his sword in his hand. As the sword started glowing color of black as Hagoromo just watched as he smiled inside Naruto's mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes in his mindscape to see the Black Phoenix looking at him. So Hagoromo told you how well, there is no going back now, the Phoenix said as it started to change. Naruto was now looking at a man with long black hair who wore a black kimono just by looking at him. Naruto could tell that this man was far stronger than he or even Isu was. Now what I don't have time for this, I have to become strong so that I can protect my loved ones, Naruto said as he looked at the man. The man looked at Naruto before a sword appeared in his hand. Naruto's eyes widened. That sword, it's Phoenix Claw. Naruto said, you said you didn't have time, right? Well, to earn my power you have to pass my test, the man said as in a blink of an eye he vanished and appeared in front of Naruto and attempted to slice at Naruto's chest as Naruto in time blocked it with his sword, so fast I couldn't follow his movements at all. Naruto thought as he jumped back, what the hell are you doing? Naruto said as he was sent flying away with a kick by Ozai. You said you need the power. But I don't think you are worthy of it, Ozai said as he rushed at Naruto again as Naruto blocked the slice, but again in a blink of an eye Ozai disappeared and kicked Naruto. No matter how many times you knock me down, I will keep on getting up until you tell me how to use your power, Naruto said as he rushed at Ozai as they both clashed with their swords, and if you don't tell me I will force it out of you, Naruto said as his sword was surrounded by purple flames. Blazing King, Naruto said as he sliced at Ozai as a huge phoenix made of fire went towards Ozai, but Naruto's eyes widened when Ozai simply took the attack head like it was nothing. You said you will force it out of me, don't make me laugh, Ozai said as he rushed at Naruto as they both clashed with their sword. Phoenix Claw vs Phoenix Claw. 5 days time skip. I along with Darui and C were standing at the entrance of the cloud. They were leaving for the 5-cage summit that the Leaf Village had requested. For a 5-cage summit, 5-cage summit goes the same. No Sasuke trying to kill the Hokage because he is in the Leaf, and Toby declares war on all 5 great nation, and also Toby captures B, but B escapes. But 30% of the 8 tails chakra was sealed in the Gedo statue in Fenikusu Den. A month had passed in Fenikusu Den. That meant 10 days had passed in the real world. Hagoromo was still watching Naruto, who was bleeding from his mouth. He's not ready yet, Hagoromo thought. Guys, the war goes pretty much the same, but this time Itachi and Jiraiya being alive allows the Shinobi Alliance to have a greater chance, and Menma and Kara did what Naruto did in the original. Madara is still revived since Konoha had killed Orochimaru, and Kabuto became a copy of him. Minato being alive doesn't change much after Madara used his perfect Susanoo. The 5-cage got stomped when the 10 tails launched its tailed beast bomb. Minato still arrives in time to teleport it away. Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina and Kara form the 4 Crimson Ray Barrier, and Kakashi and Obito have their epic battle. Itachi, Sasuke and Kiyomi, since they all have the internal Mangekyo fight. Madara Obito becomes the 10 tails. Jinchuriki, Menma and Sasuke combine their Susanoo and Kurama, but instead of Naruto giving the talk no jutsu to Obito, it is Menma. Madara revives the 10 tails and kills Menma, but he is saved by Obito, and Sasuke doesn't become a selfie stick for Madara, so he is still alive. Sasuke was currently in his mindscape with Hagoromo. Uchiha Sasuke, do you understand? You have to hold off Madara and if possible kill Black Zetsu until Naruto comes, Hagoromo said as Sasuke nodded. I will do all that I can, Sasuke said as Hagoromo smiled at him. Very well, come forward, I shall grant you the power to do so, Hagoromo said as Sasuke came forward as Hagoromo placed his hand on Sasuke's forehead. I gave you all of my visual powers. Use it wisely, and thank you Sasuke for not going to the dark side and ending the reincarnation cycle, Hagoromo said as Sasuke smiled and nodded. In the real world, 8 Gate Might Guy was fighting Madara. This attack will be his final one, Madara said as he looked at Might Guy, who took a stance. Charge. Guy said as the red aura expanded and formed a dragon around Guy. I acknowledge this chakra of yours. Of all those who have fought me over the years, there is no one that surpasses you in taijutsu. I, Madara, declare that you are the strongest of them all, Madara said excitedly. Ah, Guy said, as he ran towards Madara as Madara brought his staff forward, but his eyes widened when the staff bent. He is bending space, Madara thought. Night Guy, Guy said as he kicked Madara as he sent him flying, and Madara coughed out blood. After the smoke cleared, Might Guy could be seen his whole body was burnt. He was dead as Madara could be seen in a distance. Half of his body was gone. You bastard, you nearly killed him. Looks like your light is about to burn out, Madara said laughing, and to show my gratitude for all the fun, I will finish you off before you turn to ash, Madara said as he fired one of his truth-seeking orbs towards Guy. Dragon breath, a voice said as he deflected the truth-seeking ball. Like a man with black hair with a black chakra cloak and a sword appeared. Sorry, I am late, but I had some business to take care of. The man said he was none other than Isu. And you are? Madara asked. My name is not important. I am just here to hold you off until Naruto arrives, Isu said as Madara smiled. This Naruto that Raikage and those Uchiha spoke of must be really strong if you trust him that much, Madara said as Isu smirked. You will know that when he comes, Isu said as Sasuke appeared beside him. Madara, let's see if you can get past us now, Sasuke said, showing his left eye. Madara narrowed his eyes at Sasuke. That dragon summoner will not be much problem, but Sasuke on the other hand, his chakra is similar to mine and also he has awoken the Rinnegan. Madara thought, well, we will see about that, Madara said, but in a blink of an eye Sasuke was in front of Madara with a black chidori as he tried to stab Madara in the chest, but Madara dodged as the chidori hit the tree, creating a huge explosion. Madara quickly turned towards Sasuke, but Sasuke was gone. But instead of Sasuke, Isu was there, his sword rise high in the air. This is the most powerful attack in my arsenal, Dragon King, Isu said as he launched a huge dragon towards Madara as Madara created a shield with all his truth-seeking orbs and it deflected the attack towards the tree as the god tree was severed even inside the shield of the truth-seeking balls. Madara felt the attack force of that attack. I have to get my left eye soon, Madara thought. He was not worried about Senzaru but about Sasuke. Madara came out of the truth-seeking orb's shield to see the tree had been severed. Take me within me, all of the 10 tails, all my power, make it your. The divine tree said as Madara jumped up, started absorbing the tree. When Madara was finished absorbing the divine tree, he looked at Sasuke and Isu. Isu was in a bad condition. That attack was his strongest attack and it did absolutely nothing to that man, and now he was almost out of chakra. I need to get my left eye, Madara thought. Hey Isu, do you have any ceiling just that can keep him in place? Sasuke said as Isu nodded. I do, but then I won't be able to fight, Isu said as Sasuke nodded. That is not our concern, we have to keep him in place until Naruto comes, Sasuke said as Isu nodded. All you need to do is launch your attack towards me, I will do the rest, Sasuke said. As Isu nodded, Sage Art Dragon Paralyzer, Isu said as his sword was covered in black flames as a black chidori formed in Sasuke's hand. Now, Sasuke said as Madara appeared between Sasuke and Isu's attack. How did I get here? Madara thought. What, he moved? Isu said as he substituted with his shadow. Sasuke said, look over there, Isu said as Sasuke looked at Madara. Shit, he is not within my range, Sasuke thought. Looks like his Rinnegan can't reach this far away. I am starting to Understand your left eye's abilities, Sasuke. Madara thought. Sasuke, go after Madara. This shadow thing can't move at least for an hour. I don't have any chakra left to fight. Go now, Aisu said as Sasuke rushed towards Madara while Madara had stolen the Sharingan of Kakashi. His eyes widened as Sasuke cut him in half. Kamui, he said as he sucked himself away in a swirling vortex inside the Kamui dimension. Hurry up and destroy my Rinnegan. I can't hold off Black Getsu any longer, Obito said to Sakura. I know, Sakura said as she brought her kunai to stab in the Rinnegan, but in a swirling vortex Madara appeared. No, he said as he threw a rod toward Sakura, but Obito used his Kamui to teleport Sakura away. In the real world, Sakura appeared in a swirling vortex. Sakura, Kakashi said. Sakura, why did you pop up all of sudden? Sasuke said. She was in the same time space as Obito, Kakashi said as Sasuke nodded. Sakura, what's going on there? Kakashi said. Kakashi Sensei, your left eye, let me see, Sakura said as she started healing his eye. It appears that Madara stole my Sharingan and now he is in the same time space as Obito. Sakura, what happened? Kakashi asked as Sakura quickly looked at him. Madara will now have both of his Rinnegan. We are in serious trouble, she said as Aisu appeared. It doesn't matter, we just have to hold him off until Naruto gets here, Sasuke said as Sakura looked at him. Sasuke-kun, I know that Naruto is strong, but she was cut off by Sasuke. Sakura, you don't know Naruto, so I suggest that you keep your mouth shut and listen, he said as Sakura put her head down. I have a way to kill Black Getsu while still keeping Obito alive, Aisu said as all of them looked at him. What is it? Sasuke asked. A forbidden jutsu of the Dragon Clan wherein conceal away anything that I by blade touches, but in return I die, Aisu said as all of their eyes widened. No you can't, Sasuke said as Aisu smiled at him. I have nothing to live for. The purpose that I was born for I have already fulfilled, Aisu said as all of them put their head down as Aisu remembered that day. Flashback. Aisu was at the hidden Mist Village. He was a Jonin and was suddenly summoned by Soros, the current head of the Dragon Clan. What can I do for you, Soros? Aisu asked as he looked at the huge dragon. Aisu, soon there will be a threat so big that even you with all your strength will not be able to stop it, Soros said as Aisu's eyes widened. You mean the world will be destroyed? Aisu said with a scared look on his face. Yes. And no, it depends on you, Soros said as Aisu said an eyebrow. In the future there will be a child that will have the power to save the world, but he will be in a dark place and you have to guide him. But remember, not as an enemy or friend but as a human. You will have to join the organization that possesses this threat and they will come to you. All you have to do is leave your village, Soros said as Aisu, who had a shocked look on his face. I know this is sudden, but you have to do this for the sake of the world, Soros said. 2 years later, Aisu had left his village and was now branded as an S-rank criminal. The Mist had sent many ninjas after him, but he always knocked them out and never killed a single person from his village. Aisu was walking through the woods when a man with orange hair with piercing all over his body. Aisu, formerly of the Hidden Mist Village, the man said as Aisu looked at him. This must be the guys, Aisu thought. Yes I am. And you are? Aisu said. My name is Pain and I am here to invite you to the Akatsuki, Pain said as Aisu looked at him. What is this? Akatsuki, Aisu asked. It's an organization made of S-rank criminals, Pain said as Aisu narrowed his eyes at him. What is the goal of your organization? Aisu asked. To bring peace, Pain said. There was silence. So what's your answer? Pain said as Aisu looked at him. Very well, I will join your organization, Aisu said. Flashback ends. Well, all that's left is that I can save someone with My life, Isu said as he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, listen, here is my plan on how, Isu said. Madara and Obito, who was being controlled by Black Getsu, appeared in a swirling vortex. Looks like of all. You will not be a part of my dream world, Madara said with both of his Rinnegan looking at them. Madara, looks like you got both of your Rinnegan, Kakashi said as Sakura looked at Madara's Rinnegan and stepped back in fear. No, I can't, I have to make the plan work, she thought. Sakura stepped forward. Guys, I will be the diversion, you attack, she said as she activated her seal and rushed at Madara. As both Sasuke and Isu rushed behind, Sakura was getting close to Madara as Madara brought his hand up to stab right through her. Now, Sasuke thought that instead of Sakura getting stabbed, Obito and Sakura were behind Madara where Obito was, as Isu brought his sword and stabbed right through Obito, avoiding any vital spot. Sage Art Dragon Seal, Isu said as Black Getsu widened his eyes. No, I can't detach myself from him, Black Getsu thought as he felt himself getting pulled inside Isu's sword. No, years of planning gone. Sorry mother, I couldn't revive you, Black Getsu thought as he got sealed away. Madara looked at Isu, Sasuke and Sakura, who behind him. Looks like I was never your target. You wanted to free Obito by sealing away Black Getsu, but that matters little, Madara said. Then suddenly Sasuke and Sakura were sent flying away by an invisible force. Those shadows have returned and now there are 4 of them, Sasuke thought. Madara was looking at Isu, who was on the ground, and his sword, which was fading away. Looks like that jutsu of yours comes with a side effect. Well, you can seal away anything below the power of your sword. You lose your life. You knew my power was higher than the power of your sword, so you didn't try to seal me, Madara said as he raised his hand as one of his truth-seeking orbs turned into a sword. I will finish you off myself, brave warrior, Madara said as he brought down his sword, but then the sword was suddenly grabbed. Madara turned to his right to see Naruto. His hair was covering one of his eyes. He was taller than before, and the most noticeable feature was he had a black cloak covered in black flames. His right arm, which was holding his sword, was covered in black flames. Madara looked at Naruto and Naruto looked at Madara. Black flames appeared in Naruto's left hand as he broke the sword that Madara was holding. As Madara's eyes widened and he jumped back, Naruto carried Isu bridal style and brought him to Sasuke. Thanks Isu, Sasuke, Kakashi and Sakura for holding off Madara this long. Now stay where you or I will handle the rest, Naruto said as he smiled at them. Isu looked at Naruto. Your eyes are even more powerful than they were when we fought. Now I can die in peace and leave the rest to you, Isu thought as he closed his eyes, never to be opened again. Naruto, Madara said as Naruto looked at him. So you are the one that these people have so much faith in, Madara said. Madara, let's do this somewhere else away from the people here, Naruto said. Don't worry, I won't let a sin. Madara was cut off when Naruto grabbed his face and flew away with him. Naruto threw Madara to the ground. They were a distance away from where the people won't get hurt from their battle. Sakura widened her eyes when Naruto vanished and grabbed Madara's face and flew away with him. What power! I didn't see him move, and he forced Madara to go to a different location. We actually might have a chance, Sakura said as Sasuke just smirked. Madara's hand was on his face. He forced me like that after I have obtained both of my Rinnegan, Madara thought, but he was brought out of his thoughts when Naruto landed beside him. Let's begin, Madara. I have had enough of you, Naruto said as he looked at Madara. Madara just smirked as all of his truth-seeking orbs formed a sword. Let's see how strong you are, Naruto, Madara said as he disappeared and appeared behind Naruto, aiming to slice right through him, but Naruto turned around and blocked it. The clash of their sword created a crater. Looks like I might actually get to have some fun, Madara said as both his and Naruto's sword clashed again. Naruto had a calm expression as he deflected every single one of Madara's blow with every clash a crater was formed. I am not done yet, Naruto, Madara said as he tried to cut Naruto. But Naruto vanished as he appeared in a distance. Do you really think I couldn't follow your moves? Madara said as he dropped from the sky trying to kick Naruto, but Naruto jumped out of the way on time as the ground below Madara was destroyed. Naruto landed a distance away, but he had to block several strikes from 4 invisible sources. So that's his Rinnegan ability, but if they can touch me, the same implies to them, Naruto thought as his sword was covered in black, dark fire-style blazing wings. Naruto said as in black flash all of Madara's limbo clones were disintegrated as Madara, who was watching this in a distance, widened his eyes. How did he see my limbo, let alone kill all of them in a single blow? Madara thought, this kid, I can't hold back against him. Madara said he flew in the sky as a black ball formed in his plan, full power planetary devastation, Madara said as all the rocks started lifting in the air. Naruto, who saw this, had a calm expression on his face. That thing is using its gravity and then trap its opponent in that seal, and if I destroy the core, there will be no gravity to pull things in that case, Naruto thought as his sword was covered in black flames, dark fire-style unknowing flames, Naruto said as he flew up to them, and in one slash, the Madara's jutsu was destroyed. Madara could not believe what he was seeing. His full power planetary devastation was destroyed as he fritted his teeth, but his eyes widened when Naruto appeared in front of him and cut him across his chest as Madara jumped back. His wound was healing, but slowly. That sword, no, this boy is not using normal chakra. My wound should already be healed, but it's taking time. What kind of chakra is that? Madara thought. It doesn't matter, I will use my full power and crush this boy. I will show him who is God, Madara thought as a blue aura surrounded him. It's been fun, Naruto, but I have to bring this world to peace. I can't waste any time, Madara said as he activated his Susanoo. Now die, Madara said as he brought down the sword of his Susanoo, but his eyes widened when he heard a metal clash as Naruto was holding his sword with both his hands, and black flames flared up around Naruto. Ah! He screamed as he deflected the Susanoo sword. Black flames flared up around Naruto as he flew up to Madara's Susanoo head. Madara, I have had enough. I will show you the power of the fire god, Naruto said as black flames consumed Naruto as Madara's eyes widened at what he saw. All of my power in that attack, and he deflected it, but how is it possible? Next attack I will use all the power, all of 10 tails and my own power. I will not let this boy disrespect me, Madara said as the black flames exploded, and what Madara saw next shook him. There was Naruto with black wings and a black mask made of flames that covered his nose and mouth. His whole body and black fire around him, and his hair reached up to his back and his eyes were red. One flashback: Naruto was fighting Ozai for almost 3 months, but still Ozai didn't answer his question. As he blocked another slash from Ozai's blade, but Naruto's eyes widened when his sword broke in half. As he was sent flying. You still refuse to stay down, Naruto, Ozai said as Naruto got up. He was bleeding from both of his hands and legs. I told you I won't give up until you tell me how to control your power, Naruto said. I said I have no intention of telling you, Ozai said as he rushed at Naruto as Naruto blocked 2 strikes from Ozai, but he was sent flying by a kick. What is this? If he was serious about defeating me, he could have done it a long time ago, Naruto thought as he blocked another strike. But all I sense in him is sadness, Naruto thought as he blocked another strike and blocked another as he looked at Ozai, who looked down as Naruto widened his eyes. Learn to control your power. Is that why he is so sad? Naruto thought as he smiled and let go of his sword as Ozai rushed towards Naruto but stopped. Why did you let go of your sword? Ozai asked as Naruto smiled. I was saying that I wanted to control your power, but I realized that your power is not mine to control. If you wish, then only I will use it, otherwise I will not use your power if it is against your will, Naruto said as Ozai smiled. So you finally figured it out, huh? Ozai said as he started to dissipate. Once you use my full power, your life will be shortened by 40 years, Ozai said. And I can finally move on to the afterlife. That means Phoenix Claw will no longer exist. Goodbye, Naruto, Ozai said as he completely disappeared. Flashback ends. Madara was at a loss for words. The power that he was feeling from this boy was far beyond his. No, this can't be. I have obtained the power that rivals the Sage of the Six Paths. A mere human can't surpass me, Madara said as he took a step back in his Susanoo as all of the 9 truth-seeking orbs formed a shield around Madara when a black sword made up of fire appeared in Naruto's hand. This is the end. Madara, Fire God Flame Emperor, Naruto said as he appeared in front of the Susanoo and swung his sword as there was a huge explosion of black flames which completely consumed Madara and turned him into ash in a distance. Everyone saw the burst of black flames destroying Madara's Susanoo. All of the shinobi rushed towards the location to see a Naruto standing in the middle of a huge crater which was at least 12 miles wide and 2 kilometers deep. Naruto looked up and Sasuke turned around, seeing that the voice they heard coming from Kiyomi, as she was the one ahead of the group that was running towards the two. Well done, Naruto, Onoki said to the young warrior. Are you okay, Naruto? Yua asked. She has participated in the war, but she could not do much. Mom, I'm perfectly fine, sheathing his sword. Naruto's transformation slowly faded. His long hair returned to its original long spiky black hair. With 2 bangs, the black fire around Naruto disappeared, as did his wings, his mask and his fire cloak. As he returned to normal, Naruto looked at his sword which was slowly fading. Ozai, thanks for lending me your power and making me the first fire god, Naruto thought as he had a sad smile. I feel perfect. Naruto fell forward. Sasuke grabbed him before he hit the ground. Everyone who was crowded around was worried about the boy. Chakra depletion and his wound still need to be treated, Kiyomi informed. I thought his wound was healed when he transformed, Sasuke stated. I'm assuming that it doesn't work that way. If I had to guess, all injuries incurred before the transformation was placed in suspended animation, so to speak. Reverting to his normal state would return him to the state by which he was in before he transformed. This is only an assumption since I don't know how this technique in particular works, Tsunade said as she looked at Naruto. Well, you were right about the suspend animations. However, even if this was not the case, the drawback of disengaging the technique is instant chakra depletion. Remember, it's a technique that gives you power beyond belief. You have to sacrifice chakra to perform it. This jutsu instantly depletes your chakra once the technique is disengaged. The price one must pay, a voice informed the group as the group turned to see a phoenix. When did you come? Yua said, eyeing the phoenix. I was here the entire time. Naruto-sama had summoned me in case something bad happened, but since I am here, I will explain the technique to you. All, the phoenix said as everyone looked at him. The technique transforms you into a being that transcends even the Sage of the Six Paths. In all these years, no one was worthy enough to unleash Phoenix Claw full power and become the fire god, but Naruto-sama was able to do so, the phoenix said. As he looked at Naruto, he will need medical attention immediately, the phoenix said as Minato stepped forward. Tsunade Kiyomi, you both come with me. I am going to teleport us all to Konoha Hospital and you can start his treatment over there, Minato said as Iua and B stepped forward. Minato, take us as well. I will not leave my son alone, I said more like order as Minato sighed and nodded as they all vanished in a yellow flash. So it's all over, we won, Kakashi said as all the shinobi cheered in happiness. We won, they all said as Kakashi looked at the sky. Naruto Uzumaki. The fire god saved us all, Kakashi said with a smile as the shinobi started cheering. Kumo Gakures. Fire god Uzumaki, Naruto is our hero, one of the cloud shinobi said as all of them cheered his name. Kumogakure's fire god, Uib Itachi and Makoto and the rest of the Uzumaki Namikaze family were waiting to hear what happened to Naruto. A battle-tested looking Kiyomi came out of the room and approached the group. Naruto, he is in stable condition. He will be out for a few days but he should be okay when he wakes up. When can we go see him? Yua asked. Well, you guys can go see him one at a time. Sakura will escort you individually. Tsunade finished. Yua and everyone saw Naruto still sleeping as they entered the room. 2 weeks later, Naruto slowly opened his closed eyes and looked around the place that he was in. The ceiling and walls were pure white. His body was feeling like absolute shit. Ow, my body. Naruto spoke out loud. After a second or two he felt someone give him a bone-crushing hug. Naruto widened his eyes slightly, knowing who this exact person was. Mom ca can't breath, Naruto said as his face turned blue. Shut it, do you know how worried I was, she said, still giving him a painful hug. Sorry, he said as Yua broke the hug. So how are you feeling, she asked. Well, my body hurts like hell and I am hungry, Naruto said. Well, the doctor said that you will be fine but you need to rest, she said as Naruto nodded. Naruto turning his head towards the window. Oh, he was in Konoha. Wait, in Konoha? Naruto widened his eyes as he soon realized this. How long have I been out? Naruto asked, a slight pause looming through the air. You've been out of it for more than a week, almost 2 weeks, Yua informed him. Naruto's eyes bulged out of its sockets. What? There is no way, Naruto said. Well, Ozai power was too much for him to handle. Well, I will get something to eat, Yua said as she got up and left to buy some food. Someone entered the room. Naruto turned his head towards the door to see his beautiful girlfriend and then she gave him a bone-crushing hug. Mind if I get a kiss on the lips? Slide your tongue while you're at it, Naruto grinned painfully. Oh yeah, he was definitely getting his head ripped apart later. Shut it, do you know how worried everyone was still giving him a painful hug. Was I knocked out for 2 weeks? Naruto asked Kiyomi. It was not that he didn't believe his mom, but he was still needed to confirm it. It's true, you were sleeping like a baby. Kiyomi smirked at Naruto. He glared right at her. Where did you sleep? Naruto smirked back. His witty remark made her turn red. I slept here. I snuck in the room every night when your mom left and slept on this chair. Kiyomi gestured her hands towards the really nice chair that she was sitting and sleeping on. Wow, that seems a bit creepy, don't you think? Naruto got smacked in the head by Kiyomi. A moment of silence loomed in the air as she looked at Naruto's face. What now? Kiyomi asked as Naruto turned away from her. Guess go back to Kumo and help the village to recover from the war, then become the Raikage and create an alliance with every nation, Naruto told her. Kiyomi held his hand. I'll come with you, said Kiyomi, tightening her grip on Naruto. He felt the sudden pain and yelped out, why Kiyomi, this village needs your assistance, Naruto told her, turning his head towards her and locking his eyes with her. I fucking love you, damn it. Kiyomi glared with a growl right after Naruto turned his attention to her hand. What about the Things you said to me during the time you told me of your true desire, was that just a lie? Do you not want a future with me? Naruto sighed at that. I do, but fine, you can come with me, Naruto conceded, getting a satisfied smirk on her face as she heard him conceding. Good, when are we leaving? Asked Kiyomi, sitting back down. Well, that depends on Mom, to be honest, Naruto said as Kiyomi smirked. Ah, you are such a mama's boy, she teased as Naruto blushed. Kiyomi looked at him with a slight smile on her smile. Thank you for everything, Naruto, Kiyomi told him with a sincere tone. Naruto slightly smiled. Thank you too, Kiyomi. It's finally over, Yugito ni. I hope you are watching, Naruto thought with a smile. A week later, Naruto found him with Yua and Kiyomi at the gates of Konoha at the Hokage monument. Jiraiya and Tsunade were sitting on the head of the Yondaime Hokage. It seems like the world is changing, Tsunade. That it is, Jiraiya. It could also be that we're getting old, you know. You could be right, but it's now Naruto's generation turn to lead. The boy I thought was a failure is the reason that we are standing here alive. Jiraiya's tone was the saddest Tsunade has ever heard it. Well, that's true, but remember that you are the one who named him, Tsunade said as Jiraiya smiled sadly. The peace that I always wanted can be achieved now. Well, I guess my dream has come true, Jiraiya said with a grin as Tsunade smiled at Konoha gates. Itachi, Makoto, Sasuke and Minato was standing at the gates of Konoha. Naruto, I thank you for all you have done. Without you we would not be alive right now, Minato said with a bow as Naruto brought his hands up. Please don't bow down to me, Lord Hokage. It doesn't suit you, and what I did was my duty, and there is no need to thank me for it, Naruto said as Minato smiled. Naruto, you are practically family, and since Kiyomi is leaving, I am leaving her in your capable hands, Itachi said as Naruto smiled and nodded. And one more thing, Itachi said as he gave Naruto a card, an invitation card for the marriage of Itachi Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha. Naruto read as his eyes widened. Congratulations, Naruto said. Makoto and Sasuke simply hugged Kiyomi and Naruto. Take care, you all, Naruto and Kiyomi said as they all started to walk. Well, we should get going, we have a village to repair. Itachi's words snapped everyone out of their funk. The group left to tend to the village. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, was walking down the dirty path that led to Konoha with a smile on his face. His past, his present, his future all lay on this road. He didn't know what the future may hold, but whatever was in the store he would face it head on because he never went back on his word. That is his way of the shinobi, the way of Uzumaki Naruto, the man known to all as Kumogakure's fire god. 3 years had passed since the final battle between Naruto and Madara. 3 years, the 20-year-old Naruto said out loud, looking at the dimming sun on the horizon. Nothing had changed in his appearance, to the exception of a more rugged face and a couple of inches in height. He stood clad in nothing but boxers, admiring the darkening sky from the balcony after the war had been settled and the city was up and running properly. Naruto and Kiyomi finally had their small wedding ceremony and were now enjoying their honeymoon in Spring Country. His dad had retired and he was the youngest rikage ever. The tailed beasts would take time to reform after he destroyed Madara. The husk of the 10 tails was destroyed, which meant Kagaya could not be revived. They could have an alliance with every village, which meant he had finally achieved his goal. He had achieved peace in the Leaf Village. Itachi was chosen to be the 5th Hokage, and Obito and Sasuke were still searching for any clues on Kagaya since they were the only ones who could access the Otsutsuki dimension. Naruto also had his 6 paths power since he didn't use them against Madara, which made up for his lost strength. When Phoenix Claw disappeared, Naruto, a sleep-roughed voice murmured seconds before he felt Kiyomi hugging him from behind. Come back to bed. He slowly turned around to face Kiyomi. She like him. Hadn't changed much. The biggest difference was perhaps her now longer hair reaching her ankles in length. He wrapped his arms around her small frame and pulled her for a soft kiss under the dimming sun in the sky. Kiyomi leaned into the kiss and sighed in bliss. We spent the day in bed, he said as they separated. Kiyomi was looping her arms around his neck when Naruto caught her hand. They slid their fingers together and Naruto brought Kiyomi's wedding ring between their faces. Want to go down for some dinner? He asked, kissing her forehead gently. Sure, she replied and went back inside to get dressed. Knock knock. Both Naruto and Kiyomi turned towards the door. 1 minute, Naruto replied, walking towards the bed and throwing a quick kimono on. Come in. The door opened and a well-dressed man stepped inside. From the badge on his shirt, Naruto deduced he was part of the hotel staff they were staying. I'm truly sorry for interrupting, Lord Raikage, the man said, bowing. Nonsense. Naruto waved him off. What is it you need? Lord Hokage is here to see you, the man said as Naruto nodded. Tell him I will be there in a minute, Naruto said as the man bowed and left. Naruto and Kiyomi came down from their rooms and entered the lobby to speak to the Hokage. Well, if it isn't Naruto and Kiyomi, Itachi said with a smirk. He hadn't changed much. He still looked the same. The only difference was he was wearing the Hokage robes. Well, good afternoon to you, to Itachi, Naruto said as Itachi chuckled. So why did you want to meet me? Naruto said as Itachi got serious. Obito found some lead on the Otsutsuki clan, he said as Naruto eyes narrowed. Guards, leave us alone, Naruto and Itachi said as they were all alone. So what lead did he find? Naruto said, well, according to Obito, when Kaguya came to Earth, she was planning on turning all humans into white Getsu in order to fight the Otsutsuki clan, and soon other Otsutsuki will come to Earth to find her, Itachi said as Naruto was deep in thoughts. How much time do we have? Naruto asked. Anywhere from 10 to 20 years, Itachi said as Naruto nodded. Well, since you have come here, might as well meet your sister, Naruto said as Itachi chuckled. Well, I would like to see her, he said. 5 years later, Kiyomi yelled in pain, clutching Naruto's hand. Come on, one Kiyomi, one more push, the medic said, lifting her head to look at Kiyomi, her sweaty hair clinging to her skin. The reason Kiyomi was in pain was that she was giving birth. *WHWHY*. Come on, Kiyomi-chan, only one more to go, Naruto joked next to her, trying to lighten the mood. You wanna swap places? Kiyomi snapped, making Naruto pale when he saw her hair flickering between white and black. Naruto very wisely shut up and remained to her side, holding her hand. A couple of minutes later, the room was filled with a cry, making Kiyomi sigh in relief. Naruto smiled and his hand glowed green. Kiyomi turned to Naruto, giving a thank you smile when she felt her body being revitalized. Naruto didn't dare to do it during the birth process. Look at him, Naruto cooed, picking the bundle-wrapped boy and sitting next to him. Kiyomi, thank you, Kiyomi-chan. Naruto smiled, feeling the boy wrapping his little hand around his finger. Kiyomi wasn't focused on that. She was looking at the baby with a warm smile. He had black hair with blue eyes and tan skin. What do you want to name him? Naruto said as he looked at Kiyomi. I want to name him after my friend who died in the war protecting me. His name will be Boruto Uchiha Uzumaki, she said as Naruto smiled. Boruto, huh? He said with a smile. Soon I and Yua entered the room. As soon as Yua saw the child, she quickly rushed towards Naruto and grabbed the child. He is so cute, she said, touching his cheek, making the little Boruto giggle. What's his name? She asked as she looked at Kiyomi. Boruto, she said as Yua smiled. Well, can I look at my grandchild? I said as he looked at Boruto and smiled. Naruto was looking at the whole scene with a smile on his face. Tears were forming in the corner of his eyes. The family that he wanted, he had it now. Everything that he wanted, his goals, his wish and his sister wish, all were completed. He was truly happy. He quickly wiped away tears and went towards his family. He was called, "My name's Fire God, hero of the shinobi world, Raikage, son, husband and now a father." But most importantly, he was Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who had nothing got everything because he never gave up. That was his ninja way, the ninja way of Naruto Uzumaki. And cut. This is the end of the story. Hope you enjoyed it. Bye.